Hi everyone, welcome back to CSharpCorner presents Power Platform Virtual Conference. I'm your host Stephen Simon, and we are at day number 4 of this conference. What an exciting first 3 days have been. We have covered a lot of content on Power Platform, some really great sessions, and thank you everyone who has joined us for this conference. To all the audience who have been attending and asking the questions, thank you everyone who has contributed in any way. And we are at day number 4, and day number 4 is going to be the longest day. I think we have around 8 to 10 sessions and a great content coming up, starting with Sandro, who's going to talk about the power automation best practices and tips. And I think this will be very interesting, as this will definitely help you to avoid any pitfalls. Then we will have Mary, who's going to talk about mixed reality. Really excited and looking forward for this session. Then we have chatbots, Power BI Tenant, Dataverse, low code, no code, zero to hero in Power Virtual Agents, Powered BI, and a lot more coming up in the next full day. And I also want to thank you to everyone who has donated for this conference. As you know, this conference that we do, not just this, every conference that we do, we raise funds for any of the NGO. The previous conference that we did, that was SQL Server Virtual Conference, we raised funds for the Voice of Slum here in India that provides the education and the necessary items that are once needed for the kids to go ahead from the high school, primary school, and even for the post graduation. And for this conference, we are raising funds for First Responders Children Foundation. That's in the United States, that provides food facility and everything for the families and kids affected by the COVID-19. So feel free, any amount counts, may it be taller or whatever it may be, and just share. Yeah, I mean, even sharing this conference with your connections and letting them know about this conference is also a way you can go ahead and contribute. So let's go ahead and start with the very first session of the day. That's by Sandro. Now, I'm quickly going to read Sandro's bio. When I was talking to him behind the scenes, he has this very vast experience, right? So quickly, I'm going to talk about the first session. Sandro is going to talk about, as I said, power automation best practices, tips, and tricks. And Sandro is currently working as an integration team lead at DevScope. In the past, he has been working on implementing integration scenarios both on premises and cloud for various clients, each with different scenarios from technical point of view, size, criticality, using Microsoft Azure, API management, Logic App, Service Bus, Events, Power Apps, Flow, and a lot more that I cannot cover in this. Let Sandro do his demo, right? His introduction. So let's go and invite our first speaker, Sandro, for the day 4 of Power Platform Virtual Conference. Hi, Sandro. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hi, Simon. Nice to be here. And wow, what an introduction.
Tell me if you love that video.
I love that video. I was not expecting that.
Thank you, Sandro. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation. We really appreciate it. I see you are on Microsoft Azure MP, which means you are really dedicated for the community. You take out your time, you go ahead and do sessions, blogs, conferences. So thank you so much for accepting the invitation for this conference. We really appreciate it. And by the way, where you're joining us today from?
I'm joining from Porto, from my home. We are still in lockdown, full lockdown with family here and schools working. Kids were staying at school, homeschooling.
Okay.
Means. So I'm actually at home on the kitchen because the kids are spread across the entire room having schools. Yeah. So, but it's nice to be here. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's fun, right? But I think it's been really long. We didn't expect the lockdown would go so long, and for some reason the cases have started rising. I don't know about your place, but here in India, cases have started increasing a lot, and I don't think anytime between September or October things will go normal. But never mind, we have this virtual conference and event. This really helps us to go ahead and connect with more wider audience, and it's all free of cost. right? You don't have to pay anything. That's great. So Sandro, really looking forward for your session. If it's okay, let me know when you want me to go ahead and share your screen, and then you can go ahead and get started.
Yeah, go and share. I'm putting let me know if you are seeing the slides of the session.
Yeah, maybe if you want to click on that hide pop-up.
Hide.
Yeah, all right. So next 45-50 minutes all yours. Everyone can see your screen, and
Okay.
you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So again, thank you for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here and contributing to the community. As Simon say, I'm Sandro Pereira. I'm head of integration at Tabscope. I work in the integration landscape. I was an Beanstalk MVP, an integration MVP, and now I'm an Azure MVP. You have there my contacts, there my blog, Twitter, LinkedIn. So if you have any questions, go ahead and shoot me out an email or in any network, and I will try to help you as much as I can and the quick as I can. Okay. So again, be aware we are in full lockdown. This house is full of kids from 9 to 3. They can enter in the room at any moment. Bear with me. I will try to move it away as fast as I can. So this session is about Power Automate, and what I love not only about Power Automate but Power Platform is the fast way that we can develop stuff, applications, and so on. So we have these 4 main components of Power Automate: Power Apps, Power BI, Power Virtual Agent, and Power Automate. And they are really bind together and really interacting with a lot of systems like Dynamic, Office 365, standalone, and inclusive application, inclusively Azure stuff. So we can actually develop fast and amazing stuff using these platforms with no code, low code. And an example of that is, for example, here at Tabscope, on the first phase of the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, we help a hospital here in the north of the country develop an application to track the patients that were entering to test the COVID. And we did that in 2 days. So that's quite amazing, no? You cannot do that with traditional developing tools like C# or other tools and language to develop applications. This Power Automation allows you to do it, and you don't actually need to be a developer, no? But with all of these features, be able to quick development stuff, be able to have developer users, business users all together, creating these amazing applications and solutions. They also maybe there is a bit risk of not everything being well done or using the best practice. So here in this session, I'm focusing about Power Automate and doing an analysis and check up how we build our flows and check if they are in good conditions, if they are reliable, what may be wrong with them, and how we can improve that, okay? So I'm going to present you a few tips on how you can address that. The first one is quite not a tip, but an information is about Power Automate was rebranded. It was called earlier Microsoft Flow, now is calling Power Automate, mainly because he was the only key that was not calling have the power in his name. So Microsoft fixed that, now is Power Automate. And it has this same branding of all the Power Platform. And even the icon changed. Why this is important is that there is a lot of information yet available and useful binding to the name Microsoft Flow. So you may check, when you are looking for information, you may check by Microsoft Flow and Power Automate, because there are a lot of information yet with the name Flow. So the first important tip is naming conventions. Okay, and here it's about the name that you give to your flows. And why is important. You should use descriptive names, good names that allows you to read that and understand what that flow is meant to do. No, why it improves readability. So if you do a flow today, you know exactly what it's doing. But trust me, 1 month, 2 months in the future, you will forget for sure what it's doing, and especially if you have a lot of flows. So to improve this readability, to transfer knowledge even between teams, you should give proper names to your flows. No? So, for example, I have this on my demo environment. As there are a mix of Portuguese and English. None of them are really good names. I can say that one is okay, Power BI Meetup feedback flow, because I really know that this is a flow to get feedback from a Power BI Meetup that we have. The rest, some of them I honestly don't know at the moment, and others I know, but we can improve that. So it is important for you to create a good naming convention. Use that naming convention. I'm not saying that this naming convention that I'm presenting here is the best. It is one that I like, and you should adapt that naming convention to your scenarios, to your clients, to your organization, but maintain this naming convention. So the first one, for example, is it is in Portuguese, but it's actually saying change water floor for floor. Really, I don't. By saying that, someone may look and doesn't understand that. But if I say that is dev scope administration, it is inventory and it's to change water from the fourth floor. Now you understand that. You look to that name and understand what they are doing or what is supposed to be doing that. For example, the last one, this is again a DevScope time report application. And this is to create time reports, get budgets from projects, and get project name from CRM. So again, it is more readable. I even can add more names. That is, you can use all the characters that you want there. You can be longer names, short names. But again, the important is for you to create a good naming convention and keep that naming convention across your flows. No. The second, and staying in the naming convention again, is about the actions inside your flows and the names that you give to that actions. Again, it improves readability on your flow. It transfers knowledge between the teams. And you can go on the existing flows and rename all the actions. Even if they have dependencies, you can rename it safely. The only thing that you need to be aware is there are some special characters that you cannot use because they are used by the runtime. Again, if you look to this sample, it has initialized variable. There is only one there, but in some cases you may have like 3, 4, or 5. You don't by having initialized variable, variable 1, variable 2, you don't really know what is there. You have to go enter one in all of these actions and see inside what is doing. Condition, you don't really know if you have this name, what is condition you are using. Again, you have to enter that and know everything that you are doing there, and so on and so forth for each what you are doing for each. This is something that you can and should improve. No, again, if you are using and creating the flow today, you may know by head everything that is inside there. You don't really care about the names. Just put the actions there. You know everything, but again, in 1 month or 2, you will not understand nothing, and you will lose a lot of time going and understand these flows. And even if you are using teams and sharing these flows across teams and your organization, your teamworks or co-workers doesn't understand nothing that is inside there, and you have to go one by one and try to read what you are trying to do. No, so if I do an analysis, everything that is on this sample needs to be improved. Okay, and this is something that, again, maybe is not the very best scenario, but it is readable. So in this case, I have two variables, and as simple as putting the name of the variable inside the name of the action, it's more readable. Now, I know that here I initialize the HTML email body variable, initialize setup description variable, so I know what is the variables that I'm using. And for example, in the condition, check if we receive an array of or an object of a general notification. So here I know that I have an object, a structure on the JSON file, and I'm checking if I have an array or a single object, a single structure. And again, on in other samples, for each general notification. Now I know that I'm doing a loop to the general notification structure, so I know what is inside that, and so on and so forth. No, so these are simple stuff that you can do it easily, and it becomes more readable. It's kind of documenting your flow without creating any document. No. You see also that on the first action, it's called the trigger of the flow. And this, you see there's still an exclamation, interrogation point, because there are some triggers that we cannot change the names. And these, when HTTP request is received trigger, you cannot change that name. So it's something that it's a limitation of the engine, and you need to live with that. Okay, so some of them may allow you to change, others no, it is not possible, but that's only on the trigger. All the rest you can actually change the names. You cannot also change the names of the branch conditions of the if true, if else, if false. You have to stick with that names also. But all the rest you can easily change that. And despite if you are a developer, you think like a developer, and you already have these best practice embedded on you, you have to understand that now we have a lot of other users that are not developers, business users, that they are not familiar with the concept of naming conventions and best practices. So this is important from them to try to start understanding these concepts and to apply even to their process, the flows. Okay. So, and to change the name is simple as click on three dots, rename it, and that's it. You can rename the actions. The only limitation you need to be aware is you see on this picture below of the parsed JSON action, there is a connection to Power BI, and it's broke. You see a exclamation point there. It means that it's broke. So if I change the name of the parsed JSON before I fix the connection, that will lead to errors, because once I fix the connection, all the dependencies that were on the connector to the previous name of the parsization action stays there. So in this case, I changed to parse JSON A, and if you see in the picture after I fix the connector, it stays referring the parse JSON. So if you want to be in a safe place, please first fix your connections, make sure that everything is ready and without errors, and then you can safely rename the actions, and all the dependencies will be updated. Okay. So comments. And again, really important to have comments on your flow. Again, it's all about improve readability and transfer knowledge between teams. And again, save yourself from future frustrations to understand what you did. And trust me, again, after a few months, you will not remember why some decisions you made on your flows. All you can put in all actions comments, and the critical ones you should put comments. For example, I told you in the slides, previous slides, that when HTTP request is received triggered, you cannot rename it, and that's true, but you can put a comment there. And for example, here I'm putting receiver JSON with the evaluation form OCR metadata from Smart Documenter. That means that this Smart Documenter is a tool that we have at DevScope to OCR some paper and transform into a digital documents. So in this case, I know now that I'm receiving a message from that application, that system, with evaluation forms. So now I know that who is sending message to this flow, who is triggering this flow, and what I'm receiving on that flow. Okay. For example, I had the initialized HTML body, so I put there that I use this variable to customize the HTML emails to send with the Outlook connector action v2, because this action doesn't properly allow you to inject directly on the body HTML. Or it's kind of more difficult to control the correct layout that goes with that email on that action. So I'm using a variable to create the email body and then apply that variable to the body, and it works perfectly. So I had the comment there why I took this decision to use this variable. Condition, for example. If you see the condition, I have a proper name on my action, my condition. But if you see that pink small square, that is an expression that I use on the condition to validate something. And this expressions is always that small. You see string 3 dots, but there is something inside that 3 dots, no? 3 dots. And the only way for you to know that is click on that text box, and it opens a pop-up window with, again, a small text box with your expression that you need to scroll left and right to try to read it properly. A good idea is to copy that expression and paste it as a comment to that action. Now, by accessing the action, I know that the condition I have is a string, a trigger body, general. I'm checking the general notification. If starts with brackets, okay? So now I don't need to go inside the expression windows to read what kind of expression I'm using that. It's there on the comment, it is more readable. Another good solution to use comment is on scopes, and we will speak about scopes later on this presentation. You can put a comment on the scopes explaining what are the concept of these actions that are kind of tied together. So in this case, this all sections contains actions to retrieve all necessary parameters to execute process, name process, and key vault and database. So they are retrieving parameters from database and key vaults. That's it. So I don't need to go one by one to try to understand what it is. I know that all of this section is to retrieve parameters. Okay. Again, this is important for you to document your Power Automate flows. 5 tip, copy to my clipboard. This is awesome feature that has on Power Automate. Unfortunately, for example, we don't have this kind of feature in Logic Apps. That is kind of the same concept of Power Automate, but on Azure side. And I miss this feature there. So this allows you to copy and paste actions and group of actions, let's say this way. If you, in some scenarios, you have like the different branch in your flows, and all of the actions inside that branch are similar, no? And if you don't use, for example, the clipboard, copy to clipboard functionality, you have to add these actions in one branch, second branch, third branch, and so on and so forth. And you have to configure all of these actions in different branches. So with this functionality, you can add the actions in the first branch, configure the actions, and then copy, paste, and then just need to modify what it needs to be modified on the different branch, and you don't need to do all the steps over and over again. So it reduces time for developing the complexity of that. So this is an awesome feature. And it's simple as, again, on your scope or in your action, just 3 dots, copy to my clipboard. And when you try to add a new action, you see it on the menu that you have my clipboard tab. And then on your clipboard tab, you see all your copies that you made to the clipboard. And you can select one and it will be added to your flow. This is also awesome because it allows you to copy across different flows. So you don't, this functionality is not only inside a single flow. If you copy from one flow, you can go back to your home, you can enter in a different flow, and you can copy to that flow, okay? Your clipboard content, it will be available during the lifetime of your browser session. The only way to clean that clipboard is F5 or close the browser. So it allows you to copy from different flows, different environments. That's really awesome. And scopes. We've been talking something a little about scopes. What is a scope? What are the concept of a scope? When should use a scope? No. So if you are a developer, you have in C# kind of regions. It allows you to collapse your code, to organize your code. So if it is a big code, you can create this region. You can collapse certain code. It becomes more readable for you to manage your code. This is the same concept you have in Power Automate flows. The scope, one of the functionalities is to be kind of a region, an area that you put actions there and you can minimize, because in some cases your flow can become big and large, and you have to scroll a lot to read and go to certain places of your flow. With scopes, you can collapse certain regions of your flow, and it can be more readable for you. Okay, so this is one of the scope, the scope, one of the concepts of using the scope. Another, and again compared to C#, you have this try catch and try catch finally. This is to control errors that happens in your code. So we have the same concept can be applied in flows using scopes. So the second functionality of the scope is to become a try catch or try catch finally to control errors and control the execution of your flow. Let's see that how we can control the errors. This is the second tip that I have, so we'll be speaking more about that here. There are a lot of features inside your flow, inside Flow, native features inside Flow that can allow you to create robust and powerful business flows, controlling failures and retries and so on and so forth. So let's have a look to that. So I spoke about try-catch scope. How we can implement that is we use one scope. We can call it try scope. Please give a better name than this. You can start with try something and then scope. It will be a better name. You put all the actions inside there that you want to control it as an error happening there, and below, exactly below there, that scope, you create a second scope. Now we need to input all the actions inside to control the what you need to do if some error happens. So in this case, I'm doing something on the try. If it fails, I want to log the error. Okay, so I create this catch scope. I put the action there, and then I need to press 3 dots and select run after settings. On the run after settings, you have all of these options. What we need to say is that if the try scope has failed or has timeout, I need to be executed. So that means if something happens wrong on the try, the catch will be executed. And just below the catch, and this last one is optional, okay? You can do a try catch or the try catch finally, okay? The final will be always executed, no matter if the try scope is successful or if he enters the catch, the final will need to be executed. That is the concept. So again, just below the catch, we put the finally scope, 3 dots, configure run after settings, and we say that if the catch scope is successful, has failed, is skipped, or has timeout, I don't care, everything it needs to be executed. At the end, you have something like this. If it fails on the try, as you see in the picture, the catch will be executed, and then the final will be executed, okay? But you use the scope to control errors of multiple actions, okay? And not, you don't need to create a scope to control an error inside one action, because all the actions by default, like code, normal code like C# is configured to, if the last action is successful, then the next will run. But for example, we can say here that if the initialized value doesn't make sense, but bear with me, imagine that this is a log action and instead of initialized variable. We can actually say if the initialized variable or log action is failed or as timeout, then the response needs to be executed nevertheless, because I don't want to break my flow if a log system fails. So I don't care. Certain tasks are not really mandatory and you can control it this way. So you can do a try catch at every action layer, okay? And even inside the try, the scope that is a try, you can have this concept of if last is executed or is skipped or has timeout. So you can create a lot of error handling at action layer or at the scope layer, okay? But there are other functionalities present. So most of all of these actions connect to systems, no? In this case, I'm connecting to Dropbox to create a file. Some systems may be down, errors may happen, they are not available, and so on and so forth. No? So all of these actions, let's say this create file action, it has retry capabilities. As you see in the pictures, again, 3-dot settings, you see that there is a timeout. You can specify a timeout for the communication, and this is the retry policy that normally is with default policies. But you can customize that, for example, to a fixed interval, 6 times retries, and the interval, it is 20 seconds. It has this strange format that is ISO 8601. It means parse 20 seconds. It can be 15 minutes, like 15M, 10A, each 10 hours, days, and a combination of days, hours, minutes, you name it, okay? So this is quite powerful. That means that if I'm trying to create a file on my Dropbox, and for some reason it fails, it doesn't raise an error. It waits 20 seconds, it tries again. If it fails, waits 20 seconds, it tries again until the maximum number of 6 tries. And then if it fails on the last one, it will raise an error. But until then, you have this kind of retry policies that allows you to create, allows you to configure that doesn't raise an error immediately once it fails, okay? And you have to learn from failures. So failures, I'm working on the integration space and automation integration, no? And failure is critical for me. If something fails, it's something that I need to address and see why it's failing and have some actions on top of that. So if your flows are failing due to unexpected behavior, then you need to resign your flow. It doesn't need to end as a failure. It has to be ending in a successful state because it's something that is expected. Again, failure is critical, okay? And you have to monitoring that, and you have to understand and probably redesign according to the history that you are seeing, because sometimes you don't have all the requirements on the first day. So again, as a C# code developer, we kind of create defensive code, and defensive code not to break on the execution side, no? So using expression to connect to the SQL, try to see if there is data to read, and if it's there, the data, now I can read. So I'm not assuming that I have the data and immediately read, because that will probably break the code. Why not do the same in Power Automate? Because it's kind of easy. It's drag and drop. You can put an action in and use the tokens to the next action. You assume the data is there most of the times, and sometimes it's not true. So this is actually a real case that I was passing by to the office, and I saw one of my coworkers playing with Flow, and I was curious and sit with him, and I told him, explain me what you are doing. What are you playing with Power Automate? What you are doing? And he was explaining me what he was doing, and so on and so forth. And I realized that the history, there are a lot of errors happening. And I questioned him why this is failing often. He told me it's normal because we are trying to read the data from SQL, and we don't have nothing, so it's breaking because there is no data. Again, I told you, failure is critical for me. Failing, it cannot fail. Nothing can fail. Otherwise, I need to, my brain starting in a crazy mode, and I have to address that. So I told them, you have to fix that. If it's this expected behavior, then you need to control that. You have to check if there is the data. And if it's data, you can continue with your flow. Otherwise, you terminate the flow as a successful state, but it cannot be a failure. Otherwise, you don't know what is a failure or not, and an expected behavior, no? So again, it's kind of checking if the data is there, using expressions and so on, and then decide if you continue or not. So don't assume that the data is there. go check your history and check why it's failing, and try to improve your flow, not to break often. Okay. Expressions. I think this is the worst part in terms of user experience of playing and developing Power Automate flows. Why? And expressions are something that is native with the engine. We can do some transformation, manipulate strings, sums, do math operations, parsing XML, JSON, and so on and so forth, adding time. So it's all of these functionalities that we can transform and transform the data natively in the engine. Okay, they are part of the engine. So the first thing that you need to be aware is what is this big name with underscores. And this is actually the name of the actions that you have on your visual flow, and all the space are replaced with underscores. So this is the name in behind the scenes in the runtime. This is the name of your actions, and in this case, we are accessing the body of that action. Okay, and I told you that no matter the size of the text box, you only have this small square of expression, pink expression, say body, string, and then 3 dots. Okay. Every time that you need to go and check that, you need to click on that text box, and then it opens again a pop-up window with the expression window. And if you see, there is again a small text box of expression. Honestly, I cannot write nothing there. So normally what I do is I copy whatever is present there, and I paste it to Notepad++, Notepad, whatever, Visual Studio Code, depending on the users, and I edit my actions there. I just use that small window to check the actions and what is the contract of the action. As you see, there can be big. For example, this is an average of 4-digit numbers, and do the limitation of the action, the expressions, the functions there. We actually need to combine multiple math operations to do an average of 4. For example, the sum, that is the add, only accepts 2 values. So I have 4. I had to do a concatenation of multiple add operations and then divide by 4. And because I only want the int part of the average, I will convert the division to an integer. And again, I use this kind of format to check if the format, the indentation of the expression is correct, the brackets, the commas, and everything is correct. And then I just clean that up to a single line and pass it to the expression shape. And again, I hope the product group will improve this functionality, this user experience, having kind of allow us to have a bigger window or get resizable window, not that small window, small text box that we have there. So this is for me the worst experience that we have. But again, it is what it is at the moment. I hope they improve that. So be careful about using huge expression there. Maybe use additional tools to read it properly. Flow checker, and we are almost more 3 tips to the end of the session. Flow checker. This is something that do a checkup to your flow and check if there is failures it is the doctor of your flow. Okay, why it is important? Because it's a time saver for you. So if you have, in this case, is quite a small example that we have here. So it's easy for you. Sometimes it's easy for you to know if there is errors or not, because if there is an error, there is an exclamation point on the action. But if you are starting to use scopes, and if your flows are starting to get bigger and bigger, some of the errors may be hidden. Okay, so in this picture, we actually see that my flow checker, there is a red dot. That means that something is broke on my flow. But on my my flow, I don't see any issue. The problem is the issue is hidden inside the scope. Again, this can be really large on my flows. So if you click on the flow checker, it tells you all the errors that you have inside your flow. And if you click in one of them, it will highlight directly on your flow designer and scroll all your flow, go directly to the shape that has the error, so you can focus on fixing the error. This is really, in some case, time saver for you. Okay, so that's why it's really good functionality. You need to have a look on that always if there is a red dot present in the flow. Now, sharing, and there are two types of sharing that I will speak here, and why this is important is for you to be aware the dangers in some cases of sharing your flows. Okay, so again, there are two types of sharing. The first one, the safer one, is send a copy. Okay, share with your team member or your friend your flow by sending a copy. Basically means that there is no connection or data leak, because basically you are sharing a flow template. When your friend or coworker receive that flow, when he tries to use it, he has to put all the credentials, he has to configure all the actions inside the flow. So you are not leaking nothing. There is no connection leak, there is no data leak. It is completely disconnected from your flow. So it can go and modify your that flow without changing your flow. Okay, so, and you can actually do that by select your flow, three dots, send a copy. You just need to put a description and an email for who you are sending, and send it. The only limitation it has is your flow has to have one successful run, not one. The last run has to be successful. It has to be one run. It has to be the last one successful, at least. Otherwise, it will not allow you to send a copy to your friend. So if you have some errors on your flow and you are trying to send to one your friends to help you out find the solution, one tip that you can do is just create a simple flow, do a run, put all the actions inside that is breaking, and then send the copy, save it, and send the copy to your teamwork or coworker or friend, because the last run is successful. Then you can share that template. Okay. The other sharing option is sharing with other users or security groups. This is team working. So you are sharing the same flow. You are working on the same flow. Okay. Here, it is kind of danger if you are not aware that you may have connections and data leak by sharing that. What I'm saying that is, you have a flow. For example, you use the Outlook connector to connect to your Outlook. And if you see that on the picture, I use my personal account, Sandro.Pereira, Sandro.Pereira at devscope.net. That means that I'm using my personal account to connect to my Outlook, probably, okay? If I give ownership to Katarina to work with me on the flow, that means that now Katarina Rica has full access to my Outlook account, okay? It doesn't know my password, that's for sure. It never knows my password, but I have a connector there that is it is allowed to connect to my Outlook. So Katarina can go and create different actions inside that flow. For example, read my emails and send a copy to her, or send an email to my boss, or access to my contacts, personal contacts, if she's not access to that. She now has full access according to all the actions that is inside of this connector. All the action that is inside of that, she can use it all under my name, okay? And it doesn't mean to be the Outlook. So for example, you access to a database, you put your credentials there. If you share with someone, you are sharing that connection to data that some of people may not be allowed to have access. So sharing that type of flows as an owner, as a teamwork, be aware not to use person's accounts, okay? There is other option in some cases. For example, if you create a flow button, and flow buttons are good for certain scenarios, instead of you give run owner permission to edit, you can give run all users. That means that I'm sharing that flow button to other people to execute that, not to edit, to execute that. And this is safe because if you want to execute that, you need to give the connections to that to the connectors that are inside there. For example, that flow use the Outlook connector. So if I give permission to Pedro Almeida to run that flow, he has to put his credentials. So every time that he press the flow button, he send a mail with his name, not mine. But again, if you are sharing as an owner, all of the owners will have access to your personal accounts, okay? So that is really critical. Thanks a lot. That is my demo. I think I have some minutes to Q&A, if there is any Q&A.
All right, Sandro, what an amazing session it was. I was just looking back, sitting back and talking to the other speakers. Everyone really enjoyed it, and there's so much of content. There's so much of knowledge that you bring in. Some of the great practices one would follow. My only question would be, Sandro, how long it took you to go ahead and build this presentation? Because there's so much of best practices. It won't happen like sitting one day and prepare it. Right,
No, yeah.
that's definitely not. There's years of experience that you have brought into this presentation. So, how long actually took you to go ahead and build this one?
Well, these are the basics. So I'm working on the integration space and workflows and orchestrations and logic apps for 15 years, no? And all of these best practices came from developing. So if you are a C# developer, you don't create class 1, class 2, function 1, function 2, variable 1, variable 2. So the same in the flow in something that is any language, you don't have this naming convention. So the problem here is that we are not talking about developers anymore. We are talking about business users, and they are not familiar with that. No,
Exactly.
So the concept of this session is more the basic scenarios, the basic tips, because business users now became more critical. And if you are these kind of flows that somehow start personal and then go to the company itself, it has to be in a good position, in a best practice, let's say. So this this is actually easy for me to do because this came from the experience. And again, I'm really preparing the next phase of these sessions with more 10 tips and then with more 10 tips, because there are a lot of more that we can add it.
Yeah.
These are the basics ones. These are the critical ones. Okay.
All right, all right, all right. These are basics one for you, Sandro. Not for the other guys. I would put it this way. One final question, Sandro. You did talk about some of the best practices, tips and tricks, and as you say, you have been working on this for a very long time. What do you think, as someone who work on this product, what do you think Microsoft can go ahead and still improve in their products for this Power Automate?
Well, they are improving a lot. No, they are keep improving. Both. This is not only Power Apps teams, because Power Apps
Yeah,
teams it's responsible for the power. Not Power Apps. Power Automate is responsible for the designs and for the environment, but we have the connectors teams that are responsible for the connectors. So this is a mixed team actions inside the Microsoft that is these days. It's only one product team, it's several product teams. Um, but they are doing a lot in terms of security, key vaults for storing credentials and secrets and so on and so forth. So in the beginning, we didn't have key vaults to store secrets. Now we have it. We have now continuous deployment to deploy to different environments. That was really a nightmare in the beginning. But again, some of these it goes away from the business users, and then the IT guys and the developer guys needs to be at the same pace of that. It's still a lot to be improved. Again, user experience and this kind of sharing and data leaks and so on and so forth.
yeah.
Well, let's see, but still a lot to be improved there.
Yeah, that's very well said. One final question, then I'll let you go, Sandro. Is you had a very amazing session, but what are the some of the resources or the platform, website, blogs you refer to go ahead and always keep yourself updated and check the latest features or the best blogs that you follow?
Well, I think we are in a good position at the moment. There is a lot, but a
Yeah.
lot of information these days. So when I start 15 years ago, we had one reference that was Microsoft documentation, and it was a nightmare. Okay, at the
Tell me you
beginning.
had books.
And they were books. And if you are lucky, you find some community member to have some blogs that can help. Nowadays, um, there are a lot of information. It's
Yeah.
good and bad for other stuff, that some of them are quite confused and contradict itself. So again, you need to choose. So docs is a good way. They have the training. There's good, amazing stuff they are doing nowadays. And then based on your experience, you start to know some people that on the landscape that you are working, Power Automate, Logic Apps, whatever. And then you start follow these people. Then we have TechNet Wiki. Again, lot we have blogs, we have broadcast sessions. Nowadays we have almost everyday sessions, events
Yeah.
worldwide, and it's virtual. So there are a lot to be there. But again, beginning stuff, Docs and Training Academy of Microsoft is really awesome.
Yeah, definitely. I think even if you talk about the online platforms, a lot of increase. I still remember back in 2012, 13, and 14, we had this MSDN, which was okay, right? But I think now the docs have been much better. I do love Microsoft Learn, no doubt. I do love, but I remember I started my journey of this Microsoft Learning with Microsoft Virtual Academy. I
Yeah.
really miss that platform. But anyways, Sandro, yeah, go ahead.
And remember that Docs is now free for you to
Yeah, I
change.
did.
So
Yeah,
you
it's
can
open source.
contribute to
Yeah.
Docs. So if you see I do a lot in my area that I see some misinformation on the docs and all the information. I just go ahead, update that, submit to Microsoft, and they normally approve if everything is correct. So you can actually improve the documentation from Microsoft, which is great.
Yeah, and I've actually seen some of the some of the MEPs who have added their contribution in their list is that they really submitted some of their feedbacks on the docs and it got approved. So even they have added it as
Yeah.
their contributions. So that's great. So you see, people love it. Great advice, Sandro. Really appreciate your session and supporting community. So
Thank you.
that's great. So Sandro, thank you. Any last thing you want to plug in before we move to next session?
No, thank you, and maybe see you next year.
Yeah, well, why next year we should things should get better and we should meet in person this year.
Yeah. I
Next
think
year is long time.
it will be difficult to be
Yeah,
in person this year. But if you have more events, I'm glad to help
yeah,
and do another sessions.
we would love to host you back, Sandro. What an amazing session! Thank you so much for your time and thank you so much for all that you do for the community. We would love to have you back and have a good day and
Yeah.
thank you so much once again.
Bye,
Bye
guys.
bye.
Thank you.
All right, now with that amazing session by Sandra, we move to our next session, and I'm really excited for this session as we're going to talk about how you can enable mixed reality in Power Apps. And I was just wondering if we are going to get HoloLens in this session. Never mind, I'm always excited with these fancy devices. So our next speaker is Ange. I hope I said that right, Ange. That's her nickname. That's the name she goes by usually. She is a Microsoft MVP business application. She focuses on SharePoint, Power Platform, and Microsoft Teams, and she's based out of Singapore. And yeah, that's it. Let's go ahead and invite our next speaker, Ange. Hi, Ange. Welcome to the Power Platform.
I'm cringing with the play
Yeah.
with the music. I mean, in the guitar thing that I
Yeah.
did during the Ignite.
Oh,
This is so
God.
funny.
I actually made it, but when I went back, I was looking at your profile. I just found this video. Like, oh, how did we miss that? So I just remade it just almost like 5 minutes back, and then added it to
Oh,
the
I
stream.
love it, but it's
So
it's so
yeah,
weird.
you're looking at your pictures is always so weird, right? Like you
Yeah,
don't remember that you posted it, and when someone's like, "Hey, this one you posted," so next time you gotta be careful when you post.
yeah. And then now it stays in the internet.
Yeah. All right, and thank you so much for accepting the invitation. And how have you been? How is Singapore with COVID? How's weather over there? How's it?
Hey, thanks for inviting me as well.
Hmm.
I think Singapore is kind of normal-ish now. A bit. We're going back to normal. Currently, I'm going back to work like MWF, and then the other week will be TTH. So it depends.
Hmm.
And then yeah, it's social distancing still here, and then wearing a mask, and I'm not kind of normal. I don't know what's normal now, but yeah. So,
Yeah, it's okay. Like, yeah, it's
mm,
okay. You're going out. Yeah, it's okay. It's all about working from
mm,
home. Yeah. All right.
oh.
But I see you have a pretty cool background. What's in your background,
Oh,
Ange?
thanks. Oh, that one is
Yeah.
full of this toys and then books and then guitars.
You still like to play with toys?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just love watching it and then yeah, just leave it there.
I just hate people who just say animes are cartoons. I hate people.
No,
Yeah,
it's
there's
a
some
life
people.
lesson.
Yeah, I think most of the world has seen Doraemon a lot, so that's why I say it's like cartoons. But I know we Asians we understand more what's the
Mm.
difference between cartoons and anime. All right, and I won't take much of your time. I know we are already 10 minutes in your session, so feel free to go ahead and share your screen, and then you can go ahead and get started.
Thank you so much.
You want? Yep.
Yeah. Is
Slowly go.
yeah.
Yep, I see it. I
Okay.
added to the stream. Next 40, 45 or whatever minutes is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon. Thanks everyone for joining here. Hi, thank you so much for coming to today's session, and I hope you and your family is healthy and well during these unprecedented times. My name is Mary Angela Cerbolles, and an application analyst here in Singapore, and also a Microsoft MVP, and also I'm part of Microsoft Humans of IT Ambassador. So I love to read books during my free time and watch movies and anime. And also you can find me on Twitter, LinkedIn, and my blog by scanning the QR code below on this. So that's me. So today we are going to explore mixed reality and its component and power ups. And then we are going to explore the requirements needed to get started. And also we are going to create an app and explore some business case scenarios that we could apply the mixed reality in our application. So mixed reality has become a crucial part of our digital transformation. So it helps business visualize and interact with digital objects in the real world. We can easily view the products we order online, take measurements, and easily visualize them from our home or business area instead. So most of the current mobiles are augmented reality capability. So without the use of HoloLens or other AR wearable capability devices, we can experience augmented reality through our cell phones, and how we can build an application with mixed reality and use our phones to visualize the products and takes measurement. So to do that, Power Platform is a low-code platform, so we can easily build application, workflow automation, visualize data, and creating a bot with the use of Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents, and Power BI. So we can also easily infuse AI as well in our applications. As Power Platform has been rapidly growing, so one of the features that has been added and still in public preview is mixed reality. So it's still in public preview, so we recommend not to use it in your production application yet until it reaches to general availability. So there are four components that are available: view in 3D objects and 2D images, so view in MR, measure in MR, and view shapes in MR. So these three components, the view in MR, 2D, and 3D objects, so you can view 3D content and images in mixed reality. The view shape, it helps you view shapes by using its width, height, and depth properties in the mixed reality. Measure in MR, so it will take a measurement in the real world without the use of the measuring tape. And also view in 3D, it is a viewing a 3D content. So one of the business case scenarios is when I click this mixed reality button. This is using the measure NMR component. So it will open the live feed camera to take the measurement of these two glass cases as I want to change it to a bookshelf. So I just point the device from point A to point B, take the measurement in centimeter, and filter the available bookshelf from the measurements that I get. So I could view it in 3D objects. That's another component. And then also you can zoom in and zoom out and then view in MR components to visualize the object in the real world. And from there, I can take a photo from it. So this photo, you can send it to your customer or to your supplier for your an approval. So to build this mixed reality and power ups, so there are some requirements that we need uh, to check because it's still in public preview. So you might need to enable the mixed reality feature in each of your Canvas app. And then you need to have a mixed reality capable device, AR core capable device phones. And then the supported file type for the 3D objects is .glb file. And of course, your data source should be course compliant URLs. So you need to check the course compliance that you have, the settings that you have in your business area. So let's do some demo. So let me share my screen. Okay. So this one is our simple app. So this is just a simple app. So please ignore the UI and stuff. So here, so from here in your Power Apps, if you go here in the settings, unfortunately, I can't find the mixed reality um, in the preview features, but I need to check into what's the reason behind. Probably it's in the GA, but I'm not sure. But yeah, so usually it will go here in the mixed reality. It will see the uh, mixed reality settings here. And then from there, you will see the mixed reality under here in the insert category. So you will have here in the so you will have the view in MR, view shape in MR, measure in MR, and the view in 3D component is available under the media. So you will have here the view in 3D. So it's still in preview. Also, you could view it here in the left navigation. So you can see it here as well. Insert. You will see the mixed reality here, view in MR, view shape, measure, as well as the view in 3D. Now, to do that simple app, okay, so what I have here is this one is a measure in MR because I want to take a measurement using the length, and then get that measurement to filter the furniture list that I have, which my data source is this one, SharePoint. So I have here the list of all the furniture that is available in my store. Let's say I am a furniture store. And then this data here, um, I attach the .glb file. So I have here the 3D objects here. So each of the list item that I have an attachment, which is .glb. And then, so what I need to do here, so I just insert this measure in MR, and then the properties, as you will see here. So if you go here in advanced, and let me select that one. Okay. So the properties, so if you insert this one, you could change the display type to icon plus text, or text. So if you use the icon plus text, you can change the text here. Let's say take measurement. Let's say, yeah, I already have used the measurement. Take a measurement. Just just a sample one. And then for this demo, I'll just use the icon, but and then I make it smaller. And then the unit of measurement that I use is centimeters. So you could use feet, inches, and meters. And then the measurement type, you could use the area and volume, distance, and volume. So for this demo, I'm going to use the distance, and because and then I'm going to use the length properties later. And then I set the advanced on change, and under the advanced settings, I set the on change of this component. So I set a variable. Let me check it. Let me make it a bigger one. Okay, so I set a variable width in centimeter to a value of this one. Oh wait, sorry. Okay, so I set the variable width in centimeter to the value of first measurement, measure MR in MR component to the length. So I'm going to get that. So when I'm taking a measurement, so I will get the value of the measurement that I get from using this component. And then I'm going to save it to a variable said with centimeter. And then this within centimeter, I put it here in the label. It will display to me. It will display what is the centimeter that I get from using this component. And then so I use the text. So I set it to width in centimeter. And then I have here the browse catalog. The only thing that it does is it will navigate it to the second screen. So the second screen that I have here is a gallery. And then the gallery, the items here comes from a furniture list, which is the SharePoint list that I have here. And then the the fields that I have here is I use the price, description, title, and then the length, width, and centimeter. Length, width. I only use length and width because in my furniture list I have this width and then height. So I'm going to use it here to filter that out later. And then so if I navigate this one, it will open another screen. So if I select that gallery, it will open as a third screen. So what I have here, this one is a view in 3D component. So I insert it from here. So I use this one. And then the source for this one, because this is view in 3D is only a 3D. I need the 3D components for this one. So the 3D source for this one comes from the first gallery that selected that attachment value. So this one comes from this one, from this gallery. So if I select this one, the shelf to plane, or yeah, shelf to plane. So if I select this one, there is an attachment value, which is the 3D component, the 3D object of this item. So this is the source, and then I insert another gallery here so that it will display all the details of the second screen, the gallery one. So what I have here is the image, description, and the title. And then I have here the view in MR. This one is view in MR. So the properties for this one is, if I go here, okay, so the text is view in MR, and then the advanced. So the source is the first gallery that selected the attachment value. So the value for the source for this one is from the attached file of the items. And because I want to take photos or screenshots of the view and MR that I have in mixed reality. So and under on change, there is a properties in view and MR photos. So if it's blank or error, view and MR photos. So if it's empty, if it's blank, if it's not blank, I'm going to collect all the photos that I took using this view and MR component, and then collect it and put it in the photos collection. And so and then I insert another gallery, which is this one, and then the items is the photos that I collect from this view in MR. So that's how you build this one. So let's say you don't have any 3D objects and you want to use the 2D images. So instead of using this the source one, under the source, let's say you don't have the attached 3D objects. So you could use the image of the item. So you could use, we are going to use image, right? So shift enter. Oh, sorry. Shift enter. So I'm going to use first. Oh, sorry. I'm going to use gallery one. That selected that image. So instead of the 3D objects, that it will instead of 3D objects, uh, it will display an image into the real world. So it will look like this. If I switch to this one, so This one is using the, if I'm going to use the 3D objects, this is the one that I showed earlier. So it will take a measurement and then submit it, submit it, browse the catalog, so the available measurement that I get, and then it will view the 3D objects, and then and then in the view and MR, it will display the 3D objects that I shown a while ago in the view in 3D. So this one is a 3D objects. And then let's say you don't have the 3D objects. So here you could use an image. So this is the one that I mentioned a while ago. So this one is using an image instead of a 3D. So even though you don't have a 3D objects, you can still use an images. Let's say you don't want to have any images. You could use a shape to view. You could also use the shapes. So let's say if we go here, we are going to insert. Let's say you don't have. Wait, sorry. Okay. Let me zoom in. So we could place a shape here. So if you, so we are going to insert the view shape, place a cube. This property is the same as the measure in MR. So you could place, you could choose a text here. So let's say view shapes. And then display type, you could have the icon or icon plus text or text. So it depends on your preference. So let's say in my end, I'm going to use the icon plus text because they have the same icon. So it's gonna a bit confusing. And then let me try to fix that one. Okay, let me move it a bit. Okay, so the view shapes here. So under the shape width, height, and depth, so we are going to use the value from our SharePoint list. This is so we are going to use the under the width. Wait, oops, sorry. Width. Okay, shape depth. So we are going to use this item that with depth, and then under shape height, instead of one, we are going to use this item that height, and then width, we're going to say use it as well. Width. So using this properties, the shape, width, height, and width. So it will display the exact width, height, and depth of this furniture in the real world instead of using the 2D images, or I mean your images or your 3D object. So if we play this one, this is what it looks like. Okay, let me show. If we select this modern shelf, so if I place a cube, it will look like this one. So instead of 3D objects or images, so you will have a cube instead, or a rectangle. Now, I have another case that I play around, or you could also explore more about it. This one, I used the object detection. So I used the AI Builder object detection. And then what I have here is, if I play this one, if I have a toy, let's say I'm a toy store. I have a toy store, and then I want to see the exact the 3D objects of this image. I mean this image that I have. I have this toy that I want to see it online because I can't visualize it in a 2D image. So I want to see if there is an available 3D objects for this one. So what I have here, I use that uh, AI builder. So let me play this one. So if I select that one, so let's say I am a customer and I have these images like I want to see it in a 3D view. So I want to check if there is an available 3D objects for this one. So let's say I have this one. And now they have 3D objects. So I can appreciate this object. Okay. Yeah, the model takes longer. So just ignore for that one. Oops. So now I have the 3D object. Now I can appreciate this object. So let's say, I think I love this one because it's so detailed that other than the images that I have. So now I could use with this. I will buy this object. So it will easy for the users or the customers or the business users to visualize the things that they want. So isn't pretty cool? So what I have here actually is I have here I use this one, the SharePoint list. So I have the SharePoint list that I have here, and then I attach the 3D object of this toy, and then I use the model, the object detection model, and then I train this model until it will reach to the score of 100. I'm not sure why it's 100, but it's pretty cool that it reads the 100% confidence. And then in my Power Apps, so I just insert the object detection, which is here, insert AI builder. So I use a object detector. Please note that this is a premium connector. So yeah, you need to check your license. And so the properties for this one, I use the AI model, which is Katana collection. And then the collection, this is the one, the AI builder that I just trained. So I'm going to use this model. And then because the properties of the object model has a result and then tag ID. So I insert a gallery, and then in the gallery, the items here is the object detector dot result. So this one is the tag name and then the tag ID. So I did a tweak here. So I saved the name and the tag ID in my SharePoint list, this one. And then I insert another gallery here, which this gallery, what it does is it filter the product details, which is this one, the SharePoint list, and then I filter it out to a gallery that selected the tag ID, which is this one, and then the tag ID that I have in my SharePoint list. So you could use any data source that you have, but in my end, I use SharePoint for this one. And then because the view in 3D component, it is media, the attachment. It could be a media content or what's the proper term for that one? Wait, oh, forgot. As long as it has a media content, and the source should, if let's say it's a media content or attached content attachment, you always should have the a press, this one, a press, and then the data source. Oh, I mean, this one. So you should have this one, so that if you have this one, it means the view 3D component will run. So that's why I use the attached value from the SharePoint list. And then okay, so the source for this view 3D component, so I use this gallery 5, and then first gallery 5 that selected the attachment dot value. And then that's how I come up with this simple scenario. So my conclusion is, so it is easy um, how to build or create an application with mixed reality and power ups without the use of code. So it's just only easy breezy, and if you want to learn more about building mixed reality and power ups, so you could try and check this reference. And also, you could connect with me on Twitter and LinkedIn. Thank you so much.
All right, and that was great session. I really enjoyed it. And
Sorry, I don't have the HoloLens.
yes, next time you gotta bring that one.
Yeah.
next, next time we'll put on the session nine. If your session is on Power App reality, you need to have all of it. I really loved it. I love that everything that you made was really connected from measurement. You take a measurement, and you can find a particular whatever rack or whatever it is according to it. Then you can place it, and even if it's not a 3D model, you can have a shape or maybe an image too. So I really love that part, and I really love that you use the AI builder. And it's funny, it says unrealistically high. I don't know why they would say if it's ice, okay, give it a green. Why did you give it red? I don't know why they
Yeah.
did that. Quick question. What did you train your object? Did you, when you were the SWOT, right? The SWOT, did you create a custom model or did you give some image? How did it actually convert an image to 3D? Or was there a machine learning or something, anything like that?
No. First, I used the AI Builder connection.
Hmm.
AI Builder. So the AI Builder object detection is you have like 50 maximum of images, and then you need to
Hmm.
train it. So you just
Hmm.
upload it, and then you train the model, and then you tag the object one by one, and
Okay.
then you train, and then you publish it. And then after you publish it, you can use it in your Power Apps or your Power Automate.
Okay.
So
So you
that's
did that already, right?
yeah, I
Yeah.
did
Okay.
it because it might take times to tag like how many images.
Yeah, exactly. Training,
Mm.
tagging would take time. Uploading pictures is okay, but
Mm.
tagging might take a lot of time. So that's great. And I did see you did mention that the subscription needs to be premium, right? When when when
Next question for the license.
when I find only two license over there, and premium is like boo. It's kind
Yeah.
of, but it's worth it, right? It saves a lot of your time. Mike said
Yeah.
it has built all these custom models. Computation is very expensive. You get that all on the fly. Just need to go ahead and upload the images, and boom, that you are done. So, Ange, what else one can go ahead and do with it? This with this, I see this was a complete one. But as you work in this field full time, what other different kind of projects you see coming up in your team, or anything you'd like to share about that?
Well, actually, the mixed reality is just only out of my curiosity when
Okay, that's great.
it was in private preview, and then now it's in
Mm-hmm.
public preview. So I just kind of want to explore it more because of course, if you think about building a mixed reality using code, it's like, huh, can I do that? So it's like, so now if because it's now a low code no code in Power Up, it's like, huh, I can build now. I can say
Yeah.
like, oh, I built a mixed reality using the Power App. So it's kind of fun in a way. But yeah, so I guess the mixed reality in Power is for me. It's kind of because it will evolve in a way that it helps you visualize objects. Let's say if you're because currently with COVID
Mm-hmm.
you buy objects online, so it will easy for you to see that, oh, this one is good because
Yep.
you see that zoom in, you could zoom in, zoom out, and it will easily visualize then the 2D images.
Yeah.
And then
Yep. Go ahead.
okay, and also you can easily take a measurement where you're going to put the, let's say, like an IKEA. If you want to buy
Mm-hmm.
furniture, it will easy for you to visualize, oh, in this place I could put this sofa or bookshelf, or yeah, so it will be easy for you.
Yeah. Did you, I need to go ahead and get set some shelf for there.
Yeah, in your back.
Yeah. So I do definitely, and what you say that developing mixed reality apps are very challenging. All right. I remember when I used to write apps for HoloLens back in 2000, like 16, or maybe you had to build these UWP apps. There were simulators where you can go ahead and test your apps, but again, that was very very challenging, and we don't have the HoloLens.
Yeah.
Right. I somehow got my hand. There was a regional director who would just give it to me in here in India. So, and even at CSharpCorner office we had it. So I was pretty lucky with that. But yes, I definitely agree that that's pretty challenging to go and build. And with these power apps, it has really helped a lot. So I have also seen, and so people have go ahead and made also some of the games. Like they also go and create an what do you call it, Pokemon Go game kind of sort of,
Yeah.
right? I
With
see many.
Michelle.
So, but
That's
by the
so
way,
cool.
what time is it at your place?
Oh, today is I mean the time tonight today is 11:30.
Yeah, and I cannot
11:30
let
in the
you.
evening.
I know it's pretty late, but I cannot let you go because there's still no next speaker.
It's okay. What time is it in your sorry, I'm confused with the time zone and
But here
geographical.
it's still 9 p.m., so it's okay. So it's still 9.
Oh.
Yeah, we are
Mm.
2 hours, like 2 hours, 30 minutes ahead. But I
Oh.
think the conference will go for around 8 for 4 in the morning at my bed.
Oh, 4 in the AM in your area.
Yeah, that's a lot. I wish I was based out of US, but never mind.
It's
We do
okay.
all this US time.
I like what you're doing here. This is
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, it is
And it's
cool.
my first time here. And
At
it's
C
fun.
Sharp Corner.
It's kind of fun and terrifying at times.
No,
But
I think Angie, you have been doing a lot of these events, right? I follow you on Twitter and we're connected on LinkedIn. You do a lot of these events, and you recently spoke at this panel at MS Ignite. Why do you go ahead and talk about what was that panel about, and what did you guys discuss about it?
oh, we discussed about mixed reality and power ups as
Okay, yeah,
well.
I didn't knew that. Oops, yeah, that's the
So
important.
yeah, so it's more of like so what could be the best business case scenario, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then because but the other speaker talk about Dynamics 365 remote assist and guides and visualize. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so
That's cool.
mm,
That's cool.
mm.
Yeah, people do say that going live can be terrifying. Yeah, it
True.
doesn't it doesn't look like now. We're not at all terrifying. Okay, people do want to know: are you actually working on Hololens too?
No, I want to, but because it's not part of line of it's not my line of work. So
Mm-hmm.
buying it in my personal,
Yeah. So
it's
never
kind of
mind.
expensive.
So Mahesh, right? Mahesh is the founder of C Sharp Corner. He started C Sharp Corner back in 1999 when he was in his 20s. He's based out of Philadelphia, United States. So yeah, Mahesh had. I think I saw his tweet. He has Hololens too at his place. He recently bought one. So
Can
maybe
I
that's
borrow?
something. Yeah, we need a HoloLens over here. So thank you, and that was a really great session. Enjoyed hosting you. Anything last you want to plug in before we move to next session?
Oh, on March 18. Correct me if I'm wrong. March 18, we will do the Microsoft React with
Oh, he
same
says
as
yes, you
well.
can.
Yeah, same panel as well in the Microsoft Ignite. So I have Daniel, Christian, and Aditya and Shauna. So we'll
Mm-hmm.
do the Microsoft Reactor with Power Apps and mixed reality with Power Apps and Dynamics
Wow,
365.
that sounds pretty interesting. So just go ahead, guys, and follow Ange on Twitter. She goes by okay. She goes by
She goes by.
this. I need to go ahead and pull the link. This username, just go ahead and follow, and you can find all the latest upcomings and all she's doing for the community. And Ange, thank you so much for your time. I won't take much. I know it's pretty late at your place, 11:30. Thank you so much for all that you do for the community. As I said, really enjoyed hosting you, and we would love to have you back whenever you'll be available.
Okay.
And yeah, love your background. and your session.
just in my background.
Yeah.
I'll just turn it off. Thank you
All
so
right,
much for
and thank
having
you.
me.
All right,
I
bye.
had fun. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you too. Bye.
Bye.
Right, with that, we move to our next session. What an amazing session by and now we move to our next session. That's gonna be chatbot. Chatbot is very people are using chatbot a lot these days. Thank you everyone who is joining. Next session it's gonna be extend your chatbot and unlock your unlock the power. And the speaker, next speaker is, I hope I say her name right. I just hope. Uh, our next speaker is Maria Del Mar Lambi. Okay, I just messed it up. She is a Microsoft MVP. And if I go and read her bio, this is one of the most unique opening statements I have read. She says she breathed, innovate, design, and develop as a way of survival. If curiosity killed the cat, she thinks she would have no more lives left. What a creative opening statement for a bio. Let's go and invite our next speaker, that name. Hi, Maria. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Wow. Thank you, Simon. Thank you. I never had an introduction like this before. I'm honored, really.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I say that. How do you want me to address? There are four words in a name. What word should I actually choose?
No worries. So I always have this issue because these typical Spanish names, I don't know who invented that, but we have really long names. So I
Yeah.
always prefer to just cut it off, and Marliambi is the best way. Because
Marliambi.
otherwise I spent a lot of time saying my name,
All right. How where are you joining us actually? Spain?
Yes, I'm living from Spain. So currently here is 4:40 p.m. So it's quite good. We are in the afternoon, good weather. So I'm enjoying it. So I know that you are probably on night, so midnight
Yeah.
probably.
It's 9. It's 9, but it will go till 4 next day.
Okay, wow. So it's amazing when someone is taking part of these worldwide events. So handling with the multiple time zones is just something amazing.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation. Really excited. And how has actually your life been in Spain with respect to COVID and all? Is everything okay there?
Yeah, I mean, I think that every country is having their own issues, so we are fighting together. And honestly, I don't know if there is countries that they are solving or they are passing this situation better or not. We are just surviving as everyone else. So in Madrid, where I'm living right now, we have quite more freedom. So we can go outside. The lockdown was not strict as it was perhaps in Barcelona. So in Barcelona, it was amazing. They've been in a strict lockdown for several months. But yeah, I think that the people is getting used to. So I know that it's difficult to work from home, but this is what the situation is asking for us, guys. So we must stay at home, healthy, to avoid the risk, and yeah, that's all.
Yeah, stay at your home, use Power Apps, build chatbots. I won't take much of your time, Mark. Feel free to go ahead and share screen, and then you can go ahead and get started with your session.
Perfect. I'm going to share first one of my screens. I'm going to switch because I'm going to do the first part theoretical and the second part will be practical. And I always like to do everything from my laptop, what is in front of me, but I'm showing right now my second screen. So welcome to my session. So I'm pretty excited to be part of this C# Power Platform Power Platform Virtual Conference. So I don't want to sound repetitive, but it's always an honor to have the chance to spread my knowledge about Power Platform. So it's been hard, a tough time because of the pandemic. So working from home, I know that is something that could be tough, yes, indeed, but it's helping me to have enough time to invest not only developing with the Power Platform, but also to invest time participating in this kind of events. So thank you, Simon. So thank you, everyone who made that possible. You really made an amazing job putting a lot of speakers worldwide in a simpler way and arranging an amazing schedule. So thank you again. What I'm going to talk about today is about Power Virtualization, but not in no depth or a simple low-code perspective. I'm going to go deeper, and I'm going to show you how the pro devs are trying to handle the reality of the business cases and how the no dev and the pro dev profiles are meeting together using the Power Virtualizations. In this case, I'm going to talk about bot framework. I'm going to talk about skills, but let me first quick pass through my introduction because you guys did an amazing work. I've never had an introduction like this. So I think there is nothing left to introduce from myself. Just follow me on social media. I also have a blog, unfortunately it's in Spanish. Of course, there is Bing and Google to use as a translator. And also I'm a member of the Women for Technical Talks initiative. We try to put women from around the world, or Spanish-speaking women from around the world, and support them to participate in events like this as the speakers, to do the first steps in the speaker world. So I really love this initiative. I'm really having so much fun. And the second initiative, you can also follow us in social media, is the Power Quiz. It is in Spanish as well. And what we do is we hold a monthly competition quiz where people around the world, Spanish-speaking people around the world is competing to each other to win Amazon vouchers. So it is also amazing. I'm having so much fun, and I'm also one of the co-hosts. So going straight to the topic itself that I'm going to introduce to you today. I know that these kind of sessions sometimes could get a bit boring, so I always try to do something different. And I want to talk to you, as I say before, I'm going to introduce a theoretical part. So the half part of my session will be pure theoretical because it is neat. So I need to introduce to you what is a skill, how we develop a skill, but also because there are some prerequisites that we will need to fulfill, and also because there are some requirements that we'll need to meet. So that's why I always try to do something theoretical at the beginning, and then we will move to something practical. And because the theoretical part could be a bit boring, I always try to present it in a more dynamic way. So in this case, I'm going to introduce it like a video game. So I'm going to introduce you the main character of our video game. It is the Power Virtualization chatbot. What is a Power Virtualization chatbot? It is a character on the Power Platform video game platform that is capable to interact with people as a real agent, but in fact, it is an automated agent. So it is capable to maintain conversations with our employees, with our customers, but in fact, there is nobody behind. It is an artificial intelligence chatbot who is trying to handle the conversation and trying to solve the main need itself. So this main character is capable of many things, but is provided with two main and more important weapons. So these weapons are the integration with Microsoft Teams and other manual channels. So it means that with just a click, we can provide and we can deploy our Power Virtualization whenever we need. So we can deploy it on Teams, but we can also have our Power Virtualization integrated in our website, omnichannel, or whatever we will need. So the second weapon that our main character has is Power Automate. Power Automate is one of the childs of the Power Platform. I know that there were other sessions about it. And we use Power Automate, so we merge and we mix our powers to provide the ability to the Power Virtual Agent to automate actions on the background. So we are able to automate actions like sending emails, accessing to information, starting approvals, but we are also capable to access information across our organization. So whatever this information is and the Power Virtual Agent is allowed to access, we access this information using the Power Automate. However, this is not enough, because sometimes we'll face some special levels in our video game that our Power Virtual Agent won't be able to solve by itself. So on those secret levels, advanced levels, however you would like to call them, we will need some extra power. And for this, Microsoft provides to us the ability to connect our Power Virtual Agent with the real engine behind, that is the bot framework. Because as always in the Power Platform, there is always more powerful on behind. And in this case, on the Power Virtual Agent, we have bot framework, that is the chatbot developing framework that we have in Asia. So that's what Microsoft is providing to us, a way that we can enhance, improve our character, providing to him I will say improved weapons or even more powerful weapons, which could be these situations where we won't have enough with Power Automate and we will need to cover these scenarios with bot framework. For example, if we need to book a flight and we are providing the availability to book flights via our Power Virtual Agent, we will need to call an API. And to call an API is a premium connector within the Power Automate. And perhaps this is not something that we are meeting in our business case scenario. We will need a skill. I'm going to introduce the skills of bot framework to do that. Another situation could be a legacy system where we don't have access, and through a gateway, we will need that. So we can use something developed in Asia in order to achieve that. So how does it work? A skill is a small bot of bot framework that is capable to do actions. So it is a conversation flow that it has normally a main goal, a main objective. So we just use this skill in order to meet the requirement that we will need. So this skill is developed by a pro dev. Why? Because this is bot framework, and even there is a way, and I'm going to show to you an enhanced way to don't have so you don't have or you don't need coding skills. It is an enhanced way to do that. But the ability that is giving Microsoft is to develop a black box that is stored in Asia. And in any case, our node devs profiles, so our citizen developers, can integrate these black boxes in order to improve the character, our Power Virtual Agent. So almost all of the bot framework skills can be integrated with Power Virtual Agents. There are some restrictions, but they are quite just a few. Every time that we connect a skill with the Power Virtual Agent, we are just connecting as an action. And this is a recommendation. Even a skill could be a whole topic itself. I recommend to keep it as simple as possible. So if you need a functionality that you can achieve via Power Platform, then develop this black box, but keep this black box as simple as possible. Otherwise, you are losing control of the whole flow conversation, and the citizen developer will not have the clear perception of what is happening on this black box. Also, because we have some scenarios that an API management could be solved, or because there are some flows that we are developing on behind that they are capable enough to solve our scenarios. Keep in mind that from time to time we are having too many flows on our system, and perhaps these flows yeah, they are capable to solve our problems, so they meet the requirements, but these flows are quite complex to maintain. So please move that to a skill. A skill is better. Skill will be better and also will be more understandable to be maintained. And also we isolate the developing stuff than the real designing. So we are isolating what is the developing phase in our chatbot and the design phase in our chatbot. Also because there's something amazing that you can achieve with the skills that we are still not capable to do with Power Virtualization is that we can send images, videos, adaptive cards, and this is something that will still take time with Power Virtualization. So go ahead and try to create the skills with bot framework and to integrate that. So what I'm going to show you right now is just a few limitations that we'll have. I will explain to you. I'm not going to explain how a skill is developed. I think that it is something pure of bot framework. So this is not a bot framework session. What I'm going to show you is a demo skill that Microsoft has published on the skill GitHub. I'm going to show you how to integrate it with Power Virtualization because the documentation is good from Microsoft, but it's not good enough. So there are quite things that you must take into account, and I will be happy to explain it to you. And honestly, it would have been great if someone previously could solve me and could have explained to me, because you will see that there are few things, but these things are the key. And I'm going to show you that. So I'm going to show you how to deploy a skill on Azure and how to integrate it with Power Virtualization. And I'm going to introduce you the Bot Framework Composer. The Bot Framework Composer is the middle term between ProDep and NoDep. So I'm going to introduce you a new tool that for sure will be your next best friend. Okay, let's go ahead and I continue with this skills capability that we have in Power Virtualization. And this skills capability have some requirements or pre-requirements that we must meet. So the first one, of course, I need an Azure subscription. It sounds trivial, but it doesn't. So many of our customers doesn't have Azure subscription because they work purely in the Microsoft modern workplace scenarios in the tenant. So take into account that if you want to develop a skill, you must need an Azure subscription. Second, that you will need Bot Framework SDK 4.7 minimum. I know that we have even higher, but minimum 4.7. And important, the skill cannot have input arrays as input or output. Why this is a big thing that you must be aware of? Because it is so typical in the skills to have output, to have arrays as outputs. When we just figure out when we do an API call and we receive a response, a JSON, and this JSON is an array of objects that could be weather predictions, flights, available receipts, whatever, it is always an array. So be aware of that we cannot have as an inputs and outputs of our skill, we can have arrays. So the next thing is that the manifest version, the proved manifest version that is working is the 2.0. I know that we already have the 2.1, but you might go into an errors if you are working with the 2.1, because there are some options that Power Virtualization is still not happy to deal with. So I don't recommend you to try it. Keep it simple, 2.0. And the last thing, the bot composer skills are good. So I'm going to show you that there is a way to create skills using the bot composer. However, they are not 100% support. And that's a big sign in front of the integration. What does it mean? I can develop Q&As, I can develop Louis Recognizer using my bot framework skills via Visual Studio. Okay, so coding, I can do it. I can publish it in Azure, and this will, with no doubt, will work in Power Virtualization. So perfect. The problem is that if you do that using the bot framework composer, that this is the middle term, as I explained to you. I'm going to show it to you. Between the ProDep and the NoDep, you will run into some limitations. And these are the Q&A and the Luis recognizer and other recognizers that are provided with within the composer. Why? I have no clue, honestly, because it does not make sense. But I don't know, somehow the composer is deploying the services that the Power Virtualization is still not capable to handle. So if you want to go with Luis or you want to go with Q&A, just keep it in the coding way. So I will show it to you, Visual Studio. If not, feel free to go ahead with Bot Composer. And something important before to go to action and show to you how to do it, I really want to thank Arafat Tassin. He is an AI MVP, and he was someone who 1 year ago, when Microsoft announced the availability of skills for Power Virtualization, he was one of the MVPs who raised the hand and say, okay, that's perfect, but you write down no documentation about it. So he struggled with everything, and he tried to help the people via forums, via blog, to deal with all of the problems that you will see you could face with the manifest. So thank you, Rafat. Without you, I think that the bot developers couldn't be ready right now to work with Power Virtualization. So thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to move to my Visual Studio to show you the first case. And for that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to stop the presentation. I'm going to open that. And now, yes, I'm going to share. I'm going to move you here, otherwise I can't see you. Perfect. And now what you're seeing is my Visual Studio. So first approach. I am a bot framework developer. I have developed a skill. In this case, it is a skill that recommends to me playlists within Spotify. Perfect. So this skill, it is also available on the Microsoft GitHub. It is quite different, but a copy of this skill or a version of this skill, it is available. So please feel free to go to GitHub, to go to the bot framework components library that Microsoft has published in GitHub. And here you will find a lot of skills, code using C#, and try to download these skills and try to publish them to Asia. This is one of the recommendations that I can give you if you are not familiar enough with bot framework. Okay, so one thing that I need to take into account is there are two important files that I need to deal with. One is the manifest, and the second is the app settings. These two files, just look for them. These will be the important ones. So I'm going to move to Asia, and I'm going to show you how a typical, how will be the typical journey to publish this skill. So I'm going to create a resource group. I already have some resource groups, right? Yes. So I'm going to create a resource group or reuse one. So I can create just one. In this case, I'm going to reuse it. And within this resource, what I will need to create is an app web bot. Let me see if I can create it. If not, I will directly create a resource. Perfect. There are two different resources in terms of bot framework. We have the web app bot and we have the bot channel registration. Which are the difference between these two? The web app bot is to host the whole bot configuration and files and everything. So once you publish the bot there, you can access the bot outside from any portal or any access that you might have. The bot channels registration is something different. So you have your own bot hosted anywhere, even if in your computer. And then what you are doing is just a registration, a public registration via Asia in order to have this bot available to be connected with any service that you might have. So be aware of that these two different apps are different, of course, and be aware which one you will need. So in this case, I'm going to create a web app bot. Let's call it C#. Bot power, I don't know. So I'm going to create it within my subscription, and I'm going to choose one of the resource groups. In this case, whatever, I'm going to choose the bots apps. And yes, this is it will deploy to me a simple echo bot, whatever. I'm going to republish my bot, so I don't care. Okay, perfect. 1K premium messages, application insights, I really don't need them. And it will automatically create my app and my password. Perfect. So what we are doing right now is providing a bot resource. It will take a while. So once we have created, we will move, first of all, we will need the URL where this resource is published, and we will need the app. This is something that we will need to configure the manifest. And after that, I will need the app ID again. I will need the secret app ID. And I will need something important in this case that will be the Power Virtualization ID. So let me check if that has been created. I don't know within which one I have created. I think bots one. It will take a while, right? Yes. So let's wait. Just likely it won't take so long. Perfect. Thank you. So once I have this resource, within this resource, what I have is the configuration. Here I have the app ID, and something important is this URL. This URL, you must put it on your manifest. So I come back here, I select within the endpoint, I select the API messages URL, and I will need the app ID. For do that, I go to manage, because this is something that you will need manually to do. The first thing is because I can get the secret ID, I want to create a new one. So I copy that, I come back to my Visual Studio, I go to the app settings, and where it says secret or password app, I set that one. And the next thing I'm going to do is moving to branding. Something that you must take into account is that when you are publishing a bot within an Azure resource, you must fulfill this. Otherwise, it will work, but Power Virtualization won't be capable to call your bot. So here, what you will need the URL of your bot. So which is the URL, that is the URL where my bot is stored. So I'm going to put that. And here you can just write down any website that could meet the requirements. So I'm going to save that. And the last thing, last but not least, of course, I'm going to overview and I'm going to copy the application ID. Once I copy the application ID, I need to replace it in two sites. One here and the second one on the app settings. Perfect. And I just save it. Once I want to publish, I go back here, and with a right click, I go to publish. I apologize because perhaps this is shown, yeah, it is shown in Spanish, but I want to translate every step. So I click to initiate, I select Asia, I click to next, and then I select Asia App Service, I click to next, I select my subscription, I select the group of resources, I don't remember, here. I select the bot subs resource, and then I select where I know that my bot is going to be stored and where I'm linking, in which resource I'm linking my skill with. Once I finish, I can just click publish. I'm not going to publish because it takes quite a long. It is deploying all the packages. So that's not the important part here, because this won't work without a second step. Once we have configured our Azure resource, we must be aware of that now this bot is published in Asia. Perfect, it will work, but we need somehow to link it with Power Virtual Agent. So now I'm going to the Power Virtual Agent that I have created. This is a simple test bot. I even didn't change, right? Yes, I even didn't change any of the topics, and I moved to skills. Once I move to skills, I need to copy the ID of the bot. This is something important because otherwise this won't work. Even if you have here an asterisk saying, yeah, everyone can call this bot and everyone can use it, you must specify the Power Virtual Agent. Otherwise, the Power Virtual Agent won't recognize this app as allowed. So take it into account. And the second thing that we will need to do is when we add the skill, and this is something that I'm going to show you apart. So in the second scenario, I will need to provide the skill manifest. The skill manifest, normally, if you are coding, so if you are working with bot framework directly, you will find it if you go here, you just copy the URL, and this will be manifest in singular because by default, the structure of bot framework, it is in singular. And then, so the manifest that you would like to use, the manifest 1.0, 1.1, or 2.1 if you have it. So just the manifest, I don't know, the name that you might have, JSON, and then boom, next. And that's all if you're working from Visual Studio. Of course, every change that you might do here, remember always to publish it with the lower color, otherwise the Power Virtual Agent won't recognize the bot as allowed. So that's one approach, which are the pros and the contras. Pros, you have more control of everything that is happening. You have more control of the configuration itself. Of course, the contras, you must know how to develop in bot framework. And that is something that I understand that someone that is moving through the journey from a no dep and is converting itself or herself or himself, sorry, to a pro dep, it is an stupa to must start learning bot framework. For that journey and for that approach, Microsoft start with the bot composer. Second scenario that I'm going to show you. So I close everything and I open my bot framework composer. What is bot framework composer? If you are familiar with Power Automate, if you are familiar with Power Virtual Agent, so if you are familiar with the flow structure itself, so with the flow chart, if you have the feeling that you can deal with most all of the expressions of Power Automate, if you have the feeling that even if you are not a pro dep, you feel yourself comfortable with the whole low code, I will say that there is in the Power Platform, I really encourage you to try out Bot Framework Composer. You just download it from Microsoft website. It's completely free. You don't need a license at all till you want to publish the bot. So what I'm going to show you right now is from zero to the end, how we create a skill with Bot Framework Composer and how we publish it in Power Virtual Agent. One scenario that I'm going to cover is something that I already introduced to you. We are not allowed with Power Virtual Agent to send to our end user adaptive cars. And I think that this is a must nowadays because, if you want to interact, if you want to provide an enhanced experience for your user, an adaptive card is a must go. So I think that this is a scenario that, again, even if you have no idea of artificial intelligence, you never dealt with Luis, I will encourage you to start with this scenario. So no words, I will go ahead. I know that I really like to explain everything, sorry. There are times that I don't know how to find my words, and there are times that I'm explaining myself too much, I know. I'm going to create a new bot, and in this case, I'm going to create it from a template, from the Responding with Cards template. Once I create it, this will be my skill that will show adaptive cars. This is how my skill will look like, and this skill, as a coding skill could be, will be stored on my computer. Okay, so I click OK. And one thing that is providing Composer to us is an already predefined structure of our skill. So what is doing this skill? What is doing is printing adaptive cars. So next thing, because I think I'm running in time for the first time in my life, I'm not wasting time. One thing I want to show you. Okay, I'm developing a bot, I'm using the bot framework Composer because I feel confident enough, but I don't want to publish the bot till I can test it. And for that, we have the bot framework emulator. So I think that there are only one emulator installed in this computer. Yeah. So I have the bot framework emulator where I can test my bot from the Composer, even from Visual Studio. I didn't test it, but this will work again. And I can directly start the bot, and then I will show you what this skill does. So I click to starting bot. It takes a while to deploy the bot on the emulator. And this is a good way if you are not confident enough if the whole scenario is working. So please first test it and then deploy it. It's asking me for permission. I'm going to allow it. And it says that is running. No, you don't have to install any update. And I'm going to click test in emulator now. No, again. So what I'm doing right now is testing the skill itself. So the skill, it has a welcome message. So once I post any message that the user is posting, the skill has already a list of options that the user can choose within. So I can choose which kind of adaptive car I want to see. So anytime I post a message, it shows up the options again. And what it's doing is simple showing the multiple, adaptive cars options that we have. Simple skill, honestly. Okay, I'm going to stop testing and stop the bot itself. Otherwise, if you don't stop it, you can publish it. Take it into account. And once I publish it, I'm going to do some arrangements. Why? And that's something that you must take into account if it's your first experience with bot framework. When you work with Power Automate, you call the flow, and once the flow has finished, the action finished, and the next step of the flow chart of the Power Virtualization continues. If you're working with Power with a skill from bot framework, this skill could take as long as you want. So this skill could have as many sub-actions, multiple branches, and even subtopics as you want, till you decide that the skill stops executing. And this is something that, as you saw, this skill is just running all time. So every time I post something, the skill is showing up the options again. I have to choose an option, then it's showing up the options again. So somehow I want to provide the availability to the user to stop it. And it will be a good chance to show you that this is easier as you may expect. So these are the options that we have. We can see all the cards. We can see video cards, login adaptive cards. And I'm going to show another option that is just finish. This option will allow to the user to stop this non-ending looping. And I'm going to inform to the looping itself, to the switch options itself, that there is a new option. This is the finish option. And once I introduce this new option, let me see if it has. Oh, I didn't, right? Yes. Exactly. And once I introduce this new option, a new branch is created. And what I'm going to do is, whenever the user selects the option finish, just stop the skill. Stop the skill and come back to wherever or whoever called you, in this case, the Power Virtual Agent. And that is something that please be aware of. If you are creating skills, the music skill had the same problem, so there is an end dialogue. Always when you develop a skill, you must have an end dialogue, otherwise it will execute with non-ending, as a non-ending loop. Okay, so we have our configuration, and next thing I'm going to do is to publish. To publish, I could publish it in a already created Asia, as I did before, but I'm going to show you how to create an Asia resource from here, from the Composer, so you don't have to do it from the Asia dashboard. So I don't know, I'm going to call it Power Tenant Profile. I'm not so... I don't have so much imagination, honestly. I'm quite simple. And then it asked me which kind of profile, publishing profile is that. There is an option that is to publish directly from Power Virtual Agent. Honestly, I know that from Power Virtual Agent, you can open the Composer. It allows us to create a skill. But then if you try to publish it, I really try it out, honestly, and I put a lot of efforts. I know that there is not so much people in the world trying this, so we are still facing some configuration problems. Perhaps this is still on preview, but let's keep it simple, and we are going to create a web app again. Do you remember, as we did before, directly from the Asia board? So I'm going to create a new one. It asked me the subscription. You can see the main differences here. And now I'm going to create a new subscription within my Asia, a new resource within my Asia. It says me that it already exists, version 2. Okay, and now the locations, I don't care because I really not going to use any Luis or Q&A. And be aware of that optionally, and predefine it, it selects multiple and optional applications that will be deployed on behind in parallel, but we don't need them for this simple case of use. So, use case, sorry. I click done. It is creating the Asia resource, and because I'm already logged in using my Asia profile, is everything doing on behind, so I don't have to do anything by myself. So once this, because I have already reached the maximum. Let me try it again. Yes, perhaps I have created too many. But it is still here. Okay, let me remove one, because honestly I don't need so many. But there are so many skills that I have created by myself, and this is just an Asia Tenant subscription. I hope this will allow me to publish the bot, the skill itself. Okay, so it's being deleted. I'm going to close the emulator and coming back here. Okay, so once I have done that, the next step I'm going to do is, do you remember that I need the app ID, the secret ID? Do you remember that we did it on Visual Studio? So on the Visual Studio scenario, we have to repeat it again. So that is something that is not pre-filled by default, so you have to do it. And you must be aware of that, so it's not everything so easy. Okay, I see that it could not create the profile. It always let me publish it. I'm going to delete the original one because it could not create. We are still on time, so I'm not worried. I'm going to delete that. It's always the same. You must pay. Okay, so I think it will be enough. Is deleting the resource, and I think that we can go ahead. So I'm going to create a Power Tenant profile. I need a web app resource inside. I'm going to create a new Asia resource because I don't want to mix the resources for every demo I do. This will be the C# demo skill, whatever you would like to know better in terms of distance. I'm going to unselect everything, so no pain, and I'm going to creating done. Hopefully it will allow me to create the resource, hopefully. Otherwise, I will need to reuse the old one. Come on. So the next step, as I was saying, is we need to configure the public URL again, and we need the app ID and the secret app ID in order to configure the bot, because this is something that by default isn't done, is not done. So yes. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new manifest. Remember, we will stay on the 2.0 manifest. This will be the version 1.0. The publisher name will be Power Tenant. And I'm going to next. The endpoints. This is something that please be aware of. This is by default. You must always create a default. Here we can put the description, show multiple adaptive cards. This is the endpoint that our chatbot has. And yes, perfect. We will need the SharePoint URL. We will need the endpoint URL. To do that, I come back to the resources. Hopefully, we have the new resource here. Yes. Into this resource, we have our C# resource. And within this C# resource, I have my URL. And this is the messaging URL endpoint that I must establish here. The next thing I need is the app ID. So I come back here, I go to configuration, I go to manage. And first thing I'm going to do is go to overview and to copy the app ID. So again, this is something that we have to do, and I will take that because I will need it. I will need the URL where my resource is stored. So I'm going to click next. I'm going to publish the skill itself. I'm going to publish a simple skill that I have, and I'm going to create save. And please don't have a long manifest, otherwise it will be difficult for you to remember which was the name. So just keep it manifest 2.0. And now you don't allow me to put, okay, so then just skill manifest together and save. So once we have created that, I come back to my resource. I go to branding. Remember, we have to fill these fields. So HTTPS, portal.office.com, HTTPS, sorry. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to save it. And important, I will need the secret. So I'm going to create a new secret and copy it. And next thing I will need to do is I go back to my manifest. I can edit the manifest still. I go to next, yes, generate. And everything that I have here is the manifest itself that it will work. So please be aware of that everything is correct. In this case, we have our endpoints. We have, if we could have some activities, some other outputs, inputs. In this case, is quite simple. So we have everything, and this is the skill manifest. Perfect. Next thing I'm going to do is I need somehow to provide the ability to call this skill from Power Virtualization. So as you remember, we have these allowed colors that we must fill. So I come back to my Power Virtualization, I copy the ID, I come back here, and between these brackets, I insert the ID, and it's automatically saved. I don't have to do anything. And important, now what I have to do, hopefully I didn't miss anything, I have to publish the bot in order to make it available. So the configuration of the skill itself will be available for anyone, in this case for Power Virtual Agent, to be called. So cross your fingers, I hope it works. And in these 5 minutes left I have, the next thing I will do is to come back here and add the skill. So I just copy the URL, sorry. I come back here, I had the URL. And in this case, if you are using the Bot Framework Composer, the manifest will be on manifest and will be on a skill manifest.json. So is it still publishing the bot? Sometimes it takes too long. Come on. I hopefully will. Yes, perfect. Let's see if it's working. I think it was skill manifest. Yeah, perhaps this is still not published. Okay, let me check again. The publish was done. We have the manifest itself. I just want skill manifest.json, right? So what I'm going to do is to see if I can access to the manifest skill manifest.json. Okay, so the resource has been published, but it seems that it's being still published. It could take a while. Yeah, this is the demo. How would you say it? Is the demo experience. Sometimes it works. Sometimes, yeah, this is the on live situations. Now, perfect. So now that is live, now I can try again. And hopefully it will work. And I will show you how to call the skill. Oh my God. Actions are missing. Yeah, perhaps there is something. I still have time. Come on, Mar. Just take a look. If not, there is another way. Edit, Power Tenant. There is a default. Yes. Perhaps because I missed to generate it. Next. Yes. And to publish it. Okay. In between, I'm going to share with you some thoughts about it. Okay, so in this case, there is a good chance to improve our Power Virtual Agent. There is still some issues with the manifest itself. So anytime that you are doing that and you are having these errors from Power Virtual Agent, look at the documentation of Microsoft and look for the error. Otherwise, the errors itself are really difficult to understand. So my recommendation is to do that. And you can call after that let me see if it published. No, it's taking too long. I am really sorry because I know that there is a next session, but I'm just introducing to you. So what you will need to do is go directly with the topics, and instead of calling a Power Automate action, you will have the viability, so it will appear here. I am really sorry because it took too longer. It will appear to you the skills that you have deployed. And at any time, you can add the action within your conversation. Be aware of the end dialog status, so be aware of when the skill starts and when the skill finishes. And that's all, Simon. I'm really sorry because it took too longer. It seems that it is finished published, but it is taking too longer, so go ahead and just cut me off. I know that you must continue. Yay! So as I told you, once you have the skill, come on. It will be ready to be used to any Power Virtual agent. So you can add as many Power Virtual agent, as many allowed callers as you want. So that's the good point here. You don't have to recreate the flow. You know that if the boards are in different solutions, you must recreate the flows and it will populate too many flows. So in this case, the skill is unique and you just need to call it from here. So here you have your skill. You just need to close that, and I don't know, this is just a simple case, so store hours to trigger this conversation. And once you trigger the skill will start working, will show you the options, and bam, you will have the availability to, in this case, to show any adaptive card. And that's not possible, as I mentioned, that's not possible. And in any case, you can continue triggering the action till you decide to finish the skill, and then the Power Virtual agent continues. Woo! On time. So that's all for today. Simon, you can cut me off. I'm over.
Yeah, finally it worked. I thought it may not work, but glad it worked, Mark. But I would suggest please go ahead and grab a glass of water, because in the last 15 minutes you have not taken even a single second break, and you have been speaking so continuously. What a great session! Really enjoyed, and I'm 100% sure everyone who is watching and people who will watch the archive session will definitely get to learn a lot from your session. I think you covered the entire offerings and the entire ecosystem, gave demos for both the options available. Really loved it. Quick questions, Mark. I did see you added in the simulator. You tested it. What are the different channels one can go ahead and deploy their bots?
So in this case of the bot framework, so if you are managing, in case of the Power Virtual agent, you can post it on Teams, on any website that you might have. This is just a JavaScript iframe. So you can post it on Facebook, on Telegram. And the same you can do with bot framework, because the channels connection, it is provided by bot framework. And these skills can be used, connected to any Google Home that you might have, any Alexa that you might have. But in these cases, we are talking about language skills and speaking skills. But for Power Virtual agent, be aware of that this must be written, so handwritten skills. So we are always talking about something visual and something about messages that must be written down. So that's important.
All right, we have some of your fellow MVPs coming up. So he's
Hi,
also
girl.
speaker. He's also going to speak tomorrow. So great, really loved your session. And I see you did mention in the beginning of the session you co-host on other quiz or whatever that event is, that community event. If you need any support from CSharpCorner, as you say, you give Amazon vouchers. If you want to go ahead to, if CSharpCorner can help in any way, we would love to do that. And thank you so much for all that you do for the community. And thanks once again for accepting the invitation. And yeah, any last thing to plug in before we move to the next session?
Thank you so much.
All right, Maria Del Mar Liambi, thank you so much.
Have a nice event, guys. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Okay, with an amazing session, we now move to our next session. It's by Benny. He's going to talk about keeping up with your Power BI tenant administrations. And Benny is Microsoft MVP, and he's a senior data insight consultant with sole focus on Microsoft data platform stack. Loving almost every day of it, he's fascinated by the value of data, sometimes by the lack of awareness, and intrigued by the endless possibilities whilst discovering new ways of looking at data. Really excited to see the next session. So let's go and invite the next speaker, Ben. Hi, Benny. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Thank you, Simon. That was a lovely, lovely introduction video, by the way. I'm really pleased with it.
Thank you so much. And we really appreciate for you the accepting the invitation, and thank you so much. And I see you're a Microsoft MEP, which means you really contribute a lot to the community apart from your day-to-day work time. So thank you so much for all that you do for the community. We really appreciate that. And by the way, from which location you're joining us today?
I am in the office today, so I'm in Contig, which is pretty much a bit south of Antwerp. So that's Belgium. Yeah.
Okay. That's great. I think so. The things are okay in Belgium. Is it like you're going to office, so all good?
No, things are getting better. I just for things like presentations, etc. I still prefer to go to the office because I have some loose cannons at home, which I can't always control.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just better to come to the office to keep things a bit more clean. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. So these power issues and technical issues are always there. It does happen with everyone. Benny, I won't take much of your time, right? So feel free to go ahead and share your screen, and then you can go ahead and get started with your session.
Yep. Thank you. So, yes, the screen should be up.
I see it now. Everyone can see your screen. Right. Next 45-50 minutes is all yours.
Okay. So thank you, Simon. Thank you for having me. Let's get started with keeping up with your Power BI tenant administration. It is a topic that has a lot of things to cover about. It is a topic that I can't tell everything about in these 45 minutes that I have with you. So myself, my name is Benny de Jager, as I briefly mentioned before, and as Simon mentioned as well during the introduction. And sometimes when I do have some spare time, I am one of the co-leaders for datamines.be, which is a data and AI user group in Belgium, and we do all sorts of stuff. If you want to find me on any of the social channels, you can find me on Twitter, on LinkedIn, Sessionize, etc. As Simon also mentioned, I am a data platform MVP, which means I focus a bit on things like Power BI, but also more of the enterprise data stuff as well on the other side of the spectrum. That said, let's dive in. Tenant admins, the ones that I usually encounter, they're mostly appointed by some sort of accident. So they are something that I like to call an accidental tenant admin, meaning that they didn't get out of bed in the morning and said, today I am going to be a Power BI tenant administrator. It is also the fact that usually a dedicated Power BI admin is something that is not always that common. They usually have some other hats to wear, like being a database administrator or a global administrator for Office 365. And it is something that you pretty much rarely see unless you're working with the bigger corporations that have a very, very high workload on Power BI itself. Most of the tenant admins that I run into, they're actually appointed by association. So as I mentioned, accidental tenant admins, and it is when they're saying like, well, you're the one doing the SQL things, or you're the one doing Tableau or reporting services. So you're the Power BI admin as of now, which means that Power BI in the early beginnings of the product, right now it's about 5 years old, which means that in the early beginnings of the product, a lot of the things we tried to do were based on trial and edit. There wasn't a lot of documentation on all of the things that we were trying to do. And well, the product had to mature itself as well. But over the course of these 5 years, we've noticed that the maturity in both community resources, Microsoft's resources, and the enterprises and clients that we see, that the maturity has risen exponentially as well, which is a really good thing. We're getting better at it. The third thing is Power BI is a moving target, meaning things keep popping up pretty much on a weekly basis. You've got updates coming to desktop, to the service, to the APIs, to Power BI Report Builder. There's updates coming out every single week. So it is impossible to keep up to date with all of these different things. And I often get people telling me to say that, well, Power BI is just a data visualization tool. What's the big fuzz about it? Then the one thing that I do actually show them is this little diagram. And it is intended mainly at being overwhelming in this PowerPoint right now, but it is something that is created by Melissa Coates, who's an MVP from the United States, and she has this thing called the Power BI end-to-end diagram, which means she lays out every single component that is related to the Power BI ecosystem. The thing is, this was designed on January 4th, and it is already outdated. So Melissa is working on a new version. It's going to come up anytime soon, but that means there's going to be even more things added to this diagram. So that means that Power BI is a very, very extensive tool. Thus, moving target is grossly understating it. But what does a tenant admin actually do? And the thing is that I often when I talk to end users, they just say, well, admins, they just say no to everything. They just ignore all requests and they say no. Well, it is not necessarily the case, because in my opinion, a tenant admin should strive forward to empower and enable a data culture in an organization. They need to enable users so that they can actually use that data and build awesome things with it. Because if it's those end users building awesome things with it, the organization as a whole will move forward for the better. So it is not simply the process of restricting and disabling features, but it is making sure that if they restrict something or if they disable something, it has to mean that policies and processes and people need to be in place to handle incoming requests and to make sure that everyone can do their thing, that they can keep working on those awesome data projects, because that is the key. Meaning, a tenant admin should strive to empower and enable data culture in the organization, but they cannot do it alone. It is a team effort, and that is the least you can say about this. It has to be an organizational thing to move forward. But what does a tenant admin actually do? Well, in my opinion, they do nothing short of pure magic. So magic, that is the thing that I think tenant admins do, because they have a lot of hats to wear, they have a lot of things to do, and they have a lot of things to keep in mind. So some of the things that tenant admins should be doing is, well, they have to look for data management, for data governance, for security and compliance. They have to make sure that data is in place. They make sure that the data is there, that the data can be there, and that people that need to access that data can actually access the data. They need to do change management. What if a new feature rolls out? What if Microsoft decides to change the user interface for Power BI again for the second time in a year? These are all features that need to be introduced and that need to be handled properly for changes in the organization. Desktop as well is one of the most important features of change management. A new version rolls out every month, and every month has so many of these good new features that end users pretty much want to start using them as soon as possible. They have to integrate with different products as well. They have to make sure that if there's, for instance, something like Tableau that needs to use Power BI datasets through the XML endpoint, they have to set up these integrations with other products. If, for instance, they need to be looking at a data catalog solution like Colibra or Atacama or Azure Purview, they have to set up these integrations as well, or at least talk to different people on how to do it. But also, tenant admins usually are also a glorified help desk for Power BI questions. People come with questions to tenant admins for a lot of different things. And maybe that's also one of the reasons why people think that they just say no to everything, because they get overwhelmed with so many questions. So I think that most importantly, tenant admins do magic, period. So if someone comes up to me and says, well, Penny, I have an issue with, let's say something with data flows, for instance. My first reflex is to go look at what actually is the service health, meaning, are there any issues with Power BI or any Azure components, so that I can exclude this and then go further down the chain to look at different things that I may need to be looking into. So to make sure that I can actually see if there are issues with service health, I have three main things that I can look at. First one being the Power BI service, the Power BI support page, because the Power BI support page is the main go-to aspect to see if there is any issues on the Power BI service itself, because they log if there is degradations or plain old outages, and what the root causes are and what we may need to be doing to have workarounds, etc. So this helps me a lot to look at these things and to get a good overview. And the thing is as well is that it's not just Power BI. Usually it's a whole ecosystem of different things that are located in our products, in our data, in our architecture. So we have to look at Azure status diagrams as well, meaning there are different things that can be running. There are different regions we could have these services running in. So we have to make sure that we can get an overview of these as well. So Azure status is what helps me to do this. But most importantly, for me personally, is the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, because this is tailored to my specific tenant. And tailored to my specific tenant, I can have the overview of all the different things that I have inside of my tenant, what the issues were. It shows me a history log as well of things that have been there, things that are still currently ongoing, to make sure that I can get that overview. That's what makes it really important for me, to get that overview as well. But let me briefly show a few of these to you as well. So if all is well, there's my browser. I have this Power BI support page. So it is just simply powerbi.microsoft.com/support, and it gives you the overview that I just discussed with you as well. It is nothing too fancy about this. It is just browse to the site and make sure you get there as well. Really easy, because it does give you that overview that we really want to be using as well. Other than that, I have the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. So if I just log into admin.microsoft.com, make sure that I'm logged into my credentials, I get over to the home page, and then I want to make sure that I can get to my health page, because that's the one that I actually want to be seen. So health and then service health, which means that I can actually look at all the different components that I have inside of my tenant that are currently ongoing, and all the different statuses that they have. So for instance, right now, I potentially have one potential minor issue with SharePoint Online that I may need to be looking at as well, because potentially my users are storing data on SharePoint Online, and potentially it could be something that can impact my Power BI users. So two simple things to just exclude some issues when you need to go looking into things. But there are, of course, multiple things that we do need to keep in mind when we're looking at this Power BI tenant administration. So for me, the activity log is the key, is the center to pretty much all I do when it comes down to tenant administration, and when I need to make decisions on certain artifacts, on certain settings, etc. The activity log is the basis for everything that I need to make these decisions on. The activity log was introduced in December 2019 as an alternative to the Office 365 audit log. The main reason why this was called into life is that the Office 365 audit log required to have at least viewer privileges or something higher on the Exchange Online Security and Compliance Center, which potentially gave some big issues in organizations where it wasn't always useful, it wasn't always possible to get these privileges assigned, which meant that you couldn't actually exclude and couldn't actually gather these data to get the view of your activity and the view of your tenant that you need to have. So the activity log retains the data for about 30 days, and it only requires us to have the Power BI admin privileges, meaning that we don't have any relations necessary to other roles inside of Office 365. But if we happen to have the global admin privileges in Office 365, then we can get this as well. And as I keep telling, it is the key to many questions that we have, because it gives us an overview of pretty much everything that has been happening inside of our Power BI tenant. So to show you briefly what you need to be doing this, because I'm a strong believer in extracting this information and storing it somewhere a bit more permanent, a bit more persistent. Because of the fact that this activity log only has 30 days of history, you want to get it as early as possible to make sure that you build up as much history as you possibly can. So there are many options to doing this. The option I'm using right now is an option with PowerShell and storing CSVs on a local drive, and then pumping over these CSVs to a database solution. So as I mentioned, right now, for me, it is PowerShell that I'm using. And it boils down to the fact that we need to have the PowerShell, the Power BI management commandlets installed in there to make sure that we have these, and then we can get cracking, we can get started with this. So usually what I do is I use a service principal through an app registration to register. The thing is that I'm just keeping it simple for this one, because I have already logged in to my Power BI service account, but it is as simple as just executing this little command. Then I'm making sure that I enter the right credentials. Because as soon as I have done this, I can get the information that I need on everything that is in here. So for instance, right now I need to extract the Power BI activity log. So it actually boils down to something as simple as this. It is get Power BI activity event. And that is it. The only thing is, it does require 2 parameters, at least, meaning it requires you to give a start date and an end date, because it only can give you a limited set of records to return. And it does require you to give this date in a specific date format. So year, month, date, and then the hours, the minute, and the seconds as well in the time zone format. So as soon as I have that, I can start getting this information out of there. So it is as simple as just executing this one line of code as soon as I have these things. The thing is, I want to take it a bit further, and what I want to do is actually also do some select queries on this, on the records that I've just exported, to make sure that I can always have a proper selection. Because when I'm doing SQL queries, for instance, on a SQL server, I'm also not going to do a select star. So for that exact reason, this is why I'm doing this right now. So for instance, if I were to execute this, and to give you some basic information as well, what I'm doing here, what I have here is actually just a max value and a min value. So for this amount of dates, actually start looping over these dates to start doing this. Right now, I'm just keeping it on a simple one date to not have to wait overly long on these results to start popping out. This means that right now it's going to contact that activity log and it's going to start exporting all this information for me. So it's giving me a lot of information, and I've deliberately chosen to not actually go ahead and start exporting this to a CSV file, because I want you to see what is actually happening in here as well. So right now it is just a simple view report, but potentially there could be a lot of different things in here, with people updating apps or people potentially doing stuff with tenant switches, with tenant settings. It is a lot of different information in here that is key to everything that we do. And as I mentioned, as soon as we export this information, we have it gathered somewhere. That is where we can start doing our actual analysis on top of these. But there is actually something more that I want you to extract as well. And it is something that I like to call an artifact inventory. An artifact is what I call a Power BI data set, a report, a dashboard, a data source, everything that is usable as an object inside of Power BI. We can also get out the data for that. We can get the information for this as well, which means that if we start extracting this, we can actually build ourselves a proper star schema model for this. So most of these artifacts can be extracted through those same APIs, through PowerShell as well. And it allows us to track these details about these heavily used artifacts. So if we have reports that get used an insane amount of time, as opposed to the others, we can actually go ahead and track them a bit more closely. Or if we have some private financial information in reports, that is also something that we can track more intensely to make sure that there is nothing bad happening to that data. I'm of the opinion that the admin APIs are specifically our friend, because they allow us to get the data out of there in the most efficient way possible, and also that we need to be authenticating through service principal, because in the future this will be the main way to start doing automation on top of these different types of scripts. So again, I'm referencing Melissa Coates because she made a lovely diagram of this, and she states this as a typical Power BI auditing solution. The thing is that in the wild, this is a very elaborate Power BI auditing solution, because what I usually see is that people have effectively started to export these activity logs. Okay, then most of the time they actually did get the workspace inventory and the artifacts out of there as well. But then it gets, the further down we go to the right-hand side of the overview, the less I actually see it come into play, which is a shame, because this truly allows us to have a very, very elaborate and a very, very interesting solution, a very interesting auditing solution as an answer to most of the questions we have. And as well, it is a case of just starting to track and starting to store these different things in there to make sure that we can actually answer to some certain auditing questions that we may have, but also potentially serve up this data to workspace owners, people that own a workspace with several reports in there, with several data sets in there, and serve up this data based on row-level security to make sure that they can actually use this data for themselves. So potentially this could be really interesting as well. So for the interest of time, I'm going to skip the demo, but I am going to make sure that my scripts get up to a GitHub repo sometime soon, and that I actually do some supporting blog posts for these as well. But I do want to make sure that I finish in time to allow the next speaker to get prepared as well. So next to the artifacts, next to the activity log, it boils down to the tenant settings, the way we configure our tenant, the way we allow people to use our tenant efficiently. So most of these tenant settings we can use to control behavior, meaning we can allow or disallow something. The thing is, right now, it is really hard to document the way, well, it is really hard to track changes on these tenant settings. So I do highly advise everyone, every tenant, every organization to actually document their settings, why they have set something to setting XYZ with people 1, 2, 3 that can do this, or why they haven't done this, with specific reasons for this, with their decision, with their drivers for the decision. Because right now, the only way that you can actually get notified if someone has changed a tenant setting is either through the activity log, and that just shows you that a tenant switch has been changed. It doesn't show you which one. It only says this has been switched. And the other option is through the Cloud App Security Center, but this also comes with additional licensing incurred. It takes I think the E3 or the E5 security licenses as well, which are potentially a blocker for budget in an organization, etc. But this does give you an elaborate overview of this user this time has changed this setting, the former setting was this, and the next setting that is currently set is this. So it is a really interesting thing as well. Most of these settings can be scoped, meaning it is a matter of enabling and disabling, but you can also do includes or excludes. So if we disable a setting, for instance, publish to web, disable it for the entire organization, except for a list of these people that can actually do this. Most of these tenant settings, if not all of these tenant settings, require a security group to actually scope these settings, meaning we can use Active Directory, so the on-premises version of security groups, or we can look at the online Azure Office 365 mail-enabled security groups. These work actually the best because they have the widest area of where they can be used. So I've included a very useful link by Gilbert Gevrouillet, who is a New Zealand MVP, and he actually made this useful little matrix of what type of security group we can use where in Power BI. And overall, across the board, mail-enabled security groups work on most of the places that we want them to be working. So that is why I recommend to start using mail-enabled security groups. What I do want you to do is, in your organization, go through every one of these different settings of the tenant settings and decide, our organization, we will allow them, we will disable them. But special attention needs to be paid to the way the workspace settings are set, the way that things can be exported and shared, and what we can do with Power BI visuals. So let me dive straight into what I actually mean with this. So I have, let me just show you where I'm going with this. I have a Power BI tenant. So no, I don't want to give feedback right now. I have a Power BI tenant, and this has admin privileges. This means that I can go over to settings and then the admin portal and make sure that I can find the admin portal where I need to be. So I have my tenant settings, and that is actually where I want to be. So my tenant settings is what I need to be doing right now. So as I mentioned, the workspace settings are a crucial one to start monitoring. And why is this? Well, by default, everyone can create a new workspace in the organization, which means that everyone can create a workspace and everyone can be admin of that workspace. So why is this a big deal? Well, potentially, if you leave this unchecked, you can get an uncontrolled growth of workspaces that no longer get used after 3 weeks in the organization. But also, since premium per user was announced, this actually also means that people can start assigning their content, their workspaces, to premium per user without you necessarily knowing it. And right now it's free and it's all fun, it's all dandy. But as of April 2nd, premium per user will become also a paid feature, which means that potentially we could get some surprises. And that as well is block classic workspace creation, because at the beginning of time, Power BI created Office 365 groups in the backend, which meant that every single time an Office 365 group or a Teams was created, we also had Power BI workspaces, which was something that we wanted for some of these cases, but not for everyone. So the account that I actually do my work on has about 125 workspaces, where I actually use 3 of them, because the rest is just Teams channels and Office 365 groups and SharePoint pages. The same thing is with export and sharing settings. A lot of these are enabled by default, and a lot of these will allow your users to export your data. And you as an admin or you as an organization need to decide how people can export your data. Meaning, do you allow people to export the raw data to Excel or to CSV files? Do you allow them to print reports? Can they export it to PowerPoints or PDFs, to Words? What can they do with this? Usually, people leave this largely enabled for everyone, but I also have seen organizations that do not allow this, that say Power BI is the main way for them to consume the content, and if they want to, they can use Analyze in Excel. It is something that I've seen out there in the wild as well. But another important one that I want to mention to you, and we're sinning against this ourselves, is Power BI custom visuals. So my advice to most of my clients, well, to pretty much all of my clients that I have, is to only allow certified visuals. Certified visuals meaning they have this little blue checkbox next to them in the app source, let's say Marketplace by Microsoft. This means that they have they've gone through a rigorous code auditing process, which meant that people from Microsoft have reviewed the code and are completely sure that it doesn't contain any malicious code. Does that mean that a visual that is located on the app source and doesn't have a blue check mark contains malicious code? No, the odds of that are fairly small. The main risk is when you have a user that found some random GitHub page somewhere on the internet, and they found a visual, or someone got a PBI viz file somewhere on a thumb drive. That's what concerns me more. So usually I only allow these certified visuals, and what I tell my clients to do then is go through organizational visuals and start building out a whitelist of non-certified visuals, meaning a whitelist where you as a tenant admin have reviewed, or as a team of tenant admins have reviewed the visual and make sure that it doesn't do anything funky that you don't actually trust for this. What do I mean by review? Well, what I usually do is I take a development environment, I take a development data set, something that doesn't have any value at all, and I start up a fiddler trace, so a web trace that actively tracks all the incoming and outgoing calls that are being done via web. Because it means that a custom visual can usually do web calls through Power BI as well. So I check the calls that are being made, I check whatever is being executed, and I check as far as I can see if there is anything funky happening on there. That's what I mean by review, because you're rarely going to get code from a Power BI custom visual. So as soon as you've done that, as soon as you deem it worthy for this to be allowed in the organization, well, what you can do is add it from the app source or add it from the file. My thing is, if it is in the app source, you want to make sure that you use it from the app source, because it will also automatically do the versioning on this as well. If a new version is released, they'll grab the new version as well. If you do it from a file, then you're the one in charge for making sure the file is updated. But the thing is, not everyone enables this by default. And let me get back to the slides. The thing is that not everyone allows this by default, meaning that you potentially have a lot of custom visuals in your organization that you're not aware of. Because at this point, there is no way to automate an inventory of what custom visuals are used in your organization. It's not possible. The only way that you can do it, potentially, is by getting every single PBIX file in your organization, scraping that, and making sure that you get the information out of there. But if you have a fairly large organization, that's going to take a long while. So the only way that you can actually do it is start inventorizing it, making sure that you reach out to people and say, hey, could you please let me know if you're using any custom visuals? And then at some point, make the switch. And as soon as you make the switch, you'll know which custom visuals are used in the organization. But I actually did the demo already, so I went over this because I want to tackle data access with you as well. Who can access my data? Who has access to the data that I have inside of my reports, my data sets, my data flows, etc.? Well, it is based on a few things. First and foremost, who has access to your workspace? Who has access to your workspace app, to the app that you have? Who has potentially gotten access to a report by manual reports sharing? Or who has gotten access through what your data set to manually on your data set? Who has access on this, for instance? So workspace access is the most important one because they also influence a few other things. But the fact that people can access your data is also influenced by a row level security and object level security, which hit preview since February 2021. The thing is, what I wanted to mention about workspace access is that a workspace admin, a member or a contributor, has no RLS and no object level security applied to them, and they implicitly have build permissions. So let's just say that you have set up this elaborate scheme for row level security or object level security. It will not apply to them simply because they can make the changes to the report itself. Well, if they can change it themselves, they can probably just change it and make sure that they are not included in that role. The same thing with build permissions. Is a build permission allows people to build a new data set or report on top of a data set, or use Analyze in Excel. If they have these build permissions, they can do with the data whatever they want. So I do encourage you to monitor your key assets closely. As I mentioned, HR data, finance data, whatever, make sure that it's closely monitored. The thing is as well is that an admin, a Power BI admin or a global Office 365 admin can get access to any new workspace and can therefore also give access to anyone else. Meaning, you don't give out Power BI admin roles willy-nilly inside of the organization. You need to be sure of the people that you're giving these permissions to, but that's pretty much the same thing with every types of admin privileges that you have. So know and trust the people that you have for these different permissions. And then the gateway is a crucial part in your organization as well. Meaning the gateway, to freshen up your mind, is the application that stands between the cloud services and your on-premises network. So if you have any SQL servers or analysis services cubes or some Oracle servers, and that data needs to be used inside of Power Apps, Power BI, Power Automate, Logic Apps, I think that's it. It will probably go through this data. So the gateway functions as a bridge between these two and services whatever requests that we might have. The thing is that we also have to make sure that users that need to publish new data sets need to be allowed on this gateway. The thing is as well is that by default, any user can install personal and on-premises data gateways in the organization, potentially opening up corporate data, because they may be doing it inside of the organization on data sets that you wouldn't necessarily want to be sharing to Power BI or not even share to other people as well. So I do encourage you to debate the policy for personal gateways, especially because in my opinion, personal gateways do not have a role in an organization, except for when we're using R data sources or Python data sources. Why is this? Because a personal gateway is usually installed on a local machine, and as soon as the machine gets shut down, the gateway will also not function. And the on-premises data gateway is intended to be installed on virtual machines or servers, etc., that will always stay up and running and can even be configured in a high availability mode or load balancing mode as well. So you can actually go ahead and go check out which data gateways you have in your organization. The thing is as well is, before I do get to that part, is that it's not necessarily only the way we restrict it, because usually you have some form of IT that governs the way software can be installed on your local networks as well, on your local machines. So it's the combination of these two that will restrict or allow the installation of these data gateways. But if I wanted to go to my data gateway overview, it is as simple as going to admin.powerplatform.microsoft.com and then going to the data preview. which will give me, by default, an overview of all the different gateways that we have installed. The thing is that for a very long time within the organization that I'm showing right here, which is our own organization, we thought that we had 2 gateways running. And then we did this initial check a few years ago, and we actually saw that there were a lot more of these gateways that were being installed. The thing what we found out as well is that Power Apps in a Day, the day course, was very popular, and that we had a lot of people that installed data gateways to do their Power Apps in a day. So there are a lot of gateways in here that actually weren't known to the system administration people. They didn't know these things existed. So that is why I say that by default, everyone can install a gateway, and it may not necessarily be a very good thing. The thing is, if you want to restrict this from within your organization, you can say manage gateway installers, restrict this, and then just say that this explicit list of people can actually install gateways. And I do recommend you to go do this, because otherwise, well, you'll end up with a list that's potentially even larger than this, and that may get out of hand. Why am I saying this is, well, gateways, they open up your data, that's one thing, but gateways actually use a lot of resources. So when you're refreshing data sets, the gateways play a very crucial role, and the gateways will use more resources than you will actually know. Because, for instance, if we're doing something called query folding, and I'm not diving in too deep in this, it means that the gateway will handle a large part of the workload if query folding isn't functioning properly. So if you have this small little gateway device of 4 gigabytes of RAM and 1 CPU, this will probably cause your dataset refreshes to be very, very slow. And that is why exactly that you want your gateways to be in a managed environment, in an environment that people can actually know and trust to be performant, to handle these types of operations very well. But I did already show you the gateway, the Power Platform Admin Center. And that is one of the main reasons, one of the main places where you can go do this, but you can also get this information through PowerShell commands. But I figured let's just show a user interface as well, because it doesn't all have to be PowerShell. So I do actually want to thread back on the topic of premium per user. And let there be no debate about this at all. I am a very big fan of premium per user. Premium per user means that you have a user-based license, $10 as an add-on to Power BI Pro, or $20 as a standalone license, and you get all the rich features that Power BI Premium has to offer, which is insane. The thing is that during the preview, after it was announced on September 2020, after Ignite, it was free for everyone to use. And that's when people went nuts for the premium per user preview, because they started building things that they couldn't previously do. They started building data flows with the enhanced compute engine. They started doing AI features, all these cool things, which is good because we want people to start using this as well. The thing is that by default, people can actually self-assign them an in-product trial experience or a Power BI Pro trial, and they could by default create their own workspaces. So potentially you have a large amount of premium per user workspaces in the organization with people building production grade workflows on this. So right now this is cool, but after April 2nd, this means that all trials that expire after April 2nd will require a paid license. So how sure are you that you don't have 150 users in the organization that will require a premium per user license, because they have built a lot of these things on top of this? And it's mainly for that reason that I wanted to dive into this myself as well, because I did actually have a client that had this specific question. So the only way that you can get an overview of people that can use premium per user and people that have done this is by getting out workspace information, capacity information, license information, and the activity log, and start correlating these things to each other, because that's the only way, that's the only actual way that you can get this data out of there and make sure that you can do something with it, something meaningful with this as well. But monitoring is it is a topic that you can spend a day on, if not at least. And there is a session by Dutch MVP Mark Lelyveld. He's built out, along with his colleagues, a end-to-end monitoring solution. meaning that it is a large setup with Azure Log Analytics, with blob storage, etc., where they built out this really cool, really complex monitoring solution, which is cool, but it doesn't have to be so complex because you can actually do something with a few simple clicks as well. For instance, if you've extracted the activity log, as I've mentioned about 25 times already, you could actually do something as simple as set up a dashboard tile with a data alert on top of this, and then set up a simple count for these actions and say, I want to look at tenant settings, publish to web, trials, exporting data, deleting stuff, creating or editing data gateways, these things. And just have this as a very simple data alert on there. Is it your super duper monitoring solution? No, but this you can do in 5 minutes. And then at least you have something to move forward on. That said, I am running close out of time, and I want you to have some takeaways as well. The main thing is a Power BI admin should try to stay updated. And that's a really big challenge. I know how hard it is. So the main way you can stay updated is by following along with the Power BI roadmap, by making sure you follow the Power BI blogs, the Power Platform release waves, and then there is the community, which offer an insane amount of initiatives and an insane amount of information that gets released. The only thing that you need to keep in mind is check the release date. Because in this day and age, information changes and ages very quickly. So something that's been written 6 months ago may not necessarily be as relevant today because a new product was released, a new feature was there, or something was changed. Who knows? It is a very good thing to keep in mind as well. So if you're walking away from this and you're stepping into the office on Monday, look into automating the extraction process for the Power BI activity log. Scope some tenant settings for some of the key areas that I discussed, or some of the other areas that are inside of your organization. Go for some very simple alerting for these external failures or internal usage, and then make sure that you have some basic form of monitoring as well, that you actually know what is happening inside of your organization. But as well is, as I mentioned before in the beginning, it is not about restricting and disabling things. It is about enabling people to build awesome data stuff. So we really should be fostering that data culture in the organization. But if there is anything that I want you to keep in mind from this session is you can't know it all. Sometimes you simply have to Bing or Google. There's no shame in Googling things because not a single person can know every single thing. We all have to find out some things as well. So Google is perfectly fine, or Bing, or Ask Jeeves, whatever you use. So to close off, one small reminder that it is not about products. Self-service BI is not about products. Power BI alone is not going to enable self-service BI. Tableau alone is not going to do it. It is about the organization and the way that they have people, methodologies, and processes in place, and how they are well in sync with each other. Because if the people and the processes and the methodologies are there, they probably are going to be able to do self-service BI with any tool that's out there. The thing is that Power BI just helps us do this the best that we can actually do it. So in this deck, there are a bunch of references and resources that I used, and the deck is I've already given it to Simon, so you'll be receiving the resources shortly after the conference. There's a lot of things that you can look at. With that said, this was all that I have to share, and I do hope that you found it interesting. If there's any questions, I'll gladly take them as well. If you don't have any questions right now, but they pop up to you next week, these are my social handles, so you can find me on the social networks as well. And I do hope to meet you in person someday soon, because, well, let's just put it, I am dying to get out of my house as well, to be able to go out in public again. So Simon, that's everything I have to say for now.
Wow, Benny, that was a great session. I was just sitting back for past 45, 50 minutes, and you had so much of content you just shared. I mean, slides after slides, demo after demo. What a great presentation. And I quickly wanted to ask that since you shared so much of content, how long it took you to go ahead and build this presentation? Like days and all?
It's been an ongoing process, because this is also a lot of things that I've built out for clients, so it's hard to stick a number to it, but it's probably a few days. Yeah. in total, because it is, like I said, things keep changing as well. Things keep getting added, so it is difficult to keep up with these things. Definitely.
Yeah, I could see. I mean, there were some great best practices, and I'm 100% sure people who will be watching it, they will get avoid. This will definitely avoid to have so many pitfalls that they may get in. So it was a great session, Benny. Anything? We don't have any questions now, but I'm 100% sure people would have your credentials and your social accounts. We would like to reach you. Any final thing you want to plug before we move to next session?
Well, just try to stay safe. Just do the things you love, build awesome data things, and then as soon as we're allowed to go out in public again, we'll all meet up and have a merry good time. That's the main reason, the main message that I want to give out to people.
That's so nice of you, Vinny. Thank you so much, Vinny. Thank you so much for all that you do for the community. Really great session once again. And we'd love to have you back in different live shows and the conferences that we do at CSharpCorner. Thanks for your time and have a good day. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Simon.
Right.
Bye.
Bye. All right, with that, an amazing session. I think it was all very detailed and Benny covered almost everything. So let's go ahead and move to our next session. That's on understanding Microsoft Dataverse by Adewale. Adewale Yusuf is a business application solution specialist and trainer at Drown Consulting. He is a Microsoft Most Valuable Professional in Data Platform, certified trainer, certified data analyst, and a certified solution associate. So let's go ahead and get started with the session.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my session. This session is called Understanding Microsoft Dataverse. So I'll be showing you a lot of interesting things in Microsoft Dataverse and how you can use Microsoft Dataverse to enrich your business. My name is Adewale Yusuf. I'm a business intelligence analyst and also a trainer at Drown Consulting. I'm also a Microsoft certified trainer. I lead Nigeria Power Platform Oyo State User Group. I'm also the moderator for the MCT West Africa Virtual Series, and I'm also a Microsoft Most Valuable Professional in Data Platform. You can connect with me on my social media handles, on Twitter at Adewale Analyst, on LinkedIn, Adewale Yusuf, also on my YouTube channel. So I'll be introducing to you some agenda that we'll be working on today. One of the things we'll be talking about is introduction to Power Platform. How you can use Power Platform to actually build a business agile and business automations. I will also be talking about introductions to Microsoft Dataverse. For those that are new to Microsoft Dataverse, I'll be showing you a lot of great things you can do in Microsoft Dataverse, how you can set up your business rules, how you can set up your table, and how you can do a lot of interesting things in Microsoft Dataverse. I will also be talking about Common Data Service. So Microsoft Dataverse is formerly called Common Data Service. So now there are some terminologies updates and changes that Microsoft just made some couple of months ago. I'm going to introduce that to you as well, so that if you are coming from the Common Data Service side, you can also understand Microsoft Dataverse. Another thing that we also become talking about is why use Dataverse? Why do you need to use the Dataverse? A lot of people don't actually know how to answer that question because they don't know what they can use Dataverse for and why do you really need to use it. So I'll be talking about some interesting things and some importance of Dataverse and why you need to use it. Then I'll be showing you some demo to showcase how you can use Dataverse, how you can set up your table, how you can set up a lot of things in Dataverse, and also how you can use data flow with Dataverse. I think that's the most interesting thing that I love about Dataverse. You can also use your data flow with Dataverse. For those that are familiar with data flow very well, so data flow is also called Power Query, for those that are familiar with Power BI, and it's also called Power Query in Excel, right? So you can use data flow to connect to different data and bring them to your Dataverse. I'll also be talking about that. Now, talking about introductions to Microsoft Power Platform. So Microsoft Power Platform consists of 4 major Microsoft products, which are Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agent. So all these interesting products, they are low-code platform that spans through Office 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, and some stand-alone applications. So the interesting thing I love about these 4 key Microsoft products is that they are very efficient for you, especially when you're trying to automate a lot of things in your business. Power BI is for business analytics, for those that are new to Power BI. Power BI is for business analytics. You use it to get different insight on your data. Then we also have Power Apps, which is for application development. So you can develop a lot of applications with Power Apps. So just go in there, build an application with low code. You don't need to be a developer. Do you know that? You don't need to be a developer. Just be a low-code user and start building an application. I can tell you that I am not a developer, and I've built a lot of applications with Power Apps. We also have Power Automate. I love Power Automate. Power Automate is extremely interesting as well because you can automate a lot of things. Just imagine that you normally get your data from IT every month. You know, in some organization, IT don't actually like giving staff access to data directly. So they prefer that you request for that data from them and they send it to you via email. Just imagine that you are able to connect your Power Automate to your Outlook so that when your IT send an attachment to you that consists any data that you prefer, then Power Automate will pick that data from your Outlook, drop it in your OneDrive, then Power BI will pick it from your OneDrive and your report will be updated. So just imagine the stress of you going to Outlook, download attachment, all that stress is gone. So Power Automate is for process automation, automate a lot of things. We also have Power Virtual Agent, which is for intelligent virtual agent, and you can use it to be a bot, right? A lot of people go to website, you see chat here, chat us. So all those chat here, chat us, you can build your own bot that simply responds to people questions without your presence. And then all that, you can build it with low code. You don't need to be a developer. So you can connect to all these 4 interesting apps with data connector, different database. If you're using SQL, you're using Excel, you can connect to different over 300 plus pre-built connectors. There's also AI Builder that allows you to do a lot of artificial intelligence on these 4 different products. Now, the last one is called Dataverse. So Dataverse actually anchor all of these 4 interesting Power Platforms together, and it's like, let me say, I can simply call it a database, right? Like a database that all these 4 products use, and it's efficient. Now, going to the next slide, why do you need to use a Dataverse? Why do you need to use a Dataverse? Now, let me tell you why. The reason why you need to use a Dataverse is simple. One of them is that Dataverse is easy to manage. You can manage it very efficiently. It's very simple to manage, right? Easy to secure. Yeah, I also love that because you can easily secure your Dataverse. A lot of people don't know that you can secure your Dataverse very simple, right? Just Dataverse is secure. Because you store that, user can see it, and you can grant them access that this is what I want you to have access to. You can also do a role-based security to allow you to control access to tables for different users within your organization. Another interesting thing about Dataverse is that you can access your Dynamic 365 data. So data from your Dynamic 365 application is also stored within Dataverse, allowing you to quickly build apps that use your Dynamic 365 data and extend your apps with Power Apps, right? That's another interesting thing about Microsoft Dataverse. Now, rich metadata. So data types and relationships are used directly within Power because it has a rich metadata. Now, logic and validation as well. So you can define calculated columns, business rules, workflow, and business process flow to ensure that data quality and drive business processes, right? That is logic and validation, and that's what I love about Dataverse also. Then there's also productivity tools, right? Tables are available within the add-ins for Microsoft Excel to increase productivity and ensure data accessibility, right? That's productivity tool. And those are the most interesting thing why you need to use a Dataverse. Those are part of the things why you need to use a Microsoft Dataverse. Now, common data service terminologies update. Remember I told you that Microsoft Dataverse is formerly called Common Data Services. And because of the recent update from Microsoft, there are some terminologies update and review. So I'll be giving you all these updates and those review. Now, the legacy term before is called Common Data Service. Now, it's called Microsoft Dataverse, which we're actually talking about. Tables before are called entity and entities. Now, you see the current time is tables. We also have field, which is now called column. We also have fields, which is now called columns. We have attribute before and also attribute. We also have record, right, which is now called row. And we have records, which is now called rows. So before, in common data service, which is a legacy term, we have option set, we have multi-select option set, we have pick list, and we have pick list. But now basically they are now categorized into two, which is choice and choices. So before you have two options, but now we simply have just yes or no. So those are the terminologies updates about common data service and how it's transit into Microsoft Dataverse. Now you need to put your data to work with the common data service. And then one of the reasons why you need to do that is because it has some out-of-box data stuff for your app, advanced security, business logic and rules. You can jumpstart app with a common data service model, Dynamics 365, Office 365, Azure data is available as well. So you need to start putting your data into common data service, right? Because it gives you a lot of those security and the likes. Now the overview of common data service. Don't mind me if I'm saying common data service, just know that common data service also means Microsoft Dataverse. So common data service, a database storing a set of standard and custom data structured called entities, which is now called table, right? That is what a Microsoft Dataverse is. It's just a database that is storing a set of standard and custom data structured called tables, right? Then we also have something called common data model. So common data model is simply a set of open source standardized extensible data entities and relationship. And that's part of the open data initiative, right? So it's a cloud-based solution that easily structures a variety of data and business logic to support interconnected applications and processes, and also to secure and complete in a well manner with a lot of security. Now, you need to identify tables and also columns in the common data service. So, you need to identify what is a table, what is a column, right? And we have different type of tables, or let me call them entities, right? I can also call them entities. Some of the type of entities are standard. Standard is basically the base set of entities that are curated for every instance of a common data service database. So you can add more fields to any entity, but you can only delete field from a custom entity. You can't delete a field from a standard entity. Another type of entity that we have is called custom entities, right? Or let me call them custom tables. It's the same thing. So they are created for a specific business applications, right? All licensed users of common data service can access custom entities, right? They can access it if they are assigned proper security permission to do so. Another one that we have is complex entities that contain complex server-side business logic, including real-time workflow or plugins, right? So those are the type of entities that we have. Then we have field as well. Field store discrete pieces of information within a record in an entity. It's similarly, or let me just say simply called a column. So every field has a type, which define the way they store the data. Example, there can be a date field, like a data type. There can be a number. There can be a decimal number. There can be a text. There can be a choice, right? So that is what basically define what a column is or what a field is. Now, let me transit into my demo. And let's talk about how I can interestingly show you some great stuff in common data service. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to go to my Power Apps, and I'll show you how you can actually set up a table with a common data service, even in Power Apps, right? Now, look at my screen. So this is Power Apps that I'm showing on my screen. On Power Apps, I can jump to start creating an app from here. But since my demo is not about application, so what I want to do basically is just to some sort of set up a common data service. Now, here in my Power Apps, you will see data, right? You will see data in my Power Apps. But I think I need to zoom down a little bit. Let me zoom that a little bit so that you can see it. So now this is data here, and here you can see tables. You can see tables, okay? You can see tables here, okay? Let me still look for zoom it so that I can zoom my screen. So this is Power Apps interface that you can see here, and this Power App interface basically I can go to data. From data, I will see tables here. I will see tables. Tables is to this side here. So everything basically under that data is Microsoft Dataverse. Everything under that data is Microsoft Dataverse, right? So if I click on tables, if I click on tables, now remember I said something about standard entities and custom entities. So these are some standard entities that I have in this database. I have account, you can see standard, I have address standard, appointment standard, and you can see that this approval is actually a custom is a custom entity that was created by me. So I have some all other entities here. You can see them here. So these are different tables I have in my database. So another thing I can do is that maybe I want to create something like another structure of table. So I can do that by just clicking on this new table at the top here. So look at this new table, new table. So I can create a structured table myself by just coming here and just do new table. Then you will see new table here. Once you see new table here, this will basically show my table name, where I want to put my table name, that's display name, and I can easily put something here, and I will just say demo, let me say demo 20. Demo 20. Then under here I have a display name. So display name basically is a primary column, which would be like a unique for each record in that table. So I can basically call this display name key. I can rename it as key. So this will be like an auto number. So because it will be generated automatically, so I will make it in a way that it will be generated automatically. So that will be a key. Then also I can also enable attachment for this. Can enable attachment. So this basically is that when you want to create a structure of table that people can actually attach files, they can attach PDF, Word file. So I'll just enable the attachment, and once I do that, I will click on create. Even before I click on create, there are some other things here that I can actually set. There's description, there is table type. Is it a standard table? Is it an activity table? Is user or owner? I can set some kind of security here. Is it user or team? Is it for the organization? So I can do a lot of things here, even offline, enable for mobile offline. So I can do a lot of settings here as well. So let me click on create. And it's going to show this a notification here, just trying to tell me that I've enabled attachment for this table, and I can revert this. So I'll click OK. Okay, so once I click OK, so now what you're looking at is the key, which is the primary column. Although my table is still provisioning, you can see provisioning your table in the background. You may continue making changes. You can see that here. So I can start making any changes, or I can wait for my table to finish provisioning, and I can see all the default columns that actually come with this. I can also call them field. All the default fields that actually come with this. But before I even wait for the table to finish provisioning, I can actually make this an auto number data type, so that it will generate this key for me automatically. So look at data type. You see text here. This is the data type showing text right now, but what I want is not text. So I'll come down here and change it to auto number. So this auto number simply means that it will generate an auto number, right? But presently what I have here is just a string prefix number, which means it will generate a number from minimum of 4 digits, and it will be seed value of 1000. So I can change it to at least maybe date prefix number, so that it will actually show the date and also the number. So I think I like this date prefix octo number for my key. So I'll click done for that. Now my table, your table demo 20 has been provisioned successfully. So now you can see some standard columns here that actually come with this, and it's different from custom entities, right? Custom column. So you see my custom columns here. So that is the key that I created myself. But this created on, they are all standard columns that come with my table. But in order to concentrate on my custom column, I can actually come to this view to the right here, then I will change this default to custom, right? So to show only the columns that I created myself. So now this key. Now, what are the columns that I want to start adding to my table? So this table, I would like to add a column called first name, maybe first name. This is the name, and it's going to be a test. Is it required or not? I can make it required. I'll say, so this is required. They must fill something. Then done. So the next thing I need to add to this column is last name. So I'll come here and say last name, and then I'll also make this test. This is also a test. Then I'll make it required, right? Now I click done. So another thing I can do and add to this my column, I can say address. So I'll click on address. I'll make it required. Then I will also click done, right? So that is the address column. So another thing I may need to add to this, let me add another column to it. So I may add a column called, so I've asked for the address. Let me say, okay, country. So I want to add a country column. Country. So I want to know the country where you are from. So if I check data type, in order to not allow my audience to start typing one by one, I can actually use something called choice, right? So if I come here and I pick choice, choice will load some choices. I have some standard choice as well. Just like the way you have standard columns and standard entities, you also have some standard choice. And you can also create some custom choices yourself. So if I click on under choice, these are the standard choice I'm talking about. I have a yes or no boolean. I have an activity audience. So let me see if there's any standard choice called country. So if you can pick from that. Okay, contract type, country or region. Can you see that? Country or region. So I can pick this, right, as a choice. So I'll just make this required also. You must pick this. Then I will save. You can also do something like no default value. So look at this, telling me now which default value do you want to pick, right? Do you want it to show a particular country, or you want it to make it show no default value, right? But because the people that will be filling this form is actually from, most of them are from, well, okay, let me make it no default value so people can actually pick the country that they like. Then done. So the next thing I need to add to this is I'm also going to add a column called, let's say, salary. So if I come here and I type salary, you know that salary is not going to be a test and it's not going to be a choice. So then salary is definitely going to be a decimal number. So I'll come here, I'll pick a decimal number as my data type. So I'll pick decimal number. Once I pick decimal number, I'll also make this required. You must fill this. Then I can say done. Right? So the next one, I can add another column. So this next column that I'm adding is, let me say, date. So the date basically is not going to be a text also. It's also not going to be a number. This is definitely going to be a date. So there's a date data type. I even have a language. I have currency. I have a customer. I have file. Okay, so let me add a date. Then I'll make this date also required. Then I'll click done. So now let me add something also called, let me say, file upload. Although there's attachment automatically because I've enabled attachment, but I can also add a column called file upload that everybody can upload their file. So that is why I have a file as a data type here. You can see file here, file here. So I'll put file here. Then I'll click done. So this is all the different columns I was able to create inside this table. So once I'm done with this table, what I will just do is to click save table. So I'm saving this table right now. I'm saving this table. You can see saving the table. So it's saving my table. Interesting. So my table is saved. Now you can see that I have different tabs here. I have relationship, I have business rules, I have views, forms, dashboard, chart, keys, and data. Now look at relationship. So relationship simply means that you are actually creating a relationship between two tables. So I'm creating a relationship between a table and also this particular one, right? So let me show you, for example, if I click on add relationship, I have three types of relationship. I have many-to-one relationship, I have one-to-many relationship, and also many-to-many relationship. So many-to-one relationship simply means that you are connecting a table that has a many to a table that has just one unique value. So we also have one-to-many and also many-to-many. So if I pick one of them, for example, many-to-one, so I can select a table that I want to create a many-to-one relationship from. you can see that this my current table is demo 20, which is the current table that I have here, and it has a many. That's why you can see this star to 1. So which table do I want to connect 1 to? So I can look for that table here. Okay, let me look for one table, and let's say, do I have any table that has a key? Just to show a demo, let me see. Let me look for one. Okay, so let me pick this state list. Now this state list, I can actually use this state just to connect to my country. So, and I have lookup column displays new state list, right? And the column I'm using inside this table is state list 3, right? So that's the table column I'm using as a lookup, right? So I'll just click done. So I've created a lookup list of many to one in a relationship. You can see this relationship here, new state list relationship, a many to one relationship, right? You can see a many to one relationship, right? You can see that. So that's the relationship. You can also create a relationship in your common data service. There's also a business rule. I think I love this as well. So business rule is basically you creating like a condition inside your database. So a conditions like, okay, so let's say once a data come in and if, let me use if. So if this data is more than 100 million. So let's say our salary is more than $100 million. If the salary is more than $100,000, then I want this to be able to do this, right? So you can create a business rules like that, and that will basically follow those rules. So there's also view, which I can use. There's also form. I like this form as well. You can use this form in your portal app. You can easily build a form and create a form that will just so that you can send this to your audience and everything will just make sense. In fact, let me show you how form work. If I go to add form, there are different type of form. I have main form, I have quick view form, and I have card form. So for main form, let me click on main form. There are pending changes to this table that have not been saved. In order to open the form editor, you must save or discard all pending changes. Oh, let me save my table first. Thank you for that. So I need to save my table. Always save your work. Always save. So I've saved my table. My table is 7. So interesting. So I've saved my work. Now let me create a main form for this particular common data service. Let me create a main form for it. Now I've clicked on main form to create a form for this particular table. You can use this form in your Dynamic 365, or you can even use it in your portal. Okay, so this is a form. You can see this form. You can see this form. You can see the forms loading my main form right now. Okay, so look at this. So this is like showing my attachment and showing my, so this general, I can just hide this general and create another form. So down here, these are the things that I have here already. I've hidden the general. You can see the general, you can actually delete this. So you can't, it's a default. So you can't delete this general tab. So I can just say, okay, let me hide this tab. Then I'll come down here to my component. So there's something called component in form, right? So component has two things. It has tab and also has section. So you can add a section to a tab and you can add a tab to a form. So let me add a let's say a 2-column tab, for example. You can see this 2-column tab here. You can see new section, you can see another section. Then I will name this my tab. I will just name it questionnaire. So, and you can see the name in here, questionnaire. So this new section 1, I can put something in here. So I already have a section here. So if I go to this ABC, okay, so now I have these 2 sections. So I can pick any of my field and drop it in the section. So let's say, for example, I want to drop my first name. I will just click on it. My first name will come here. I want to pick my, let's say, this is just one tab actually. So this second section, I may even put something inside this second section, maybe just file upload. Yeah, that's file upload. Then this my tab, I can change it to maybe, let's say, 2 tab, but let me leave that for now. I can change the new section. I can change it to, let me just say section 1, right? Section 1, right? That's the name. Then this one, I can add my last name to it. And after adding my last name, I can add the date, I can add salary, I can add address. Okay, I think I should just remove salary, remove feed. Let me remove this one, this particular feed. Oh, I can't delete this. Okay, so let me just let me add address and then country. So I've added all of them to this. I've created a form, actually a form. Then I put a file here. Let me even put created by and created on here as well. So this is a form that I can actually save and publish. I can save this form and publish. This is the questionnaire. So let me save this. Yep, and let me publish this. So I'm publishing my form. So I've created a form that can be used in some places as well. I can use this in Portal right now. In fact, I can create an app and add this form to my Portal. So that is a form, and my form is loading. Yeah, so this is my form. So right now my form is fine. I can switch this to classic or can do form setting, but let me go back to my common data service just to show you, just to continue from where I stop inside my table. Okay, click on data. Remember to click on data, then I'll click on tables. Then what did I name my table? Remember, I named my table demo 20. So I'll look for demo 20. Yep, so this is my table. Okay, so this is my table. I've showed you form. You can create different forms, and you can see the forms I created. It's called main form here. You can see it here, right? That's the form that I created. There's also dashboard, which I can actually create a dashboard. There's also charts, there's keys, and there's data. So data basically will show you all the record inside your data. But right now, there's no record inside this data. That's why you can see no record, right? But I can actually create a record, but I don't need to do that. I'll just click add record to just add a record to this data right now. Yep, so I can create a lot of automations like that. So these are my tables and everything. So another thing I can do here, right? I can decide to delete this my table or edit this data in Excel. Look at this. I can decide to edit this data in Excel. So let's assume that I want to edit this now. Let me click on edit data in Excel. Now you see that this table will download something for me. You can see that your table has been successfully opened in Excel. Please check your download. See, let me open this in Excel. So look at this. So this is my data and it has successfully opened in Excel. So I can say enable editing. Enable editing. So immediately I click on enable editing, you will notice that something is loading right here. Something is loading right here. Just hold on for it. Let's look at how common data service is going to load here. Interesting. So look at this. So this is called this is new in Excel actually. So this is called a data connector for CDS, right? That allows you to be able to edit your data right there from Excel. So you can edit the data right there from Excel. So you can see the source. The source is demo 20 and the feed is actually key. The feed I'm clicking on right now is key. And the feed I'm clicking on right now is address, right? I can decide to create a new, or I can decide to just create a new record for the selected data source. I can refresh, I can publish, I can filter. So let me create a new, for example. Now, let's say I want to create something like, let me just put I'm thinking of a demo feed right now. So let's say address is I want to create a demo field. I think my Excel is still loading. Okay, so let me create something of address. Just say Nigeria, then this is this, but for my key it's actually auto number, so I won't do anything. So this is the field I need to type. So this is a list, right? Remember, this is a list from CDS that I created, like a drop down. So we also I'll look for NGN here. So that's for Nigeria. Yeah, NG. So this is it. Then date. I can pick a date here. Look at this. I'm operating my common data service from Excel. So I can pick a date of let's say today's date. Let's say today's date. Then first name is going to be something I need to type. So Adewale, and then the last name is Yusuf. And gonna look up. I don't need all these actually. So these are all lookup table, right? And they are all created automatically. So modifier, created on, all these are created. So these are the standard columns I told you about. But for my custom column, I think I've created that already. So I can put another one here. My address is Ghana, or let me just put Accra, Ghana, and then the country is GH. So I can look for GH. That's for Ghana. GH, yes, that's for Ghana. The date, I'll pick a date here, pick tomorrow, and the date is can just pick David, and I'll just type Brown here, and then that's a new record. So let's assume I want to create another record. I'll click on new. It will go down, and I will be able to create anything I want to create here. UK, and here I will just pick any country here, maybe DE, pick a date here, and also type something here, David, and this is Abu, and that is it. So that is it. But I didn't put anything in salary. So sorry. So my salary is important. So this is 40, this is 50, and this is like 60. Okay. So that is it. So salary, all other columns, I'm not sure I need them. They are just standard columns, right? Those are standard columns. Okay, so once I'm done with this, I will just do Control S, refresh this data, confirm refresh. There are changes in the workbook that will be overwritten by this refresh. No, so let me stop refreshing. So now I've opened this here. So let me see if I go to my. So once I'm done with all these records that I've done, I will just click on publish, just to publish all this data to the web. So I'm publishing this to my, you can see publish workbook updated. So you can see publish successful workbook updated. And you can see that even this key has updated. So if I go to my common data service right now online, and I go to data, so this data, and I refresh, I click on refresh data, you can see there is now a record. So we're presently showing just key and created on. So I can change this view here that you can see. Look at this view you can see here. I will just change it to custom columns. Yeah, let me just change it to custom columns so that I can see all my custom columns. Key, address, country, date, file updated, first name, and last name. You notice that I didn't do anything to file updated. That's why you can't see anything there. So did I have my file updated here? File updated. I'm still looking for that. Yeah, so my file updated is not here. So that's just it. That's the way to edit your data in Excel, right? And I have it edited in Excel already. Now let's go back to my common data service. So in this my common data service, another thing I want to show you guys is that you can connect data flow with Microsoft Dataverse. So I can get data using Power Query, and then I can clean that data and just bring it here instead of creating a structured table like I did. So I created a structured table from scratch. I can actually pull a data from any database, maybe SharePoint, maybe Excel, maybe SQL, maybe Oracle, and I will just bring it into my database, into my Microsoft Dataverse without creating it from scratch. So look at data. If I click on data, there is get data here, right? Look at this. So I can click on get data. Immediately I click on get data, you can see that Power Query has opened. So for those that are new to data flow, so data flow is actually the same thing as Power Query you have in Power BI and Power Query you have in Excel, right? So this is called data flow, and then with this data flow, I can easily connect to any data I feel like I want to connect to. So let's say I want to connect to Excel data from my OneDrive. So I'll just click on it, Excel. Then it will tell me to bring a file path here or URL. I should browse my OneDrive. So let me click browse OneDrive. Now it's showing my OneDrive, so I can now look for any file that I want to pick. So let's say, for example, I want something like let me think of a data to bring. Okay, so temperature demo. So let me pick this temperature demo, and then I'll just click open. Temperature demo, then open. Then you can see that this connection is showing my OneDrive connection right now. If your connection is not correct, you can easily click on edit connections and you change your connections. So I'll click next. Yep. So once I click next, you see that this has loaded something called Power Query for me. For those that are used to Power Query, you see that this is exactly like how your Power Query is. I have sheet, I have temperature, and this is the data that I want to load. This temperature data that just have only date and temperature. So I will just click on it and say transform this data. Okay, so this data is loaded here. The date, I can change this to maybe date and time. So just change this data type to date and time. Then I have this as, let me just put O number for this. O number for this, my temperature. Yep, and everything is fine. Okay, so since I've edited this, so the next thing for me to do is just to click, I've cleaned my data and everything fine here. So the next thing is just to click next. So next to actually go to where I can now actually determine whether I want to load this data to an existing table. I want to load it as a new table, but actually I would like to load it as a new table, right? I'm not adding it to any existing table. So I'm loading this data as a new table. So look at this. I have three options here. I have load to a new table, load to an existing table, then do not load. So what I want is to a new table, right? So, and I'm going to create a key for it, a key also. So a key column, which will be auto-generated, and I have two columns here, which is date and temperature. So I'll click next. Okay, the temperature is reserved column name for table CR30 temperature. Okay, so this is telling me that there is a table already. There is a table already in any of the column that I created that is reserved for that. So let me see if I can change the name of this temperature column and just put underscore in front of it, and let's see if that will work. Okay, so now I have underscore, so let me click next now. The temperature is the reserve column name for table CR30 temperature. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so basically, I think I need to change my table display name, right? So because the display name must not be the same with the one at the top. So I can easily just change this. You can see immediately I put an underscore in front of it. It just work for my display name. Then my table name and my display name will not be the same, right? So I'll click next now. And I think it should work now. So interesting. So my table has loaded. And another interesting thing I like about this flow is that you can actually decide to refresh this manually, or you can say you want to refresh automatically by setting a date. I want to refresh every minute. I want to start from this particular date, maybe 1 minute every hour, day, week, month. So you can set your refresh, right? But for me, I just want to refresh manually. So I'll just click on create. So once I click on create, you can see this is loading this data to my Microsoft Dataverse already. It's loading it to my Microsoft Dataverse already, right? So another interesting thing I can do with the Microsoft Dataverse is that I can connect the data from my Microsoft Dataverse to Power BI to actually generate some insight on my Power BI, all right? To generate some insight on Power BI. Generate some insight on Power BI, right? I can do that. So it has loaded my table. My table has loaded here. My table is here already. So I can do another interesting demo that just connects this to Power BI. But due to my time, I think I will stop here. So thank you so much for joining this session. And I'm sure you're going to watch this video, practice, and then understand the way your data flow really works. Thanks a lot. I would appreciate your comments and questions in chat. I'll be available in the comment section below. So I'll be there to respond to your question.
All right, Adiwali, thank you so much for your session. I really enjoyed it. And we'll now move to everyone. If you have any questions, you can drop in the comments. Adiwali is there and he'll make sure that he answers all your questions. And with that, we move to our next session that is on low-code platform, where do the dev fits in. It's by Malin and Matt. A quick introduction about both of them. Malin is the first MVP with the main focus of talent, now dynamic 365 human resources. She started as a CRM user and have worked with CRM since 2009. And Matt is a full-time, full-stack developer with Microsoft Stack, but has found a love in particular with Microsoft Business Application Stack. I'm really excited and looking forward to the session. And let's go ahead and add our next speakers. Hi, Matt and Malin. How are you?
Hi, Simon.
Hi.
I'm good.
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation at the very first place. So we really appreciate it. And I see you both are very active in the community, and thanks to all that you do apart from your day-to-day time. So thank you so much for that. And by the way, Malin and Matt, where you're joining us today from?
I'm situated in Norway.
Norway. That's how's weather in Norway? Cold?
Snowy.
Winter?
Oh yes, it came a lot of snow on Wednesday. I woke up to, I think this amount of snow had come overnight, so it was big surprise.
Yeah.
For me.
And Matt, what about you?
Just near Liverpool, UK.
Okay.
And as that will probably tell you in a minute, raining as normal. So yeah.
Oh my goodness! Here in India, it's like, we have only two seasons. Either it's summer or it's winter. There's no spring, forget, and all that. And the heat is so much. We get monsoon, but it's only like for 10 or 15 days. It's very hot. So how is actually COVID at your place, Matt? Is UK all good?
Yeah, we're all good. We are. I feel like the tide is turning slightly. We seem to be ahead of a lot of countries where we were at, so I feel more positive for 2021 than I did for most of 2020. So that's nice.
Yeah, hopefully all this can get in person, and everyone is missing that. And I think we are reaching kind of a saturation level, right, with this because people we want to meet each other, right? That's what humans like to socialize rather than just being in the rectangles for a long time. All right, so I won't take much of your time. Feel free to go ahead. I think, Matt, I have your presentation, so I'm going to add it to the stream now. Everyone can see it, and feel free to go ahead and get started whenever you people want.
Wonderful. Right, Marlon, I'll guess over to you then for now.
Yes, so this is me. I work as a head of Dynamics 365 at a Scandinavian company called Knowit. As Simon said, I am a business applications MVP. I was the first ever with a focus on the application HR. I'm also a certified trainer, so I do some training. I do not code. I am totally no code. I laugh often and often too high, so I laugh all the time. I love the community. I am a geek, and of course, I am a massive and obsessive Liverpool fan.
And yeah, I am Matt Beard. I am a development team leader at a UK-based company called Data8 with a specialization in data cleansing and data enrichment. I've been there for nearly 10 years now as a full-stack C# developer. So when I first started, it was nothing to do with Power Platform, but as time has gone on, that's where it's turned into. So I am, like I say, Power Platform focused, and I am a published author with a caveat of within Power Automate. So one of the connectors within the platform itself was written by me and has gone through all the certification. So it's nice to see people using our stuff within a Microsoft platform. I am a dev, so I am pro code. I'm a self-confessed and unashamed geek, as you can probably tell by my backdrop. I'm not going to hide behind it. And unlike Marlon, I'm quite lucky that I live relatively close to the city. So actually I get the opportunity to go to lots of games. So I couldn't resist by shoehorning at some point a nice picture of my seat within the Anfield Stadium. So
show off.
Yeah, the one and only football reference I'll make, I promise, during this time.
Yeah, so Matt, so you can see why Matt and I go well together. We both love the same club, so there's no argument there. We're both geeks, and we get quite along. The only thing is that I don't code and he does code, but that's a good thing.
We can work in harmony, as you'll find out with the next 50 minutes or so.
We'll see if you can work in harmony.
Well, yes.
Maybe we can. But we're going to walk through what has changed in this low-code platform the last years. Are there a need for developers? Where do you fit in? And what areas should developers focus on? But why am I here then? Matt also wonders that sometimes.
Never.
Oh, what is low code? Microsoft Publisher. So Matt and I discussed this because this is back in 91. None of us are really old. We're fairly young, both of us. Could we say that, Matt?
Just about, I think.
Yeah. But Publisher was released in 91, and it was an easy way to create your website. And you could just play around with it and try and make your own website without having to know any dev skill. And it's also very easy. So Matt and I talked about this commercial that goes on TV in the UK, where you can build your own website for £1, I think it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Just £1, no knowledge, make your own professional looking website. And it's always resonated me from when I was a young kid.
Yeah, it's great. And it's kind of the way that WordPress or Wix or any of those platforms are, which is basically the only reason why I have a functioning website and a blog. I've set it up myself because I didn't need any code, because it just worked. It looks okay. But of course, if you're a developer, you can do more.
Even as a dev, believe me, when developers can use low-code, no-code solutions and things like WordPress themes, absolutely. I mean, I am unashamedly have a WordPress blog that is also a pre-done theme. So just because we can dev, we don't always do it.
And of course, just because you're a dev does not mean you are a front-end developer and
Yes.
no graphic design.
Absolutely.
And as I said, it just feels like magic. It feels like it works, and you can do stuff that just works without having to do anything that you don't understand. So what is code? The awesome Keith Watling, UK Business Applications MVP, he said very smartly once that everything that has to do with curly brackets is code. End of discussion. Does that mean that everything that doesn't have curly brackets isn't code? What is low code? Who many of you know this guy? It's Charles Lamanna, and he has changed his title, I think, since this, but this shows that Microsoft has a focus because he is, what is it, Senior Vice President, I think, of the Low Code Application Platform. So here you can see that Microsoft have someone that is quite high in their hierarchy with a focus on the low code platform. So they've got their own person in charge of this. And some of you or some of us have been writing code, low code, for years. If you go, some of you might know this is Excel and a function in Excel. And if you do write functions in Excel, in our book, that is low code. It doesn't have curly brackets, but it's still low code. This is Power Automate. It's not always drag and drop, but it's still assisted, so you can point and click instead of drag and drop. And it gives you the feedback for your incorrect code. So if something doesn't work, you get a feedback saying that something doesn't work. Sometimes Microsoft gives you good feedback and say, this doesn't work because of this. Most of the time you get, sorry, that didn't work because something happened. Pro code, well, anything I don't do, basically. It is anything that doesn't have a no code, low code alternative, and just about anything that I can't do. So if it's C#, TypeScript, JavaScript, if it needs compiling, and if it's written in a language that I don't understand, not Spanish, then it is code. So I asked a couple of my friends, why is it better to be a developer now than it used to be? Or is it better? Why should you be a developer now in the Power Platform? And I think both Jim and Daryl said it very good, because they say basically now developers are free to focus on the tasks that are bigger, that are cooler to do, that requires more code and not just the snippet, do this, and this is a 1 hour. I've done it a million times before. How do you even, it's boring. So I think they said it quite well. Good guys, both of them, and have been in the business for quite a long time, so they know what they're talking about. Mm-hmm. But everything starts somewhere. So, Matt, you remember 10 years ago?
10 years ago, yeah.
Called Dynamics CRM?
Fresh out of university, babyface, no idea what troubles was I about to face for the next 10 years.
Yep. Some of us still call it CRM, though, to be honest. It will never not be called CRM in my book. But that was just it. When I started just about 10 years ago in the in Dynamics world, one of the often asked about things were, can we make this field be hidden if the owner is me? Or if this, then can you hide or show this field? And the developer would answer, yeah, that's 1 hour development work. Okay. So, but can we just make this field be required when the status is new? Yeah, another hour development work. Fine. When a lead is qualified, can you automatically email the account owner and something else? Yeah, that's 6-hour development work. Fine. So the dev would have spent 8 hours creating these 3 functions. The functional consultant, me, I would just have to spend maybe a minute asking them, and then of course waiting indefinitely until the developer had time to do that. Yeah. And of course, for project managers, 10 years ago, they would ask developers, so what is happening to this project now? Where are we at? And the developers have said, no, I've had no time to spare with nothing, and nope, I have no idea. So what can we do today? The same questions can be solved. I can do it. I can now hide a field if the owner is me. And how long did it take me? About 5 minutes. The same thing is if a field is required when the status is new. Same business process. 5 minutes. Super easy. So what about when a lead is updated? Can you email the account owner? This was the 8-hour thing. It's now a Power Automate that I can do in 15 minutes. And it takes 15 minutes because they have changed the names on absolutely everything. So I had to go and look for everything, and I didn't find my entities and I didn't find my fields. So it took me a while to change my brain around to actually understanding what I was doing.
We all still struggle. We all still struggle dropping CRM, so we're going to struggle dropping entities and fields. I'll tell you that.
Yes, it's still. I think it's about 5 or 6 years since they dropped CRM, and it's still CRM for a lot of us. So no code. I now spent 25 minutes doing the same thing that a developer did in 8 hours before. Developer time, 0 minutes. He didn't have to wait. He didn't have to get interrupted. He didn't have to do anything. Great. So can you let me know where our big project is now? We've made great progress so far. Yeah, sure. You've got everything under control now.
Oh, yes.
I trust you, Matt.
Well time managed and never distracted.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. So this was how things were before. So if you were a developer, you basically had to do anything. And a functional consultant now can do most of the easy tasks. So both the show hide fields, the lock and unlock, the set required, and these were things that were always asked about. So can you show this field if we click this button? Ugh, it's a 2-hour job for a developer. Now the functional consultant can do it. So what's left for the developer? Do we still need them? It's the custom development work and everything else.
Oh, sorry. Skipping too far. Getting click happy at this point.
Yeah. Next.
So where does that leave us? Where does that leave the platform? Where does that leave low coders, no coders, pro coders, and everyone in between? So we decided to split the platform down a bit into different areas. We can give examples of no coders, what they're doing, low coders, what they're doing, and then ultimately what's left over for the pro coders and where do the important things matter. So, I mean, let's start with Power Automate, which my button isn't working. Let's try again. There we go. So by design, it's a no-code, low-code platform. That's what it's sold as. It's what it's been since its inception, and it's designed to do the things that we've said. Take the time away from the developers and give the power to much more people, not necessarily everybody. Mainly leaning towards everybody with the way that they've done things like Dataverse for Teams, but it's designed to, like I say, reprioritize people's time and make the most from everybody. So a lot of things can just be double clicked and it will just magically work. Whereas there is some things, and the line slowly starts to blur as we work our way through all this sort of stuff. And there's things that people from a low code and no code background will have to start thinking about that they've never really thought about before. So things that I will take for granted, things like knowing what JSON is, knowing how to use JSON, knowing how to build JSON, those sorts of things. So you can see here, this is just a couple of examples of two different flows within Power Automate. So the left-hand side one was literally drag and drop. I've done nothing custom, done nothing bespoke, and I think that entire flow itself takes about 6 clicks before it does what it needs to do, and it just magically works, as we all know, as the wonders of this platform. The one on the right-hand side is a little bit more complex because we'd start thinking about complex objects and stuff, and a developer will not think twice about designing some JSON and passing it through to its next platform. Whereas for a no-coder, a low-coder person, it's a learning curve that we take for granted. So what it does do is helps people understand more things behind the scenes, and blur the lines a bit so people can have a nicer conversation. Now means that I can have a conversation with Marlon about and say, she knows what a JSON object is. Whereas before this platform existed, I wouldn't imagine that was a little bit more alien.
Couldn't care less.
Exactly.
To be honest.
But the problem is we give this power to people, and as I'm sure people watching will know this, that some people, quite frankly, to use a Batman reference, just want to see the world burn. So this is a real example of something I've seen somebody do in the past, which was somebody decided to do a flow that triggered when a new tweet was posted with a very, very generic word. And every time it was, they added it into the database. Dataverse, not database. There we go. That's the first language slip of the session. I think I've done well 15 minutes in. And yeah, it just fills it. And you think, where's my capacity going? I've got to pay for this. This stuff's got to live somewhere. So ultimately, all that happens is you just set your machines on fire and you don't really know what you're doing because you've give all this control to people and you've not really trained them in how to do that. So where does that jump into a pro code side of it? So we know what low coders can do now. They can do anything within reason, but we need to be sensible. So pro coders can come in and take an entirely different approach. So people want to integrate with their systems. That's one of the few massive reasons I've seen people use Power Automate in the past. But not everything has an API. They might have maybe an internal one, or they might have a very specific way it works, but it might not play friendly with things like Power Automate custom connectors. So this is where a pro dev could come in and build a custom API that is sort of a filter through to make that stuff work. When you've built that stuff, you're then in control of giving that across to the low code and no code, who can then reuse that for their own stuff. So you're sort of working together, right? You're making their job easier in ways that they never even realized you could. So you're extending the existing no-code, low-code platform for them already. And the same thing stands with custom connectors, which need authentication. As a developer, if I read OAuth 2, I generally know what that means. I know where to click. I know what I need to do. But I know I need to do things like I need to go into Azure Active Directory. I need to get app IDs and all this sort of stuff, and I know what that means because OAuth 2 is an industry standard. Again, if Marlon went in and was trying to make a custom connector that needed OAuth 2 connection, I'm going to take a guess that you might need a little bit of assistance on that.
That might be the understatement of the year so far.
So just because they can doesn't mean they necessarily should and will. The DLP, the data loss prevention, damage control as well. Power Automate, like we say, can be dangerous, and people can do a lot of damage with it. If your security roles allow deletes for somebody, there's nothing stopping them writing a Power Automate that will open all their records and delete them all. There is nothing really stopping that. So if you don't trust your users, which I've seen people don't trust their users a lot, you can put fail safes in place. You can turn off and on. It used to be just connectors, I believe. After Ignite, you can now actually turn off and on different actions within these connectors. I think that was announced at Ignite, so that's even nicer that you can actually to even more of a granular level, decide what people are doing.
So you could now actually shut off the Twitter connector so that that never happens again. And so you never get your database filled up with all of these Twitter messages. So you can do that with the DLP.
I trust people even less. I would turn off create a new record. That's how little I would trust them. But that's my cynical developer self.
Well, I learned sometimes that no system is your system is only foolproof until a bigger fool comes around.
Yeah.
And that I have seen the last 10 years. That is absolutely true.
I agree.
Yep.
And the final thing that's useful is things that the developers take for granted. They're the stuff that you learn if you go to university and you study coding, or you go online, you go to YouTube and you put, how do I become a coder? When you're starting your career, there is things that you absolutely take for granted. Like, I know what a loop is, I know what a try catch is, and I know that relatively early on in my coding career. Whereas until you've been shown these things with Power Automate and you think in that way, because you've got to make yourself think that way, you just don't do it. What if errors? Oh, it just errors. There's nothing I can do about it. No, there's a thing called try catch that when it does error, you can now make it do this. And just those little things are useful. On top of that, and again, I'm talking about the platform itself here, is that API calls are monitored, they are logged, they are limited. You want more, you got to start paying for them more. All this stuff comes at a cost. So if you had a simple scenario where if I told somebody that I have no doubt that most no-coders, low-coders that understand Power Automate could say, go and load in all the accounts and make an update to them all. So they would probably do a list of records, loop through them all and set them. That's, let's say there's 10,000 accounts in that. That's one for a load, and then 10,000 ones for updates. That's 10,000 records that I've made. Whereas as a developer, I've got this in my head that I want to try and minimize these calls. I want to make it more efficient. And do these extra sorts of things. So I've got to try and pass on any coding standards that I have learned over time and apply them in a low-code, no-code world. And that's just Power Automate. That's me not really touching code. That's the amount of places that I can help people with. Other than the custom APIs, the custom connectors and the DLP stuff, that's still me using user interfaces, but it's me applying the extra things that I know to help other people out. So moving on to Power Apps, this is where we spend probably the bulk of the time now. Canvas Apps is pretty much all no-code, low-code. I was thinking before that I know of one place that you can do it, which is horrible, which is, I think it's Scott Giroux did a video of how to run JavaScript in a Canvas app, so don't go near that. Generally, I don't think there is anywhere in Canvas apps you can run sort of pro code. I know there is a thing called the PCF, which we'll move on to in there, but that's not currently at GA yet. So it's safe to assume that really Canvas apps is very much low code. Model-driven apps are sort of the other way. Model-driven apps can do a lot of the common things you want now in no-code, low-code, which we spoke about earlier, things like your business rules and making things recommended and show, hide, and that sort of stuff. That's all now can be done in a no-code, low-code world. But on top of that, on top of relatively minor user interface tweaks, it's very difficult to really get powerful things in there. The other benefit of no-code, low-code that people often forget about actually is that the XRM Toolbox is a fantastic tool. Marlon and I were talking about it. We both use it extensively. It's one of the number one things I will tell people to go and learn and go and look at, because it is the lifesaver that saved me so many times.
But I do think we use it completely differently, though.
Absolutely.
I use it for the things that are near code, but I still need to use it. But I don't want to do code, and I can still do a lot of things with our XRM Toolbox, even though I do not code. So always, if you are using Dataverse or Dynamics 365, download XRM Toolbox, and it will save you time. I guarantee it.
It will. The thing that helps projects, helps things work is when communication is good. And what I think XRM Toolbox itself is fantastic at doing is bridging that gap. And I sort of mentioned it earlier with the JSON about Power Automate. It lets us start speaking the same language. Marlin can now say to me, hey, I wrote a bit of XML that is a fetch XML that gets you some records. This is the criteria I want. Can you use it? I now know what that means. I understand what it means. And I could literally copy and paste her fetch XML and put it into my code if I was doing it that way.
And I'm super proud because I actually did something coding. Super happy.
Exactly. And having that additional dialogue is so beneficial for me as a developer. There's nothing I find more frustrating than a request that comes in that is the most vague request I've ever seen, because whatever happens, I am going to get it wrong. I am not going to understand that requirement as it should be. So bridging this gap is useful. And if you've not seen XRM Toolbox, there's a couple of screenshots here. This is an example of a couple of the tools that are on there. That's even more. You can download them. So it's 218 tools altogether at this point. And there is some absolutely that only a dev will go near. There is some in there that only a low-code dev, I guess, would go near. And there's ones in the middle of that. So this is an example when we're talking about, this is the Fetch XML builder. In fact, this is not. This is the bulk record updater, which is the ability to go in and change, a bit similar to what we talking about Power Automate, go and change 10,000 records to have this field set to this. But what this tool does is cleverly does it in things like in batches. So this is already thinking about the dev side of it, of minimizing your API calls. So Jonas, in this case, who all thoughts with him at the minute, and we're all excited for Jonas and seeing where he goes, has built this, and he's thought about these problems that other people already face. He's got that dev head on, and he's thought about that. So what we can do is we can now go, well, here you go, missed low code. Use this instead, because this will help you understand what it is, and hopefully you could apply those fundamental things that you thought about earlier.
It helps me.
Yes, exactly. This is another one. So this is just one this is actually one I built. So the XRM Toolbox is worth adding at this point is that it's free. It's open to the community. Anybody can make anything, and they can push it to the greater world for anybody to download and use. So this is one that I built, for example. I built it for an internal reason, and actually it was that good that I thought I'll release it out because other people will have the same usage for it. And it lets you do things like checks that your data is valid within the record it's in. So do your phone numbers look like phone numbers, and are your option sets, there's the second one, are your choices the right option set value or choice or whatever they're going to call it nowadays. We know what we're going to do. And other things like, are your max mins within range? That's the sort of thing you can do, but you can then apply that to your system without, again, talking to a dev. And then Ribbon Workbench. Ribbon Workbench is low code, no code. Again, this is made by Scott. This lets you add buttons on and stuff like that. Scott's done such a good job of this, and I think everybody that uses XRM Toolbox or has heard of it has probably also heard of Ribbon Workbench at some point or another, which lets you drag and drop ribbon buttons on and make changes to them. And already it's a low code, no code solution. You can put code in it. Don't get me wrong. You can make it more complex by doing that, but you don't need to do that. And in time, this will get easier, and we'll sort of move on to this bit later on. But right now, as a low coder, you could still go and do that.
I can do that, and I can update everything.
Exactly. These are all free codes, but free tools. So if you ever use any tools for anyone at all, and if they've got donate buttons on them, please always consider doing it, just because lots of people put lots of their time into these things. So that was sort of a low code, no code area, and that was the things they can do. Now, what about code? Where does code run in this sort of stuff? Now, this is where I can talk for a long time, and I'll need to get over it quickly because I don't have all day to talk to you. Which is,
I will stop you here if you go on too long, because I have no idea.
That's fine. If I start rambling about nonsensical things, feel free to interrupt. I can run code from pretty much anything the system can do, and I can run it at any point during its execution pipeline. What does that mean? So I can, if someone does an update, I can intercept it. I can check that update is a valid update to be done. And if not, I can revert it, or I can make extra manipulation in the middle of it. And it just goes through as if it was part of that update. And this is sort of what this thing called the execution pipeline is. So there's multiple stages that the code runs through, which behind the scenes, they're stage 10, 20, 30, 40. I'm not quite sure why they're 10, 20, 30, 40. Someone will have something around there somewhere. And you've got pre-val, pre-op, and post-op, 10, 20, 40. So they're just different areas. The ultimate thing we care about, right, is that this is all done transactionally. What that means is if this fails at any point, the entire thing fails. So if you want to do an update on a record and you were doing something else at the same time and the something else failed, the update wouldn't go through, because then you wouldn't then have a mismatch of whatever your requirement was. This is where, because Power Automate is only async, Power Automate can only run after something, you can potentially hit a problem with this. So if you ever want to live in a synchronous world where things just happen and are guaranteed to happen, sadly, you're going to need a coder. You're going to need a dev for that. Maybe we'll get to the point where the workflow engine that exists within model-driven apps is gone and Power Automate is synchronous. I am going to hold my reservations on that and say it's probably not still going to go for a long time. I know they will try. They will try. I still know people that go to Force Classic on their user interface. So some people simply don't like change. So whilst the workflow engine is still there, people are going to use it and they need synchronous code. Now, the one thing you'll notice there, by the way, is that there's 10, 20, 40. So where's 30? Now, what 30 is the area that you can't manipulate. You can manipulate before and after. 30 is the actual original request. So create, update, delete, or whatever. That is the request that the server is going to do. So what's this third thing and what we're talking about? I'll get onto that in a minute. Because there is so many things you can do with this, and people have such complex systems based on so many entities, that if you were to make a Power Automate flow through all this stuff and you manage to miraculously have a system where doing it all async works for you, then I firstly tip my hat off to you, because my mind doesn't think in an asynchronous way, unless I'm writing JavaScript, but that's more a comment for devs that they'll hopefully appreciate my pain. With sync, how do you manage it? Imagine how many flows you're going to have. So this is a screenshot. This is the plugin registration tool. This is where I attach onto different things. So this is just one. So Data8 I work for as an ISV. This is an example of how much just one of our tools hooks into somebody else's system. Each one of those steps is a new step. So it could be on a create or an update or a merge or whatever. I mean, I already can't fit them on the page. In fact, if each one of these was to be a Power Automate within Power Automate, it's just, there's so much, it's going to be crazy. So this is why the dev side of it to handle this side of stuff, I think, is still going to be required, and again, isn't going to go anywhere. Now, we talked about this stage 30. What is this stage 30? What am I going on about? There is times when you can make a custom action. Now, when I first started with custom actions and custom APIs, which they sort of later become, which I'll go on to, I didn't get them. And it took me a long time to understand what they are, what's their benefit. And even then I was like, what's going on? And I remember, I think I went to a user group over in Tampa in 2017, maybe. And it was only during a conversation and with a guy called Matt Barber, who, if anybody knows within Microsoft, he's one of the on the product team, I think, wherever he is nowadays. And he explained to me, this is the point of them. And it sort of clicked. And actually what I now find is that because the world of behind Power Platform has evolved to things like PCF, that custom actions are more powerful than they've ever been before, but they're underused. They're very underrated, I think. And what they've done is they've now moved over to custom APIs. So what is it? A custom action is, you can basically make a custom thing that runs and it basically triggers some code to do something at any point. Because you might want to run some code when something happens that isn't an existing thing. So it's not create, I've not updated a record, I've not done anything, but I've got a button on my phone that I press that I want to go and do something. So you can have a custom action there, which is a custom usage. Now, the place I use the most, because I've spent a long time writing JavaScript recently, is JavaScript. You can get lost in asynchronous hell because everything is a promise and returns these things. And to get the data back, it can be crazy. So what I did instead was I wrote this custom action that did all my stuff in nice, pretty C# code that I can write, that I've got IntelliSense for, that I'm quite frankly better at writing than JavaScript. And it then returns it to the JavaScript. So C# has done all the hard work, and it's just give me a JSON object of all the hard work and give it to JavaScript, and JavaScript's just got the easy job of just processing through it. So it sounds complex, and for any low coders in here, I apologize, but this is where they are absolutely the most powerful in my eyes, is the custom actions. But they can help blur the lines as well, because what can happen is that you can call these custom actions or custom APIs in Power Automate. So if you've got a step of 5 things that needs to happen, I don't know, reassign to this and update this record and do this all in one go, you could make a custom action that runs that code. Then your low coder, no coder could just call the custom action in their Power Automate, and they don't have to worry about the inner workings of it. And then as time goes on, I can make a change my side, and that flow still continues to work with the bug fixes inside it. So there's all sorts of blur in the lines of where these can be beneficial.
And it was also one of the first things you saw when I did the Power Automate, the screenshot of when a lead is qualified. You said, "Oh, but you could use a custom action. I can," and then you started going on, and we can take that another day, not while we're building.
Yes,
but I'll teach you.
Exactly. Yeah, qualify lead is a great example of it's an action, right? It's because what it does is behind the scenes is if you quantify what qualify lead does, it sets the status of a lead to be qualified. It then goes to make a new contact with all these fields. It then makes an account with all these fields. It updates the lead with these things. They're all steps that you could, in theory, do in Power Automate. But what the product team behind CE have done is they've made that into a custom action. You call the one thing and it works. So this is a good example. I can do the same thing, but custom. So that's where it's a trigger, right? So a custom action is a weird thing to start, because to make a custom action, you make it in the old workflow engine, but it's not really anything to do with the workflow engine. You can use the workflow elements on it if you want to, but they're sort of irrelevant. And I think I was talking about this with Mark Carrington earlier, who I work with. I think the reason that it exists in the workflow engine is that, quite frankly, when it existed, Microsoft had nowhere else to put it. So it just sort of went there. And that's pure speculation on my behalf. Don't take that as gospel. Don't go and shout at me if I'm wrong. But I suspect the reason it goes there is that it just doesn't fit anywhere else. But with this move to the Maker portal and that sort of stuff, custom APIs came out, which are very, very, very similar. They do randomly redirect to the legacy interface when you make a new one. I don't know why. And they are still in preview. So right now, be aware if you're going to use any of these things, think about GA in preview and all those sorts of stuff. And they can do these things. So custom action has one extra benefit. Custom APIs has one extra benefit, which you can use that against the collection of entities rather than just one, which, again, is going to start helping things like API requests in mass. So this is 2 examples. This is me making a custom action in both areas. So the left-hand side is the old interface as such. You can see there it looks very much like a workflow. At the bottom, I can add steps and I can do these things to it. But the recommended approach, I believe, or certainly was when I was speaking to them at Microsoft, is you don't really do anything in there. This is solely a trigger to make your code run. And on the right-hand side, as you can see, it redirected to the old interface, but I've given it a name, and I've done some stuff. I'm not going to dig into it too much. And I'm going to run this code. I'm going to take an input and a multiplier, and I'm going to output the result to those 2 things. It's a fairly nonsensical action bit of code, but I'm going to use that code because this is the sort of thing in a more advanced world that a low-code dev couldn't do. All right, they could probably do multiplication, but you can see the bigger picture, and I think you'll get what I mean. So now I've got this bit of code. What I want to tell the system to do is, when someone calls the action, run that code. Give me the output. That's ultimately all I need to do. So I'm in the plugin registration tool, which I showed earlier, and you can see there on the message of custom action example, I'm now running. In fact, I've got a mouse. I can show you this. I don't know if you can see the mouse. You can see here that on the custom action example, I am going to run the bit of code that exists in here. So that's the same sort of thing. and I'm going to run it synchronously post-operation. So I'm going to run my command. It's not actually going to do anything in state, so 10, 20, 30, as we were talking before. Run the action, doesn't do anything, then goes and does all the magic, and then because it's synchronous, will give me the response back. And in the custom APIs, which is the new version, it's basically the same thing, right? The unique name is there, and here I'm saying what I'm running, and down here I'm saying this I'm running. So it's very, very similar, just in a new user interface or an old new user, whatever.
It's not easy with the old and the new. When
yeah.
it looks like the old and the old looks newer than
Look, I still get confused if it's the unified interface, the user interface, or whatever UI stands for. I still don't know. I'm glad that debate's not going to happen anymore.
Agreed.
So this is now a Power Automate flow, and what this is doing is doing the same thing twice. This is just to prove that both of those things are the same. I can call this action, I can put the inputs in, and I get an output. So when I run them, 2 times 2 is 4, 3 times 3 is 3. And you can see how that code has now been run from multiple different ways. And what I can now do is this flow exists all the time. If I went in and changed it to be plus instead of multiplication and put that code onto the system, the Power Automates will just automatically change their behavior without the low coder doing anything at all. So there really is bridging this gap of making things join. And
I can give it to me so I can actually use it in my flows and take part of that magic.
Absolutely. PCF, I've spoken about this already a few times. If you didn't know what it was, I'll go into it now. PCF is the Power Apps component framework. Started private preview, so the public, well, the private public really got a view of it sort of mid-2019. It went GA mid-2020. This is in model-driven apps. Canvas apps is still in public preview. It's been in public preview for well over a year now, so I don't know where that is right now. So who knows? But this is where the fine line of where I said earlier there is no pro code within Canvas apps. It's probably going to change at that point, and that's where the fine line will blur even more. And a PCF is basically a reusable component built solely in code with unlimited potential. Back in the days with web resources only, they had their limitations. There was things you couldn't do. There was things you weren't allowed to do. Just because you could do them doesn't mean they were officially supported by Microsoft. There's all sorts of things that you've got to try and think about. Whereas PCFs are a lot more supported because the way they're done behind the scenes is clever. They link to the forms differently. They're independent. There's all sorts of cleverness behind the scenes that if you really dig into it, is just absolutely genius. One of the most important things I think for them is that they share their contacts with the form they're on. So web resources sort of do that, but you've got to be clever. So if you're making a field look pretty through an old school web resource, and then the field is also somewhere else on your system, you make the change, you've got to sort of do refreshes and you've got to do horrible JavaScript to make it work. Whereas PCF just works. So the simplest example of a PCF, and this is one of the out-of-the-box ones that I think they've now unsupported. I don't know if they've brought a new version of it out. Is the toggle. So this is the same field on the same form twice. If I change the top one from allow to do not allow, the second one automatically refreshes itself and changes. Like, I don't need to refresh the page; it just works. And vice versa, if I do it from the bottom, the top one changes. So they're interacting with the form all the time. So it just provides a user experience that people take for granted, to be honest. Because if the user interface doesn't, if the user experience isn't what somebody expects, then the first person that gets it in the neck is the dev, because they say it doesn't work properly. Why doesn't that button do this and refresh this page and whatever? And that's where the feedback falls onto. So if you can use tech that uses that, then great. What that also means is that if you're clever in the way that you configure a PCF, because they are configurable, you hand them over to the low coder and you say, right, as well as having a text box, as well as having a number field on your form, you've now got this bit of code that you can reuse anywhere you want. And they can then start making pretty user interfaces as well, based on the code that you've got.
Now I look brilliant because of this. Love it. Who doesn't love it? It's awesome.
Exactly. And because of the sheer power of them, there's things like the Fluent UI now, which used to be Office Fabric, which is styling, right? We touched on it earlier. Front-end dev is not for me. I can make things if someone gives it to me, give me a piece of paper and a paintbrush, and it will look like a 3-year-old's done it. So yes, the key thing is you can reuse things that people already done. Now, people used to use Bootstrap because that was generally what was available and was good. Having this available to you now, Bootstrap always felt like you could tell it was a web resource, and I think if a user is using that, it just feels disjointed. It's nice to feel like it's naturally in there. I don't like this disjointed approach of styling, whereas Fluent UI will let you do that very, very quickly and makes it feel natural. That's the sort of code that goes into PCF. This is one that I was actually working on recently, which is just lots and lots and lots and lots of code. So they're very code heavy, but they're worth it. However, things already exist. So don't worry if you've got a nice idea. People already might have done it. So there is a great thing called PCF Gallery, which has all sorts of things on it. Chances are, if it's a common ask, I'd be surprised if it's not already on PCF Gallery. An example of that, and one we've seen quite a lot, and funny enough, Marlin put in the presentation without knowing I already use it, was one by a guy called Andrew Butenko, which is dependent option sets, which is a request we see a lot now, right? Which is option set 1 changes, they want option set 2 to be a subset of those. That's done as a PCF, so you can see there that on the right-hand side now, actually, that's actually a 3-tier thing now. So changing that one changes that one changes that one. So if I was to change this top one, the bottom 2 drop-down boxes would change and just help improve data integrity, which ultimately I think is the main point of most systems. You want good quality data in your system. If you've got a terrible system, then you're limiting whatever it is that your business is doing. Yeah.
And a massive shout out to Andrew Butenko, because the way he's done it, because this is a screenshot from the GitHub, where he put it, and he has put down step by step, as easy as no coders can easily take this from 1 to 10 and put it in their own system. I can take this, I can do this. He's written down exactly how to do it. So he's given me the tools to take his tool that he's built and have it in my system. And it just works great. And he also told me 3 hours ago that he has also created something called the AB Control Toolkit, which is, he hasn't announced it. It's silently released as a newer version, and he's working on the documentation. But that toolkit also includes the dependent.
Nice.
Yes, so more is coming, and more is coming every day. But there are some superstars that are creating some amazing stuff, and Andrew and Matt is also one of them. So really good.
Right, I have lots of slides in 4 minutes, so I'm going to speed the hell up. Right, so next one is ProCode would need to apply ALM techniques. If you are doing proper ALM techniques into stuff, so, handling stuff up UAT to dev to prod and those sorts of things and up and down, then I'm used to that. I'm used to putting things in source control. I'm used to handling those sorts of things. No devs are not. So I'd apply the knowledge from that into managing the change moving forward. So you can see here, there's an example of there's a release pipeline of updating plugins and doing magic stuff. This is the sort of stuff that a dev would be used to doing that other people wouldn't. So you would either do it for them or help them understand what this sort of stuff means. Chances are you probably do it for them. And because, like I said, we're giving people this power to do these things, you want to make sure you got backups. You want to make sure you're doing this stuff properly, because people can break the systems. And then external tools. This is great. This is you can make toolbox tools internally to the point where actually, if a dev makes an extra toolbox tool, you can actually set it to have an iPrivate plugin interface, which means Tanguy doesn't report on it in his stats, because I didn't realize until recently he does that. So there's all sorts of internal tools that are showing there. So yeah, anything that you do regularly inside is useful to do that. And finally, low-code support. So I've sort of touched on it earlier. Offering the things I take for granted to other people. So I know what lazy loading means. I know I know how to use variables. I know also how to use delegation stuff. That's alien stuff to a lot of people. Whereas when they need it, they come asking, they then learn it, they can then reuse that knowledge. So one of the key things for a pro dev is low-code support. Which does lead us on to a new thing, which is PowerFX, which is that people are going to want help. So I'll end on this slide. I think I'm going to speed onto that one just because I need to hurry up.
Accountants have been writing functions in Excel for years, and they are super insanely good at it. And that is basically what PowerFX is. It's not a new code language. It's just the language that has always been there, has now got a name.
Exactly. And PowerFX is going to go everywhere. It's open source, so devs can add to it. Devs can understand what it's doing behind the scenes. They can help people understand how to use it. I think, I don't know this for a fact, I think this is what is going to become into the ribbon in the next few years. I know Scott and Duro announced something around this area at Scottish Summit. So go and check Scott's video on that sort of stuff. But I think PowerFX is coming and is going to stay, which is why I titled this slide after Scott and Sarah's Pro Code, Low Code Unite area. And to speed through it quick, because we might have questions, and I know there'll be other speakers waiting to talk, is there is certifications for both. There is the App Maker one, which I think is a more basic understanding of coding principles. There's bits of code, VBA, that sort of stuff. So that's a bit more low codey. And then there is the full-on dev, go and write code and do crazy things. So there's both levels of coding. So yeah, in summary, devs are going nowhere. We are needed. We are needed for support. We're needed for new stuff. Don't panic just because it says low code. Someone's got to write the low code.
Yep.
And yeah, ultimately, sorry for speeding through the last minute. This is what I get when I start talking about plugins. I totally run out of time. And with that, we're not going anywhere. And that's the most important part of this presentation to take away from that.
And I still need developers, because even though my job has gotten a lot easier and I can do a lot of stuff myself now, you still need to do all the cool stuff and all the complex stuff.
And we don't really have time for that. So apologies to organisers for running dead on to the minute. So yeah.
You're only like 20 seconds above, so it's okay.
I'll say that. I'll say that.
Oh my goodness! What an amazing session! I think about other than the content, you both really enjoyed your company. I was just looking for last 50 minutes. Really enjoyed, and I love that you covered the background of low code, that it has been existed for a while now, and what are the latest offering that Microsoft has provided in the entire ecosystem of this low code. And definitely, from your session, I get it that developers are not going away. Right, low code, no code is going to save your time, help you with your POCs, MEP, especially with the POCs, because during that time, your clients would ask you to go ahead and change a lot of your stuff. So that really saves a lot of time. So great session, Malin and Matt. And I was just looking at the tweet. You guys did say that this is a new session that you guys did it, right? So and so how long it took you to get this done, the entire presentation? How long it took you to build it?
Until about 10 minutes before we started. It's a while. We had two different stories we're trying to tell, so to try and get both sides of the story and take some time to get this fair balance.
There was a good sync, right? I really loved on how everything went from you to Malin, and it was great. So thank you so much once again. Any final thing you guys want to plug in before we move to next session?
Just thank you for having us, and good job in arranging a really great conference. I mean, you've done a great job.
All right, thank you.
I praise for you.
All right, thank you, Matt. Thank you, Malin. Thank you so much, and thank you for all that you do for the community. We would love to have you back whenever things get fine, or even in some other live shows. Until then, take good care of yourself and have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
All right,
cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So with that, oh my goodness, I'm sorry, Andres. I'm supposed to welcome. I just pressed it right. It's kind of technical. So with that, we move to our next session. You have already seen our. This is hilarious. We cannot stop. All right, now we move to our next session, that is connecting the dot with Power Automate with MS Craft and other cool stuff. And that's by Andreas. He's a consultant, trainer, and enabler with focus on Microsoft 365 and Azure. He's onboarding and rollout for Microsoft 365, technical, conceptual, and communicative. Many years of experience in the administration, setup, and customizing of Microsoft Cloud Services, and a long bio that I would leave to Andres, because he's a very experienced guy, and I'll let him introduce himself. So let's welcome our next speaker, Andreas. Andreas, hi, welcome. Hi, Andreas, welcome to Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hi, Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very fine. I'm very excited to start my session. So the 5 minutes I will move forward, so I will get the 3 or 5 minutes back. No problem.
Yeah, Andres, yeah, take your time. It's okay. So I won't take much of your time. I know our time is concerned. So feel free to go. I will just add your screen. Okay. Everyone can see your screen and then we can do chit chat later on. So all next 45, 50 minutes is all yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, welcome from Germany. Here in Germany, it's about 6 p.m. or 8 p.m. in the evening. So my kids are going to bed next time. And I hopefully think you have also a great day with the conference. Very cool stuff, very cool and informative slot sessions. Awesome speakers. I'm really excited. So I hopefully have can do it the same like the other speakers. So let's start. Yeah, maybe it's if you come from Europe, maybe you have seen one of our shows. In the show, I'm making processes as Mr. Power Magic for real world scenarios and connecting the dots. So we have solutions for the problem the users have with processes or business processes, so we can make them working flawless in Microsoft 365. Yeah, if you like my session or do you want to connect with me, take the QR code for LinkedIn or the short link for LinkedIn or my Twitter handle so you can have the contact. That is just a bio. This is only marketing stuff. We don't need this. Okay, let's start. We are only left time. So what I want to do today in this session is to show you a real world scenario we've done with Microsoft 365 as the processing center and third-party stuff and connecting this with Power Automate and APIs. So mostly we work in Microsoft 365, but that's not our only one tool or suite we need or we work. So we have to work with other third-party vendors and tools because this is for line of business or something like that. And the gap between the third party and the Microsoft world is the connection and getting data from one place to the other place and get the data back or something like that. And for this, I will show you a solution we have done at our client for making document processing e-signatures. And this is about 1,000 document a month. So it's very scalable in this concept. Yeah, all of this is based on APIs from the third-party vendors. So we will see how this works. What is the process in this scenario? Yeah, surely we have a third-party software and something happens in that. Maybe you have a new customer, if it's HR or it's ERP or CRM. So anything happens, you have a trigger in this third-party software. So you will get notified or you will have a trigger to start something to get this process working. This information from the third-party software will we need to process the way for getting things done. And in this way, in Microsoft 365, this process get the data, throw it in a Word template, generating PDFs from this, store it in SharePoint, and list and sends it to another third-party software to get an legal e-signature and get the document back, and the contract is finished. And sure, notifying some people. And this is everything we did with this process, and I will show you in the demo how we did this. Yeah, sending this to a trusted signer, getting the bag, store and going on with the next process. So we have in this process 4 steps. The first step is S1. We have the third-party input where we start our process. The second step is processing this all in the Microsoft 365 ecosystem with Power Automate and SharePoint, Word, all the stuff, OneDrive, also Teams, and so on, where the document will be proceed, get in the third step to the third-party e-signature solution, and in the last step, getting back to the M365 world, where it will be stored in document library and notify the people to move on. For the first step, in this case, our third-party vendor is StaffCloud, and StaffCloud is, like the name, is a software as a service for managing staffs for events or for, mostly for events. And this is from Switzerland, and this is for this what they do, managing events and staff. It's very cool, very good software. Nice features. You can use it. You have a very big staff pool. In our case, it's about 700 people for staff and volunteers, and you can manage anything, any kind of events. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it's a little bit less with events, but on the other hand, there are many hospitals, hospitals who need extra staff for managing all the cases in the hospital. And also for this kind of event, you can use StaffCloud to manage these additional staff for all these kind of events in the pandemic. And so the focus on this software is planning and managing people and events, and this, they do it very good. But on the other hand, everything else, what has to do with managing events and stuff like contracting and something like that, they do not manage this. So we have to do it on our own. They have an API, but they do not have any webhooks yet. This is very sorry, but maybe we're hoping they will implement the webhooks very shortly so we can use them. So because they do not have webhooks, we have to poll the API regularly. What's resist in many traffic, and that's not cool because we can't get any triggers from the software. So we have to poll every time has any thing changed. If yes, so give me the data. Okay, in the next step, we're getting the data from the StaffCloud API. Then we will need this data to fill a Word template for the contract. It's called a base contract, where all the basically stuff and details were stored in the template in the contract. From the template, we'll create a PDF, and this PDF will be prepared for the trusted signer. So the procedures will be stored, and then we will send it to the professional signer. This is the next step, step 3. For this, we use the third-party software uSign from Europe, from France. Also, a very cool software. Is a trusted and legally signer, so you can sign everything you want at contracts, HR, whatever you want, and you can collect many signatures, or you can collect signatures from many participants. It's not only that you have only 2 people. You can have 10, 20 people if you want, or if you need. So for the regular use, maybe you know Adobe Sign or something like that, you can use it. Also, they have a web app where you can store your document. You can say the employee has to sign in this area, and then he gets a notification to sign his document. But for our case, we don't need the web app first, because we create documents programmatically. So we create thousands document a month. We can't use a web app, and the employees can't put the drag and drop the contracts in the web app to make the signature. So this won't be well. So we have also an API. This is very, very good documented, and you can use it very well. And of course, the uSign, they support webhooks. This is very, very good for our case, because so we start one flow after the other. And how does it work? We initiate the signing request. The base contract or the document will be uploaded. We are waiting that everybody has signed the document. And if that happens, webhook triggers the next flow to get back the signed document and store it. And last but not least, this is the fourth step. We download the signed document from uSign, store it in SharePoint. Additional metadata will be stored in the library. And of course, we'll notify the users via adaptive cards in Teams, so they can move on with the process and make the rest from everything. This is the short overview of the process, but we will see this now in the demo, because everything else is only for reading. Okay, so where do we gonna start? First of all, we have our software. This is DevCloud, where you can see we have events. Sorry for German, but it doesn't matter. It's only for the function. We have here the employees. We have the events where the staff will be managed and planned for the event. And there's this is all web-based, so we do not have it on-prem or something like that. Then we have many flows created, and additionally in a SharePoint, in a group, we have a SharePoint list for our flows that will be needed to store, transfer information, store it, create the document, and then delete the information here in the document, in the SharePoint list. So we do not want to pull for every piece of information. We do not want to pull the API. So we just get the information in one piece, store it here in SharePoint, processing the document, and then after that we do not need them anymore. We delete them here in SharePoint because we have them in DevCloud. Okay, let's see the first step. For the first step, I said we have a trigger or information, something happens in the software. Maybe we have here in our demo user, and that's me. You see there are many information. It's in German, it doesn't matter. So the qualification, what can I do? Can I make a barkeeper, or am I able to host children or something like that? Do I have a driving license, and which type of cars I'm able or allowed to drive? Is this only a car, or is it a truck, and something like that? How do I look? Is it how tall am I? Which languages do I speak? And all these stuff, you see many information stored about every staff. So many things. And of course, every staff member has an own ID for sure. And one thing that we need for our process is this. It's the status for the base contract. And now it's in this case, it means the the base contract is already signed. And I will now say, in my case, because we do not have webhooks, we have to trigger it by polling. I say in my status now requested. So I'll make in my staff member, I say I do not have a base contract. I needed base contract, and so I request it. So what do we not now do with Power Automate and the Microsoft 365 system? First of all, we have one flow. This is the flow for the first part. This is the part to create the base contract and get the signing request ready. So we will see how this works. No, this is the wrong. Where's my flow? Oh, do not have it here. Sorry. So this one. Let's see what happens and in this flow. So first of all, this flow is recurrent, and every day at 6 p.m. it polls the API at the Staff Cloud service and looks if there are any staff members who have in their a base contract status the status requested. If this isn't the case, they will get all the information from this user and then will process this flow. We were gonna test it because I have this is on requested. Okay, so we can test it. Just looking if I'm in the development environment, not getting this in the production environment. So now we're going to test it and we'll see what happens. Okay. I'll translate every step. So you do not have to learn German. So, okay. First of all, the recurrence every 24 hours at 6 p.m., but now we tested it. And then the question, isn't there any staff member who has a requested base contract? Yes, there is one person in this case. That's me, the demo user. And you see there are many things we'll get back from the API. And this is because the API, if you call the API from Staff Cloud, you will get everything they have, if there is a value or not. So they send you all the thing you need, all the thing they have, but not everything you need. So you see there are many things like or many information with nothing. So we don't care. We get it with us, so it's no problem. Okay, we get the answer from the API. Then we pass the JSON about the scheme we have created from the first time we created the flow. Then we have some variables that will be initiated. We need further, and then the next step is to see if there are something, if the condition is true. And what is the condition? It's really easy. The condition says if we have in the header, if the content length is bigger than 2, please proceed this flow. Because if we do not get any a staff member back, we only get 2 brackets, the left and the right one. So if we only have the 2 brackets, the flow won't make this thing. Next step, we have a for each loop, because it could be that we will get more than one member here. So it has to proceed for all the members, for the staff members. So what will the for each loop do? So if we get a member back from the API, we just make formatting the date for the begin of the contract. We format a little bit the file name for the SharePoint list. That's not it's just basic for pronouncing and something like that. Next one is trimming. We had also problems with blanks in the front or at the end of a name, and this the API from usign, the signer, doesn't like that and throws exceptions if you have blanks in your name. So we have to trim it and be careful that this has no blanks. In the next step, we use one of the additional list in our SharePoint to create the staff member in our system, so we do not have to poll the API any longer. Next step is to get the document counter. We have a counter where we count the numbers of documents who are created and we use that for unique file names, because the counter will be stored at the end of the file name. So we have then a counter with trailing O's or zeros, so we have the right numbers. Okay, this is then the next step. You have to add one to the counter because you have to write them up. And then there's a big part. This is where the magic happens. We are using the premium connector to get Word templates, and we fill this Word template with all these things, with these information, what we have seen here in the web app. All this stuff will be get in the Word document. From the Word document, we will create a PDF. This is the OneDrive connector. And for all these stuff, for something from these connectors, you will need a premium license, because not everything is in the standard. But there's also a thing I will show you how you can do this. Okay, we'll get the PDF. The PDF will be stored in the document library, and then we'll fill with additional information, metadata. So we have all the things we need. Then we do not need the Word document any longer, so we delete it. And the next step is to update the status of the base contract in Staff Cloud, because if the API polls every time and looks if somebody requests a new base contract, we have to make sure that we say he doesn't need any longer request a new base contract, because we have already done this. So I'm just updating and looking. So the first was requested, and now it's created. So the document is created. This gets back from this flow back to the Staff Cloud. Okay, next step, we'll get the server document stamp for the signature from our CEO, because our CEO don't want to sign thousands of documents manually every month. So we'll get a signing stamp into the document, so it's already signed from the CEO. So we do not have to do this manually. This picture or this PNG will be translated in base 64. So we can upload this base 64 hash into the document. So next step is to upload the base contract itself, the PDF, and in the next step we upload the server stamp to get this server stamp into the PDF on specific places. And this is what we can see next. You can see this here, maybe just it's a little bit small. Can make this in this case here. Sorry for that. So what you can see here now is that you can say on which page of this document on which position the server stamp will be placed. And also what you can see now is if the server stamp is successfully implemented in this document, they will get a new webhook or call a webhook for the next flow. So in this case, the server stamp is uploaded into our base contract and is signed from the CEO. So, and the next step is for this first step, for this first Power Automate is, okay, I've created the base contract, I've loaded it, or I prepared it for the signing process, and I started the next process, the signing process itself in the with the webhook. So in the next step, we're just waiting 10 seconds, and in the last step, we delete the PDF, what we've uploaded into the signing, because we don't need it any longer in SharePoint. Because if we store every 1,000 documents we've created in the month, we'll get a very big library, and we do not need this data, so we'll delete it. That was the first part of our process. So in the first step, we have information from the StaffCloud API. We get it, we fill it in our document template or in our Word template. We'll make a PDF, send it to the signer, sign it with our server stamp from the CEO. And now we are going in the second step to create the signing request with the participants, so the staff. And this is the second part. And you will see the first step was creating this document. And the second step, I'm just looking. For 9 minutes ago, successful. Whew. So the second step is getting was triggered by the webhook from the server stamp. So the server stamp it was already successfully implemented, and we are here now saying the expiration date for the signing request is 7 days. So if the staff member does not sign the document in the next 7 days, the signing process will stop. So this is the variable we are here creating. Then next step is to get the data we stored in our SharePoint list, so we do not have to pull the other AP any longer, get our dates, because everything we need, the ID from the SharePoint list, we'll get it here in the answer. We are getting the information we need to fulfill our signing request, and this is the step where the procedure for the signing will initiate it. In this step, we say what we want to do. We want to initiate a procedure for signing a document. The document we have already uploaded to uSign. So please, in the document which is already signed from our CEO, please say that there has to sign the member at this place on page 4, page 9, and so on and so on. So and this is prepared in this step. So there you can see, like in the other picture on page 12, on this position, this is the demo user who has to sign, and in which file it is the file we have already uploaded to the trusted signer. This is what happens in this step. This is the API from uSign, surely. Then we'll get back an ID from the procedure. And this ID in the last step to check if everything has successfully, then we say start the procedure. What happened in this procedure? This is the next step. Maybe I can see it here. It's like in the first step, from the other flow. Just sorry. This is the same, and you can see it here. If the member has finished, or the members, maybe it could be more than one. If the members have finished to sign this document, start the next webhook and start the next flow for getting the document back. So in this step, we have initiated the signature, and the signature process has started. So I can look in my email, and I should have, get an email. Your base contract is ready to signing. Hello, Max. Please sign your document, and then I only click on this, and then you will see the web app from uSign where you can sign as a participant. You do not need a account or something like that at uSign. If you only want to sign a document, you can do it this way. And you see this is our PDF. It's about 12 pages. And you see on each page, here are all my information that we had in the Staff Cloud member information, and you see I have to sign in this way. This is the server stamp from the CEO, and we have to sign on this place, and we have to sign on this place, and this is the staff member information. You can see all the information here are coming from this place, and this is stored here in the Word document template and filled in, so we have to sign it at least. And last but not least, to sign this document, electronic or e-signature, you will always need at least a mobile for getting a SMS, and you need an email address. And now I will get the code, push it in, and say I will make it unique. Just this one. Okay. Done. And so if I have signed the document, I can then download the finished document. So everything for me, the process is ended. But from the other perspective, from the from our process, it's not ended. So this was the second step, creating the signature process and getting ready. So from the webhook, the process step one said we are ready. You can sign this document. In this process, we have already prepared and started the procedure. And when everybody has signed this document, we'll send a webhook to the next flow to say, okay, we are ready, we have done, you can get the document back. And this is the last step in this scenario. This is the third part from our process, getting the document back from the signer. And this, you can see, is already done. And in this step, the webhook started, triggers our flow. We'll get the information, what we need for our to get the document back. Some variables we initialize for filling additional metadata in the Microsoft SharePoint list, like the end date of the base contract. We have the begin date, and the end date is the begin date plus 1 year. So we can create this directly from this flow. And what happens here? We, like the step before, we get our employee data back from our SharePoint list, what we've stored already there. The data we need, we just formatted the date with the European points. It's a day, point, month, point, year. So we have to format it a little bit. saying when the base contract ends, the employee ID, and then in this step we'll get the signed document back. So we check in this step. We check, is the signed document ready? Can we get it back? And send us all the details. Then the API says yes, it's all ready. You can get it. We pass the JSON here, and then in this step we download the file as a raw format. From the usign, we have the ID where we can get it, and if we have the document back from usign in the raw format, we'll store it in the document library where it belongs in our system. So it will be stored as a PDF, and we'll get some metadata provided. So everything what we need will be stored in this document library. And of course, in this step, we go back to Staff Cloud and say the status of the employee of the base contract is not created, it is already signed. This is then the last step. So maybe this way, no. Just looking, if you can see here, this is now the status is signed, the contract. So this gets back to the Staff Cloud. And last but not least, because we have successfully created the document, we'll notify our users with a adaptive card in the channel in a Microsoft Teams team. This looks like this. You can see it here. There's a new base contract signed. A new base contract was signed. Please provide the staff member with the necessary information. What is the name of the staff member? From which day begins the base contract? And here we have a button to get directly to the PDF in the SharePoint, so we can directly show it here, and you see it's the same document we signed already. Or you can get to the member in Staff Cloud by clicking on the adaptive card. So you can see in the flow, the members are, or the users are in their environment where they belong in Microsoft Teams all day, so they don't have to switch to another program, so they can stay in Teams. And the last step is to delete all the information we already had in our SharePoint list to provide these steps of information. This is one thing I want to show you, and the next thing, I'm just looking on the timetable. What you can see here is just here, documents, Vorlagen. Yeah, what you can see here, this is the template. It's a standard in the online view. It doesn't fit the layout, but if you open it in the app, you will see that it's okay. This is our document template, and you see we have already all these fields which will be filled by the data from the Staff Cloud, which we will do in the Power Automate flow. This is one thing, and the next thing is we have all these documents then stored, not here, finally documents will be stored in another library in another team because it belongs to another team. And this is everything we only need for helping to get the process flow. Because just one thing, because we do not have webhooks yet in Staff Cloud, we have to deal with something. What happens if we manually have to process the documents? Because maybe there is an event and you have a staff member who is already must be on the event, and you can't wait till the next day till 6 p.m. Till the next recurrence flow will start. So we had to deal with it. How can we make manually without having webhooks and without polling every 10 minutes the API? So for this case, we had created a Power App, and this is the point for dealing with different license, with premium and standard license for the users who need it. We have about 20 users who are working with the whole Staff Cloud thing, but they do not all have a premium license to get the flows working, because that would be much too, nobody can pay that. So we had to deal this also, and we have done this with a Power App, and I will show you this Power App just for short. We've created a little Power App which every user has in this team who needs it has access to. And you see this is for the base contract. You can say request a base contract, and all you need is the ID from the employee. And if you have the employee and you click on request the base contract, I don't want to do it. This is production, so I don't want to do it here. But what happens if you get here the ID from the employee and click on base contract requesting? So this can be what I said already. Every user can do this, but every user has only his standard Microsoft 365 license. There's no premium license. What happens in the background, you see here, there's a list, a SharePoint list, and this is our trigger list. So if you request manually a base contract, you create a new element in this list. So this can be done by everybody, everybody who wants to or works with this app. So no problem. But what happens? So and this is why we can provide everybody with a standard license, but there's one user, a functional user who has the premium license, and this premium user or this functional user is watching the SharePoint list and says every time when an element is created, I will start my premium process. And this is the same process like the first process for creating the document and prepare it for signing. With the difference that in this case, we only get one member back, because we only provide one member if you request this manually. But the rest of this is all the same, like the first process we already had done. So this is a chance to deal with the different license in the Power Platform, and how you can make a trigger list to trigger your premium flows. And yeah, so I don't know, are there any questions, Simon?
Andres. We're good.
Okay. Yeah, so what you see, we have done these flow in 4 steps, 3 flows in 4 steps. So just switching back to my PowerPoint. Let me see. And this is the rest, or to the end, the conclusion of this, what we've done. This was very hard work for me because I'm not a developer, but it was very, very fun to make this happen. And if you can see what happens when there will be thousands of documents automatically created, and they are all legally signed, and so on. This was very fun. So what is the conclusion of this? For you to tell you, beware of the APIs from the third-party software. Like I said, the one API gets you back everything they have, but you do not want. So you have to deal with the schema, because this was one of the mainly parts what throws us many exceptions to deal with. Check the documentation of the APIs, and if you do not have a well-documented API, just take another window. It doesn't matter. So you're going crazy if there is no doc for the API. And test is something you have to do every time. Still testing, because everything. I don't know how much we tested, how long we tested, but many times. And this is what I said. In many cases, you need premium connectors, but there are some things you can manage with or deal with premium connectors. So take a functional user who only needs a premium license to create all the flows, and work with trigger list or something like that. And don't trust the marketing bullshit from the vendors. This is one part we had to deal with. Not everything what's on the package is in the package. So this was it. And for this, yeah, stay safe. And thank you very much for joining my session.
All right, Andres, right on time. I think exactly 10 seconds before we move to next session. That was a great, and I think people who have joined will definitely loved it, and people who will just watch it later on will be definitely get the benefit out of it. I just quickly wanted to ask, apart from this session, I was just looking at your LinkedIn. You have done how many certifications, Andres? Like 30? What is that?
Oh, no, I think it's 15 or something like that. It's
15
yeah,
is a lot too.
Yeah, but I'm very long in this Microsoft 365 world, and 6 of them are fundamentals. So it's not everything what shines. So it's nice to have them, but many, 4 or 5 were very hard to do. That's okay. That's right. But the other where if you do it daily, you shouldn't have to deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, certifications are good. I mean, it just kind of, you can go ahead and always revise it. What are the latest updates have come? So it's good to go ahead and do it. So anything, Andres, before we move to next session, any final thing you want to plug in, and any final words or something you want to say?
I just can say Power Platform rocks. Use the Power Platform. It's very, very cool. In this case, I only showed the little brother, the Power Automate, but the next step will be using Logic apps or Azure Functions. There's so many potential to automate your business processes, and it's not every time. It's not the big one shot you can make it. The little things that will get you further.
All right, and that definitely makes sense. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for a great session. We would love to have you back whenever you're available, and have a nice day, rest of the day, and have a nice weekend. I hope to see you soon.
Thank you very much for having me. Bye-bye.
All right, with that, we move to our next session. That's by Prashant. He's going to talk about zero to hero and Power Virtual Agents in 15 minutes. And I need to give him 15 minutes exactly because it clearly says it's 15 minutes. Quick intro, but Prashant is a Microsoft MVP, AI MVP actually. That's great. And a certified professional. He currently works as a senior solution architect, and he's a trusted advisor and subject matter expert in intelligent business automations, development, and post-implementation adoption of complex custom solutions in AI, machine learning, POS, Azure, Office 365, SharePoint. And I'll let Prashant go ahead and introduce him. So let's go ahead and invite our next speaker, Prashant. Yeah. Hi, Prashant. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Thanks, Simon. Thanks, Mahesh, and rest of the organizers. I'm touched by that welcome video, by the way. Very nicely done.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Prashant. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation at the very first place. I see you're an AI MVP, which definitely means you value community a lot and take your time apart from your work, day life, and contribute to the community. So thank you so much for all that you do for the community. We really appreciate it, and glad to have you in this conference. And by the way, where are you joining us today from?
I'm joining from Washington, D.C. in USA.
Okay, so what time is it at your place?
It is it's almost 3 p.m. In the afternoon.
Okay, almost. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that time is okay. So you had your lunch.
Yeah.
All right, Prashant, I won't take much of your time. We can do chit chat later on. I know I've taken 5 minutes already. I have your slides in. I will add it to the stream now, and everyone can see your slides. So next 45-50 minutes
Okay.
is all yours.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Mahesh, and rest of the organizers at C Sharp. And welcome to the session on Power Virtual Agent. The title is Zero to Hero in Power Virtual Agents in 50 minutes. Who am I? My name is Prashant G. Boyer. I was born and raised in India. I came to United States in 2007 for studies. I am University of Maryland College Park alumni. I co-authored a book, PowerShell for Office 65. I also acted as a technical reviewer for the book Pro SharePoint 2013 Administration. I am from Washington, D.C. area, and we organize a lot of community conferences. Pre-COVID-19 pandemic, most of the conferences used to be in person, but now we have converted all our conferences to virtual only. So if you are interested, we frequently post the upcoming information about upcoming conferences on the meetup.com, and we have 3 meetups. One is on AI machine learning, second one is on Microsoft 65, and third one is on SQL and big data. And couple of conference dates I have listed here. Those going to be free virtual conferences. One is coming up called Global AI Fest. It's going to be on 25th of June. And the second one is Azure Data and AI Fest, which is going to be on 12th of November. As I mentioned, if you are interested in joining us, do check out us on meetup.com. I am a recipient of Antarctic Service Medal, and I'm also recipient of Microsoft MVP Award since 2017. Now, those of you who are not familiar with this award, I don't work for Microsoft. It's just the additional recognition that Microsoft gives out to the folks who does technical contribution, and those technical contributions can be in the form of writing books, creating training contents, speaking at various conferences, answering people's questions at various public forums, and also providing direct feedback to the Microsoft product group. And this award is valid only for 12 months. And after every 12 months, you have to apply for renewal. And during renewal, then you have to submit all your contributions that you have done in previous 12 months. So for the first 2 years, I was an MVP in Office 65 apps and services. And since 2019, I changed my category to AI. And right now, I work as Senior Solution Architect at Witham, where I focus on intelligent business process automation. And in that, I use variety of the stacks or products in Microsoft ecosystem, starting with Azure AI, bots, Azure core services, Microsoft 65 Teams, Power Platform, where in Power Platform, we use a lot with Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agent. And as I mentioned, I'm from Washington, D.C. area, and I worked at Witham's Washington, D.C. office. This is the quick information about our company. We have 2 Microsoft MVPs on the staff right now, and we have done 100 plus deployments in Microsoft ecosystem. And we have 50 plus consultants dedicated to Microsoft ecosystem only. Witham is a big company. We have more than 1,000 employees, and out of that, 50 are dedicated to Microsoft ecosystem. And we are providing services in Microsoft ecosystem from last 17 years. And these are some of the capabilities that we have. And we are growing. We are actively looking for candidates in USA and as well as in India as well. In India, we have office in Bangalore. So if you are looking for a change and if you reside either in USA or in India, do reach out to me. We have plenty of exciting opportunities. As I mentioned, if you are interested in joining us for future events, do check us out on meetup.com. So now let's talk about the session. So this is going to be a 100-level session. We will start with why bots. Then we'll talk about if you have to create bots, what are some of the options available to us in Microsoft ecosystem. Then we will dive deep into what Power Virtual Agents are, how to get started, what are some of the key concepts or functionalities are there. And then we'll talk about what's the story between Microsoft Flow and Power Virtual Agent is. We'll have demos, key takeaways, Q&A. So I know we are using a live stream for this. So feel free to post your questions in the YouTube chat. Along with me, Simon is also there who's monitoring the chat window so we can answer your questions. So this is the mission statement from Microsoft. They would like to make data science and AI accessible to everyone. And it doesn't matter what your role is or what kind of device you're using. And some of the services that are coming from Microsoft actually aligns very closely with this mission statement. So now let's talk about why bots, like why we should bother about creating bots nowadays. Bots are not new. We have been interacting with bots, let's say, from last 10 to 15 years. But suddenly in last 1 or 2 years, we have seen a surge in usage of self-service bots. One of the reasons for that is bots provide you more natural human computer interaction. We can automate a lot of repetitive tasks and free up the resources. And that's one of the reasons why bots are getting very popular in the enterprise space, especially in the help desk department, where if you ask any help desk person, typically they will tell you that out of 100 requests, 40 or 50 requests are very, very basic requests that can be solved very easily. And there, in those kind of scenarios, we can use bots for that, so that will free up the valuable time from the actual human agents, and they can then focus on more complicated tasks, which are a little bit complicated for bots to handle as of today. Bots are available all the time, and depending on what kind of product or service you have used to implement bot, your bot can be available wherever you are. That means if you're driving, if you're on your mobile, the bot can be available. But if the implementation is done right, bot adapts to the user depending on the circumstances. And also bots are a little bit shiny because bots are new. And if you have done implementation right, it simplifies the UI as well. And if you go with Microsoft ecosystem, and if you create a chatbot or a voice-based bot, then you can deploy that bot across multiple channels. Now, those of you who are familiar with Microsoft Teams, don't get confused with the channel in the context of Teams versus the channel in the context of bots. So channel in the context of bots means different product and services. That means if I create a bot using Microsoft offerings, then I can deploy that bot not only to Microsoft ecosystem products like Outlook or Slack or Teams or other products, but I can also deploy to other non-Microsoft products like Slack, Twilio, Facebook, etc. And also, there is a lot of study has been done in the industry is if your organization has a wider age group, then if you are using bots, then the younger users sometimes feel more, they find it more comfortable to interact with bots as compared to interacting with actual human agent. So it may help you to connect with the young users as well. And bots are not new. Like, we are familiar with bots in our personal life. In fact, if you are a customer of major financial institution like Bank of America, Citigroup, HSBC Bank, and if you call their customer service number, the chances are the first line of defense from this financial institution is a voice-based bot. That bot will ask you questions, and depending on your answers, that bot may give you answers right away, or it may connect you to the human agent. Now, slowly, with all the advancement that is happening in the AI, especially in the commercial space, we are seeing that bots are slowly entering into the enterprise space as well, where more and more companies would like to use bots for their internal processes or internal help desk. Now, if you are interested in implementing bots in your organization, and if you would like to explore the options in Microsoft ecosystem, these are the two options available. By the way, there are plenty of vendors available who provide you off-the-shelf bots. The other Microsoft competitors like Google, Amazon, IBM, they have similar offerings as well. But from here onwards, what we'll be focusing on is the bots or Power Virtual Agent in the Microsoft ecosystem. So if you are in Microsoft ecosystem and if you are interested in implementing the bots, then we have two options. Under software as a service, we have Power Virtual Agents, which we're going to cover in detail today. It provides you a no-code experience for bot development, and it's ideal for business users and domain experts to easily build a bot. This is the link you can go to quickly sign up for the Power Virtual Agent and start creating a bot. And it just takes you maybe less than 30 minutes to have a working bot if you go with a Power Virtual Agent. The other option is Platform as a Service, where we have Microsoft Bot Framework. And it's an open source SDK and tools, and it's built for the custom bot development. And it's ideal for developers. And Power Virtual Agent is actually built on the top of Microsoft Bot Framework. So the product group from Microsoft who owns Power Virtual Agent, they have actually used Microsoft Bot Framework to build the product. And this is the link you can go to find more information about the Microsoft Bot Framework. There is another tool called Microsoft Bot Framework Composer. It is an open source tool, and it gives you a visual authoring canvas so we can develop a multidisciplinary bots, and it can integrate with other Microsoft cognitive services like Q&A Maker, Lewis, etc. As I mentioned, it has a visual editing canvas for conversational flows. It has in-context editing for natural understanding, and we can also integrate with Q&A and natural language understanding. And as I mentioned, it's open source, and you can find more information about Microsoft Bot Framework Composer by going to this link. Now, if you had to line up the options that are available in Microsoft ecosystem regarding bots, so this is the pyramid we can follow, where the core of the bots is Microsoft Bot Framework, which is optimized for developers. And Power Virtual Agent is built on the top of Microsoft Bot Framework, and it provides us a no-code bot building experience. And it's optimized for business users. And there is a really good integration story available between Microsoft Bot Framework, like custom bots built using Microsoft Bot Framework and Power Virtual Agent using the bot framework skills. So Microsoft Power Platform is a low-code platform that spans across Office 365, Dynamics 365, Azure, and standalone application. And you may be already familiar with Power BI, Power Apps, and Power Automate. And recently, maybe 1.5 years before, Microsoft introduced Power Virtual Agent as one of the offerings under Power Platform. And we use Power Virtual Agents to create intelligent no-code chatbots. So this is the mission statement of Power Virtual Agent. Empower your people to drive more business value through easy to create natural conversational AI. And Microsoft Power Virtual Agent is built on the top of Azure AI services and bot framework. So you as a developer, you as a creator of the bot doesn't have to worry about the AI services. All that difficult part of selecting and using the AI services and adding the AI support is all done by Microsoft. So all we do is we just use Power Virtual Agents, and we just start creating our business logic. And there is a really good integration story available. Like in case you had to call any external service, then we can call Power Automate from a Power Virtual Agent. And since there are like more than 300 connectors available with Power Automate, basically we have access to this connector via Power Virtual Agents only. And the way we can do that is our bot will call Power Automate, and then Power Automate, then it will use any of these connectors, and then you can implement your business logic. So Power Virtual Agents gives us a very easy to use authoring canvas, as you can see in the screen here. And it's a graphical user interface which we can use to quickly create a bot. And it also remembers the user responses. For example, if I'm interacting with a bot, and if I interacted today for few minutes, and again I interacted again after a few minutes, then the Power Virtual Agent will remember the user responses, and then will be intelligent enough to give us a better responses. So we can start from the scratch, or we can also start using some of the suggested topic in the Power Virtual Agent. And for the suggested topic, we can use the information that is publicly available. Like if you have your company's information available publicly on a public facing URL, you can use that, or you can also use information from your FAQs database as well. We can avoid the repetitive conversation using the authoring canvas. And once you create your bot using Power Virtual Agent, you can deploy it to anywhere. Like these are the list of channels that are supported right now, and Microsoft is working hard to add the support for the additional channels as well. Like for example, when you create your first bot using Power Virtual Agent, it is already available on a demo website, but you can also integrate that with Microsoft Teams, with Telegram, with Facebook, Slack, direct line, Skype, or you can put it on your custom website as well. And it has the inbuilt analytics as well in the form of Power BI, like whatever. So the Power BI reports will show you the analytics in terms of like how many sessions that bot had, whether your users were satisfied with bot or not, and also it will have the information about billing as well. So with that, let me show you a quick demo of the Power Virtual Agent. And in the meantime, if you have any questions, feel free to post them in the chat window. So for this, what you can do is open your favorite browser and go use your favorite search engine, and then just search for Power Virtual Agents. And the link we are looking for is this one, powervirtualagents.microsoft.com. And once the link opens, you can sign in here. And by the way, if you don't have right now the license for Power Virtual, it's okay. You can start with the trial as well. So click on sign in here. And once it's load, then I will show you the rest of the part. Typically is not that slow. Looks like since I'm using my browser to stream this session, my machine is crapping out. Otherwise, typically it is not that it is not that slow. All right, so this is the window you'll get, and here you see like whatever the last bot you created, the screen will show you that. And here on this screen, if you click on this icon, which has a little bit bot icon or called bots panel, if you click on here you will see all the bots that you have created, and here you can also see the environments that you have. By the way, give me a minute. I just need to take care of my son in a minute. I will be back. All right, sorry about that. So let's say if this is the first time you're creating the bot, then what you need to do is click on this button called new bot. And what it will do is it will open up the window to create a new bot. And then you can give it a nice friendly name. So let's call it as my first EVA bot. And then you can select the languages. Under languages, if you expand this, so majority of the common languages are available, and some of them are like, and right now 5 languages are available in preview, and rest of the languages which you can see in the drop down are available, like generally available. So in this case, I'll be going with English US. And the next thing, the environment is very, very important. Like if you are familiar with, if you have used Power Platform products like Power BI or Power Apps or like Power Automate, then we can have multiple environments, and using the environments, you can have your application lifecycle management, or you can also have your DLP policies. So same thing we can do with with Power Virtual Agent as well. So make sure you select the right environment. By default, it will be showing the default environment. But if you have multiple environments in your tenant, then you will be seeing that as well. But make sure you select the right one, and then click create. And once you start click create, the entire operation of creating your bot may take up to 1 to 5 minutes. Now we are not going to do that right now because it will consume basically eats up a majority of the time from this talk. So what I will do is I have already created a bot, and I will just show you that. And this is my bot. Like if I go to the bot's homepage here, this is what I will see, where you will see in the left-hand navigation, the topics, the entities, the analytics, publish, and under manage. If I expand here, I will see the details, the channel, security, skills, and AI capabilities. And if I scroll towards the right, I will see the information. Like if I scroll down, I will see some really good documentation from Microsoft, like PVA documentation. There are some videos as well, where you can follow those videos, the steps mentioned in the video, and have your working bot within few minutes. And one of the most important thing I would like to mention here is this support community. Like the one thing which is really great about Microsoft product, especially with the Power Platform products, is each product has their own community site where you can go and ask questions. And so far right now, the average trend is if you post a question, you will get an answer within 24 hours. And the answers will be really good one, because there will be some folks from the community who will be providing the answers, and also some folks from Microsoft as well. So if you ever get stuck with Power Virtual Agent, you can always go to the support community and then post your question. And on the home screen, you also see this UI where we can test the bot using in this same user interface as well. Now, what we'll be doing next is talking about some of the key concepts that come with the Power Virtual Agent. So one of the key concept is topics. So topics are like the backbone of your chatbot that's built using Power Virtual Agent. And every bot comes with some predefined topics, and you can add your own topic as well. So to add a new topic, you just have to click on new topic here. And then give it a name. Let's call it as Ignite 2021. And then you can provide some description and friendly name. And then you can start entering the trigger phrases. Now, trigger phrases are the one which, let's say, if I am a user who's interacting with the bot, if I use any of the trigger phrases that are listed in this topic, then this particular topic will get triggered. And in this topic, I will have my business logic. So if you are coming from the development background, then you can consider topic as a function. So you can have or a class like inside your function or a class, then you can have your separate business logic. Same is the scenario here. If you are not a developer, and if you're coming from a power user background, then treat topics as a subsection. Like you have your main bot, and within your bot, then you have subsections. So topics actually acts on a similar way. So here I have already created a topic, so I'm going to quickly walk you through that. And let me go to the topics again. That's fine. I want to leave from this one. So the topic I have created here is a very simple one. So ever since COVID-19 pandemic has started, pretty much entire workforce who can work remotely is working remotely now. And that has poses a lot of challenge to the IT help desk. So the topic, the scenario I would like to simulate here is we have this work machine topic, and this topic will get triggered whenever a user or employee of your firm is having issues with his or her laptop or machine. And these are some of the trigger phrases I have used, like computer not starting, machine not starting, slow laptop, slow computer, computer not working, my machine is slow. Now you may be asking why we have to use multitude of trigger phrases. The reason is when you are implementing chatbots, we are trying to mimic the conversation your user will have with actual human agent. And when it comes to communicating, we humans can ask the same question in a multiple way. For example, if I'm really good friends with you, I can ask you, hey, how are you? Or yo, what's up? Or I can use any other lingo that I'm familiar with. Same thing is there, like same kind of scenario we would like to mimic here with chatbots as well. Like if I am a user and if I have an issue with my machine and if I'm interacting with the bot, I may ask that question in a multiple ways. I can just say my computer is slow, or my computer is not starting, my machine is slow, something like that. And again, Microsoft recommend we should have at least 5 to 10 drivers, key phrase, trigger phrases, but you can also add more as well. And the next important thing is authoring canvas. So if a user is interacting with this with a bot, and if the user uses any of these trigger phrases, then this particular topic will get triggered, and then it will use the same business logic that we have in this authoring canvas. So the business logic I have here is very, very simple. I didn't try to make it very complicated. All right, it's taking more time than expected. The reason is my machine is a little bit slow. That's why. Otherwise, this gets loaded pretty fast. I will wait. All right, it's loading now. So as you can see, in the top, we have all the trigger phrases are listed. And then there is a message. Again, we can customize this message. And the way I customize is I have added, I'm sorry to hear that you're having with your work machine. And what I have done next is, and while adding the message, as you can see, we can make the text bold or italics. We can add the bulleted list, numbered list, and we can also have the hyperlinks. And this little variable X you'll see is here to insert the variables. Now I will talk about those variables a little bit later. But this is the message, welcome message we have. And then after that, straight away, I'm asking a question to the bot. Now, if I click here, if I would like to modify this business logic, then what I have to do is in between these two message and question, and on this line, hover on this line and wait for that plus icon, and which is called add a node, and click on that. And once I click on that, then I will see all the options that are available. I can either ask a question, or I can add a condition, or I can do a call and action. And when it comes to ask a question, I have multiple options here. All right. I'm going to turn off my camera. Let's see if that's going to improve the performance on my machine. All right, it looks like it did. So here I have option, like when it comes to adding the question, I can either add multiple choice option, and or I can add the user entity response, age, boolean, city, color, continent, country or region, duration, event, language, money. So there are like a lot of other options available, and you see here the search option is also there. So if you're looking for something, you can quickly search for it. For example, if I search for URL, then you here I can see the URL here. So let me exit out of this, and let me delete this. Okay. And looks like turning off video also didn't improve much, but it's okay. Let me go back and start from the beginning. And while I'm doing that, let me quickly cover a few of the slides that will be helpful in the interest of time. All right. All right, so we were showing you the demo. Then let's cover some of the important concepts. So we can create the personalized customer experience using Power Virtual Agent, and we also have ability to transfer the control to an actual human agent, because no matter how smart your bot is, still the parity that we have when it comes to the AI, it still doesn't match. We still don't have the AI services which can match the human capabilities. So there will be instances where your bot will not be able to answer the question, and in that time you may want to transfer the control to the human agent. And the way to do that using Power Virtual Agent, we can use Dynamic 65 omnichannel for customer service, and we can also do the handoff to a generic live chat provider as well. And as I mentioned, we can extend the bot capabilities with Azure Bot Service. As I mentioned, Power Virtual Agent is like just 1.5 years old, and Microsoft Bot Framework is there from last 4 or 5 years. And if you are early adopters of Microsoft Bot Framework, and if you already have rolled out custom bot using Microsoft Bot Framework, and if you would like to integrate that with Power Virtual Agent, you can do that via Bot Framework skills. When it comes to integration with authentication provider, you can integrate any authentication provider, and that authentication provider can be Microsoft, Google, Facebook, or custom authentication provider, as long as it's using the modern authentication protocols using OAuth. And Power Automate is going to be your gateway to the outside world. So let's say if you have to call any external web service, or if you have to do something outside of your bot, then the way you can do that is via Power Automate. And one of the good thing is the access to Power Automate is already included as part of your Power Virtual Agents queue. And we can create flows using Power Virtual Agent connector. We can call flows to perform actions. And we can connect to any third-party service or data source using premium flow connectors as well. And okay, so now with that, let's see if this is back. Okay, I'm back in the topics now, so I can show you this one. Okay, perfect. Let's go to the work machine, and let's go to the authoring canvas. This is much better performance. All right, so the experience I'm having here is if I'm interacting with the bot, and if I mention any of these trigger phrases that my computer is not starting, my machine is slow, then this particular topic will get triggered, and whatever the business logic I have in this topic will get activated. So the first thing I'm doing as part of the business logic is I'm showing a message like, I'm sorry to hear that you're having issues with your work machine. Then I'm asking a very genuine question. Did you reboot your machine? Because we all know, especially this is true with Windows machine, is if you reboot your machine, chances are majority of your problems will get resolved. And if the user select yes, and so there are two options. User can select yes or no. If the user say yes, I have rebooted the machine, then the next question I'm asking is, are you stuck? Whether it's an emergency situation or not. And if you say yes, he is stuck, then the next question I'm asking is, what's your email? And once the user provides the email, I'm actually calling a Power Automate, which is sending an email to the help desk with relevant information. So the help desk person can then reach out to that particular user and resolve the issue really quickly. Now let's see how exactly we can test this. So we have this business logic, and here you see on the bottom left side of the screen, we see test your bot. So let's click on that. So once I click on that, I can test this bot right away in the same Power Virtual Agents UI itself. So let's start with me saying hello. Okay, it's getting the welcome message, and this welcome message you can customize it. Now what I'll be doing is I'll be straight up asking, like mentioning that I am having issues with my machine. My machine is slow. And if the sentence I'm using has any of the trigger phrases, then the topic that we have gets triggered. And here I can debug this runtime. So as you can see, in the right hand section, right now I'm showing this. I'm debugging this particular business logic runtime. So I can see here, if I scroll on the top, this particular topic got triggered, and then this is the message has been shown, and then the bot is asking the question, did you reboot your machine? And these are the choices as a user I'm getting. So if I click yes, then the bot is going further with the business logic, and the next question I'm asking is, are you stuck? So before answering this question, let me show you this particular panel here. So here, if I click on this variable watch, so I can see the runtime values of the variable, and this comes really handy because you may want to like during the troubleshooting or during the testing this bot, you want to check what kind of values that are getting passed in the variables. If I select are you stuck, yes, then the next thing is doing is as per our business logic, it's going to ask us the email address. Now what I'll be doing is I won't be providing my email address as such. I'll be adding some additional content to it because I would like to see if the AI services that this Power Virtual Agent is using in the backend is intelligent enough to extract the email from the complete sentence I will be writing. So my email address is okay. Let's click that. And if everything is right, then sooner or later I will get an email address, and that email address will be get sent by the Power Automate. So here you can see we can have really good integration between Power Virtual Agents and Power Automate. All right. The next thing is there regarding the login. Now I wanted to show you how exactly the authentication will work in the bot. So if you would like to, if there is a scenario where you're interacting with your user, but you would like to authenticate for some security reasons, you can do that as well. And as I mentioned in the previous slides, for the authentication, we can use authentication in Microsoft ecosystem, Google, or any other provider, as long as they support the modern authentication protocols. So if I click on login here, then it will give me a code. So if I click copy here, and if I paste the code, and if the code is correct, then the bot will know that I'm an authenticated user, and it will come back with some information which only it can show to the authenticated users. So as you can see here, the message I'm getting is you are logged in, and it's showing me my display name. So as you can see, it pulled my name from my Active Directory, and then it's asking me, did I answer your question? I just click yes. And then it's asking me to provide the experience. I'm just going to rate my experience here. Number 5. No, thank you. And the conversation is ended here. All right. Let's see what's some of the next content I would like to show you in the slides. Right, we talked about this. All right. So these are some of the important announcements that happened regarding the Power Virtual Agent during the Ignite last week. So in case if you are not watched the recordings, I definitely urge you to go to the Ignite site and you can watch the recordings now. So one of the main announcement they made is they announced a new open source low code programming language called Microsoft Power FX. Now there are a lot of announcement happened, but I'm just covering the announcement in the context of Power Virtual Agent. Now why the Microsoft Power FX is important if you're interested in Power Virtual Agent. The reason is, so the Power FX will be soon available for other Microsoft Power Platform product as well. Right now, it is available already in Power Apps, Canvas apps, but slowly, sooner or later, it's get rolled out to other Power Platform products like Power Virtual Agent. Like right now in Power Virtual Agent, we don't have support for any programming language. And then there, Microsoft will add the support for Power FX so that we can implement some additional complex business logic inside that. The second announcement is related to the topic overlap detection. So these are update related to the AI offerings where we can find the overlaps between multiple topics. And also, depending on the chat transcripts between your users and the bot, you'll also get some suggested topics as well. So you can add that in case if you don't have that. So with that, let me show you some additional things that I wanted to show you. And let me check how are we doing on the time-wise. I think we still have 5 to 10 minutes. So let me show you real quick regarding the analytics. So every chatbot comes with the pre-built analytics. You don't have to do anything for it. It's already there for you. You just have to go to the analytics section, and then a Power BI report will get generated for you. And here you can find out the summary, the information about the customer satisfaction, how many sessions you had with your Power Virtual Agent, and also the billing. All right, it's taking longer than expected to load the information. Again, this is my machine and not the regular experience that you will be getting with Power Virtual Agents UI. So if I go to the customer satisfaction, since let me change this maybe to previous month and say if I haven't if I use this then looks like I haven't interacted with this bot at all. That's why I won't say this. The next thing I wanted to show you is the security. So if I go to the security, and if I would like to configure the authentication, then I have multiple options for that. So here under authentication, every bot will come as a no authentication, which will be by default. You can also add the authentications for Teams only, or you can also, in that case, your bot will only available within the Microsoft Teams only. Or you can also select the manual authentication, and here you can select the service provider. Like you can go with the Azure Active Directory, or if you don't want to interact with Azure Active Directory, if you have your own proprietary authentication provider, or if you would like to integrate with Google authentication or Facebook, then you just select a generic OAuth 2, and then you configure the rest of the things. So here I have selected Azure Active Directory v2, and here I'm using the combination of client ID and client secret. Now, if you are a power user, don't have to worry about all this stuff. You can work with your IT admin and get this configured, because configuring this is not that difficult. You just need to have right access in your Azure Active Directory. You need to register an app, get the required information, come to this portal, add that, and voila, you have authentication support for your bot. The next thing I would like to show you is under publish, under manage the channel. So by default, as I mentioned, the bot is available as a demo website, but you can deploy that to Microsoft Teams, custom website, and these are the channels that are supported right now. And if I click on a demo website right now, so this is the site I can use, I will have to test my bot. So if I go to this particular site, I can have this bot already added to this site, and I can test it here. One of the important advantage of this is if you are developing a bot and you would like to quickly share with your internal users for them to try it out, then you can share the link of this demo website with them. They can interact with the bot, and they can provide you the feedback. So let me see. My machine is slow. Yes, I reboot the machine. Are you stuck? Yes, I'm stuck. Let me provide my email. And if everything is right, then it will answer the question. Yes. Perfect. So as you can see, I can interact with this bot using a demo website as well. And if I would like to deploy this, I can deploy that to my own custom website as well. So if I click on the custom website, all I get is the embedded code. And I just need to copy this. And the way this works is it uses the iframe. And I can add this iframe to any other location. I can add this iframe in SharePoint page, or I can add it any other site or web page I'm using. It can be ASP.NET page or build using any other language. Okay, let's see. I know we are coming towards the end of the talk, so let me show you. Let me cover a few of the other things that I wanted to cover. So if you are interested, you can go to this link and try out the Power Virtual Agent. As I mentioned, you can start for free. And one thing I didn't mention is, if you are familiar with Microsoft Teams, Microsoft announced a new offerings called Dataverse for Teams. And using Dataverse for Teams, you can create the chatbots built using Power Virtual Agents for free. So Power Virtual Agents come with two flavor. One, which is free layer, which comes with a Dataverse for Teams, where if you create a chatbot, it will only works in the context of Microsoft Teams. But if you go with full-blown Power Virtual Agent, you can use that bot across multiple channels. Like it can be used in Teams, and it can also be used in Facebook on public-facing website or any other website as well. So when it comes to the bots in Microsoft ecosystem, these are my personal thoughts. If you go with Power Virtual Agent, it's very easy to create and test the bots. When it comes to the Microsoft Bot Framework, you have a steep learning curve. The ideal audience for Power Virtual Agents is power users and IT pros. Whereas to use Microsoft Bot Framework, you need to be a developer. The maintenance and enhancement is easy with Power Virtual Agent. The maintenance and enhancements are a little bit cumbersome with Microsoft Bot Framework. You don't have to worry about any of the AI services when you go with Power Virtual Agent. Microsoft has already taken care for that you. However, if you go with Microsoft Bot Framework, you need to integrate various AI services with your bot to make your bot intelligent. There is inbuilt support for analytics there. Here in Microsoft Bot Framework, that support is not there. You have to use some other products like App Insights. However, if you are using full-blown Power Virtual Agent, then it's a little bit expensive to begin with. And right now, there is no easy way to manage the cost across the department. If you look at the licensing of Power Virtual Agent, is based on how many sessions you have, and you have a upfront cost that you have to pay per month. Whereas if you go with Microsoft Bot Framework, it is inexpensive to begin with. However, you need to take into account a lot of other services, like where you're going to host your bot, what are some of the AI services you will be using. Then you have to integrate those AI services in your bot, and then finally you will have your bot ready. In case if you're interested, starting with playing with Power Virtual Agent, there is a really good program from Microsoft called Microsoft 365 Developer Program. So go to that link and you can sign up for free. And once you sign up, you can create your personal Microsoft 365 Developer subscription for free. It comes with E5 licenses, which is the highest top licenses right now, and it comes with 25 user. And this tenant is valid for 90 days. And if you are using this tenant for your personal training and development, after 90 days, Microsoft will graciously increase your trial period for another 90 days. And they will keep continue doing it as long as you are using this tenant for training and development, and this program is active. Another way to get the Microsoft 365 is through signing up for the trial. The reason I'm saying the Microsoft 365 is once you have this tenant, you can use Dataverse for Dream, which is already included. And you can also sign up for the trial version of Power Virtual Agent as well, using the account that you'll be getting through this Microsoft 365 developer program. In case if you're interested in exploring bot framework, and if you would like to deploy that in Azure, then you need to have Azure subscription. And these are various ways you can get the Azure subscription. So hopefully the contents we covered today made you explore the Power Virtual Agents. You will go home and play with it. And if you don't have access to a developer tenant, then definitely check out the developer program from Microsoft. So these are the things we covered today. And these are the references I use. With that, I come to the end of the talk. Feel free to post any questions you have in the chat window. And if you have any feedback, or if you would like to get in touch with me in future, these are my contact details. With that, thank you very much for coming. Stay safe and stay healthy. And again, once again, thank you very much for C# organizers, Simon, Mahesh, and rest of the team for organizing this amazing conference and providing me the opportunity to speak.
Wow, Prashant, thank you so much for a great presentation. I see you started from the very basics, what are Power Virtual Agents, then you went ahead and created an entire chatbot. So that was pretty great. We are running a little out of the time. I'll just quickly, I would just quickly wanted to ask you is, I see you're an Azure AI MVP, right? So I think, we can also go ahead and do that with the Azure portal. There are different chatbots and all available. What are some of the limitations or challenges one would face building chatbots with these Power Virtual Agents?
So the limitation is it's a SaaS offering. That means you have to basically live with what the designer gives you, the Power Virtual Agent designer canvas gives you. And let's say if you had to do something else which that designer does not give you, then you don't have any option. In that case, what you can do is you can implement that business logic using custom code. Like when it comes to bot framework, you can either use C#, you can use Node.js, you can use Python or Java, and you implement your custom business logic there. And then you deploy that as a bot framework skill, and from your Power Virtual Agent, then you call that.
Okay. That's
So
one way
it's a
to do
typical
it.
between a drag out. So the
Yeah.
limitation you'll see with the drag and drop kind of products are really easy to get started, and the target audience is different. Whereas the products such as bot framework, where the support is there for programming language, the target audience is different. And when it comes to if you have support for programming language, that means the sky is the limit when it comes to implementing customization, right? Like if you have infinite budget and time, you can pretty much build very, very complicated bots.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that's the core principle of Power Apps. It saves your time, allows you to focus more on the solutions rather than
Right.
making sure that, hey, what technology to choose and hiring the
Right.
developers and all. So
And
great
as I
session,
mentioned,
Prashant.
as I mentioned, you don't have to know anything about AI at all, and everything is
Yeah.
pre-built for you. You just have to go and drag and drop and configure, and your bot will be ready in less than 30 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So that was a great session, Prashant. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to next session?
Definitely try out. If you don't have access to Microsoft 365 developer tenant, check out that link, and definitely play with Power Virtual Agents. Once you play with it, you'll definitely love it.
All right, Prashant, thank you so much. I hope people go ahead and get started with this. And thank you so much for your time. Great session. We'd love to have you back whenever you're available in some other conferences and live shows that we do. And have a nice rest of the day and a nice weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Stay safe, stay healthy.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, with that, I'll quickly move to the next session because I know our guest speaker is waiting behind the scenes. He is Thomas. Thomas is going to talk about time intelligence in Power BI. A quick intro about Thomas. Thomas is a Microsoft Data Platform MVP and a senior product manager. He has spent over 10 years as a data warehouse and business intelligence architect and has over 15 years as a database administration specializing in SQL Server. So without any further ado, let's go and invite our next speakers. Thomas. Welcome, Smiling DBA, to the Power Platform.
Thank you.
I love it. I was just asking my fellow teammates that why have you chosen his picture, right? You need to go ahead and make sure it's a decent one. Then I just realized that your entire profile is a Smiling DBA, and I was so happy to see it. Oh my goodness. So excited to host you, Thomas. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation and contributing to the community. Really looking forward to the session. And by the way, where are you joining us today from?
I live in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Okay. How's weather? How's COVID over there? Is everything okay?
It's somewhere between 70 and 80. We got a little clouds in the sky, and I mean it's pleasant outside. Not too hot, but definitely not cold.
Yeah, here in India, like we had winters, then all of a sudden it's summers. There's no transition. In Asia, it's just like winter, summer.
Yeah.
All right,
Thanks for that
Thomas. Yeah.
slideshow of all those pictures. That was I haven't seen something like that in a while. The different pictures I've taken over the years, so that was really cool, especially the one with Steve Jones there.
Yeah. So Thomas, thank you once again. I have your screen now. I'll go ahead and add it so that you can go ahead and get started.
Great.
And now everyone can see your screen. And whenever you feel, you can go and get started.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Simon. It's a presentation on time intelligence and Power BI. Again, my name's Thomas LeBlanc. A little bit about me. I am a data platform MVP. This will be my 4th year. Microsoft has expressed some empathy for us because of COVID, so they're going to renew us again for 1 more year at least. I still do a lot of stuff in the community. I was known as a database normalization nut back in my DBA days, and if you didn't have your database in 4th or 5th normal form, you got the wrath of Thomas upon you. What I learned is the developers still didn't listen to me and did their own thing, especially when this code first and entity framework came out. So I moved over to data warehousing. I started learning about dimensional modeling. And then just recently, as a product manager for a data warehouse automation tool, I became Data Vault 2.0 certified. If you want to know more about that, give me ring me up somewhere on Twitter or LinkedIn, and I'll be happy to talk to you about that. I am a retired developer, so I used to do. I started off in COBOL back in 1989 in college, and progressed to Visual Basic. I did FoxPro and Visual FoxPro before that. I was in Visual Basic 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then started in .NET before I became a DBA. So I was a developer for a long time. And again, my nickname is the Smiling DBA. Even though I do data warehousing now, they told me not to change my name. But you can search me on Twitter, blog, or Gmail for the Smiling DBA, and contact me. I like to say I'm an ex-PASS volunteer now. I still do stuff with the local user groups of Baton Rouge Analytics and the Baton Rouge SQL Server user group. PASS was the Professional Association in SQL Server, and they had a yearly conference called the Summit. And because of COVID, they had to kind of close their doors, but I'm sure there's plenty of things just like this to get out the different types of data platform presentations people are looking for. And a couple of icons of some of the speaking I've done over the years, which has always been a blessing because it makes me want to learn a little more and to be able to pass that knowledge on to other people. So what are we talking about today? We're gonna kind of talk about what is time intelligence. We'll actually go through a demo of an import model in Power BI. We'll look at what the date table is inside of a dimensional model, as well as this particular model we're building in Power BI. And then we'll create some DAX measures based on that date table. Well, along the way, we'll be displaying this in visualizations. And then I'll go through some other options which come up from people about time intelligence inside of Power BI. And we'll glance at those and give you some ideas about these other options to learn time intelligence. So what is time intelligence? Basically, it's date calculations. And the nice thing inside this model in Power BI or analysis services is you don't have to write these T-SQL date functions in order to get time intelligence. You don't have to write a CTE or a subquery to get last year's sales at a certain time to compare to this year's sales. Pretty much the functions are in there as long as you got the design correctly inside of your model. You can do to-date functions like year-to-date, quarter-to-date, month-to-date, the previous period or same time last period, as well as a date add function is pretty useful and basic in time intelligence, and we'll try to look at those types. You do have to have what's called a date table, and usually you're dealing with a star schema, which is involved with dimensional modeling. And then what we're going to do is actually see why you might build this inside of an application. So I'm going to flip over to Management Studio, and I've got a query here. And what you'll notice is this cast year number. This is a dimensional model query. So here's my fact joined to my dimension of product, to subcategory and category. And then I got this one join to that date dimension based on a key. And I'm able to group by inside of that table year number. I don't have to write a function on this. So executing this with a dimensional model in SQL is going to give me these years, category, a sales key, and then a summation, that's my sum right here, of that particular value. Now, where would that come from? Well, if I was dealing with a transaction system, my boss might come up to me and say, I want to see subtotals by order for the year 2014. And I can write a query for that. And, he always thanks me and she thanks me and says, you're doing such a great job, Thomas. Can you do this? And then you say, sure, I can. I'm an expert at T-SQL. So I create another one that does a little more than the first one. It gives them the year 2014 and gives them that total in a report. But he says, well, I want it for every year. So you modify that query, you're doing the group by and the order by, but this is in the transactional system, which you'll see we have a date part function to extract the year from the date. So as you go along, you'll end up with more and more queries with more and more groupings. And then you'll eventually get to a point where you'll get a query or a request for a report that will get, I'm going to show the results of this one first before we get to the final one, but they'll always ask you for more and more stuff to slice and dice with. But eventually you get to something like this, which causes you to write in T-SQL the pivot function. So you're pivoting the data, and you'll notice it takes a little bit longer to run than the others, but you have columns for the year. And you're structuring a lot in this SQL statement, and there's no way to make it dynamic. So, in comes the analytical processing. It was in multidimensional, then it was in Power Pivot, and then they ported it to the tabular model of analysis services, and now it's embedded in Power BI. And so what we have instead is once we create this, we have a report here where all this stuff is extracted for us. So I have a filter here. You'll see it right here. It's really called a slicer. And you'll notice that each year has a drill down ability. So I can drill down from year to quarter to month. So my slicer is enabling me to look at the year, and I'm not having to write any functions for this. It's all embedded within Power BI. And we'll see how I created this. And over here we have the internet sales. And then you also have that same drillability inside of your slicers on the side here. So we can drill into 2016 to that quarter, and we can see those results. And even further is we have calculations for quarter to date and also year to date on this screen. So here, I mean, I even have a little donut visual where I can click on each one and actually get some of the other items to be filtered by that. So I'm able to build a lot of this stuff in here. And lo and behold, I can always insert a matrix in here, go to that date dimension field, go find that year, and drag it into my columns. If I go to the internet sales, I can go grab that internet sales total. I'm going to take the filter off of the donut. Oops, I clicked it twice. Let me get out of that one more time. And then I can also, if you notice those other queries, there were some things related to product like category. So I can go grab my category out of the product table, and I can place that inside of the values or the details. And now I've got another matrix. Oops, I put it in the wrong one. Hold on. I put it in my donut here. Let me get that out first. It's actually running the DAX as we go through each one of these. It is an import model, so I'm surprised at how slow it is, but give me some time. And we'll go back to our matrix in the bottom right. And I'll add that category to the rows. And now you'll see that we've built that same tabular report that T-SQL got out at the in the demo of in SQL Server Management Studio. And here we're not having to write any T-SQL. We had to create what's called these DAX measures. But if you notice, there's a lot of slicing and dicing that we can do without having to run additional queries on the data itself. We're able to produce this within our tool, which is a client-facing tool. So let's go back to the slides. And let me close a couple screens here to see if I can't get some better performance out of my machine. Close this one as well. It says it's working on it, right? Microsoft's always working on it. All right, so that was our demo. Now, how do we do this? Well, we got to create either an import model or a direct query model. If you're importing, it's going to be a whole lot faster because it uses a column store compression type storage for the data. But you could do direct query, and you heard people say they want real-time or maybe near real-time reports. So you can still do that. The problem is it actually produces the T-SQL and sends to the data source in order to extract the data. The time intelligence is the same in both. So whether you use import or direct query, you can still use the same time intelligence. The nice part too about a dimensional model is that you can have multiple facts related to what's called the conform dimension. So rather than having the date in the fact itself, you're relating it to a date table that then has the columns for year, quarter, month, and it's drillable both ways. So in here, I have a reseller sales, and I have an internet sales. But my date dimension here is related to both of them. So I can put the year out here on a report and use a measure from internet sales and one from reseller sales and get the same results there. So you can place those measures together. They're usually aggregates that you create, and the dimensional modeling is usually the best. If you don't have much information about dimensional modeling, some people call it a star schema. I'm not sure. Maybe they do that because they don't want to direct people to what's called the Kimball Group, which I think most of them are retired now and have other companies. But for 20 years, the Kimball Group promoted dimensional modeling a lot. So you might want to go read about that because you do want to get that dimensional model done for your design. So let's go to a demo, and we're going to actually build this inside a Power BI. So I've got a blank Power BI, and I'm going to go get, I hit Excel. I don't want Excel. I'm going to get data. I'm in the upper left, and I'm going to get from SQL Server. So on my local machine here, I have an instance called SQL 19. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect to dot, which means local, / SQL 19. And I know my database is small dw. If I don't put a database name in there, it is optional, and they'll give me a list that I could pick from it. Here again is that import versus direct query. So you want to make sure you select the right one there. I'm going to click OK because I'm going to import it, and I'm just going to create a simple model. My model is a dimensional model. It's a data mart in that database, in that server, and it's got fact tables as well as dimensions. So for instance, here's my fact internet sales, and here's my fact reseller sales. And in the bottom left, I have this thing that says select related tables. So I can just click that, and it's going to automatically, based on foreign keys that I have between my fact and dimension table, it's going to actually go grab those relationships and check the different tables that are related. I'm guessing it's going out and trying to query the database right now, which maybe I'll click on a different one and see if that makes it a little bit faster. Well, and to save time, I'm just going to go click on these. I'm going to get sales territory. I'm going to get date. I'm going to get customer, and I'm going to get product. And I'm just going to click this load button. And what we'll see is it'll go to the source system and start extracting all that data from the source database into my dimensional model. I'm sorry, into Power BI. So it's asking me to apply some changes. It should pop up in just a second to actually import those guys. If it's too slow, I've got one already built that's done most of this. So what we might do is just go straight to that Power BI I've already created rather than wait for it to create all this stuff. But the reason I grabbed these internet sales and reseller sales is because I want to show you the conform dimension that is between those two particular fact tables. And the date dimension, as well as sales territory, not customer, but product, are all what's called conform dimensions. So no matter if you pull their slicer or dicer attribute out, it's still going to do the DAX measures that were created within those. So we'll let this ride a little bit longer. If it's going to take too long, I'm gonna cancel and go grab something else. There's it loading the data. It's actually importing this into my model. So let me go here, see if I can't bring up one a little faster than this. Let's see how this one's doing. Yeah, usually you already got the number of rows coming in here. So it might be taxing out my CPUs and my memory right now because of how much we have open, but we'll see what happens here. There you go. Well, it says waiting. I'm gonna click cancel on this, and I'm just gonna go to one I've already got created because that's gonna take way too long. All right, I'm gonna close this one. Don't save it. And hopefully that other one is coming up as we speak. So let's see. Here we go. Yeah, it might take a little while to come up. So let's go back to the slides and cover a couple more things, just to save time here. So we're gonna build up that model. We're gonna clean it up. We're gonna create some initial measures. And once that other Power BI comes up, I'll show you those things that I did create. But let's talk about what happens with time intelligence. So number one is you need a date dimension table. That's this table that you can see over here. Oops. And now I think my whole machine is frozen up. Oh, here we go. So there's that date dimension. And you'll have a key, and then you have a bunch of columns. And this is pre-populated. There's rows for every date. It doesn't matter if you have related fact tables to it or not. The whole point is to represent every date uniquely in this table. There are columns for month, quarter, and year, so you need no functions to create this. You can even have columns like first of week, month, like number that you can sort the month on. You could have fiscal versus calendar columns. It just makes it a whole lot faster. I mean, it makes it a whole lot easier to not have to write these functions on these individual items. Let me make sure. Yeah. The other thing is you can have like weekdays, holidays, and special date type columns. So you might have certain dates in your company that need some flag, that this is a high sales day that you want to kind of exclude from some calculation. But the whole point is you create this date table, you relate it by date key, which is a surrogate key, and you're not placing the actual dates in the fact tables. So if you notice over here, you see order date key, due date key, and ship date key. You don't actually have the date in here. You're relating the key to the key here, and this full date alternate key is the actual date itself. So our fact table doesn't have it. Our date dimension does. Now, for the date table, each row is a unique day. You have to have that. The date column itself has to be unique in order to use time intelligence. The columns have values, and there's no date function. So you see across here, we got month number, month name, quarter number, quarter name, year number. You can place as many as you want inside of here. There's many things on the internet to go build these. There's even a way to create one from within a calculated table in Analysis Services or Power BI. And of course, you can separate the fiscal and calendar, year, quarter, and month. The other important thing is you have to mark that table as what's called the date table. So Power BI or Analysis Services is requiring you to flag a column as the date and a table as the date table. This enables the DAX functions to use that date to make the time intelligence calculations. It is going to require that each row in that table is unique based on the date. It has to be a date column. You cannot use the key, but you can still use the key as an integer to relate to fact tables. And this is just one of the steps that the dimensional modeling says is you should use integers as your surrogate keys. So let's go over to another demo and let's see if we got that import model up, and we do. I'm going to grab this guy and bring him over to here. And what we'll see is a very raw import of these tables. I'm going to click over here in the far left. There is a report view, a date view, and also a relationship view. And this is the best one to look at because you could see the tables and their relationship. So let me, that's good enough here. You'll see the relationships between them. And one that I want to point out is you'll notice here that the key is actually related to multiple columns. But this guy right here, the date S key related to the order date key, is what's called the active relationship. So inside of the time intelligence or inside of Power BI or Analysis Services, you can only have one active relationship. So you have to make sure one of these is checked and it's on the column that you want. So for instance, sales, reseller sales, and internet sales both have an order date. So I'm using this date dimension. And notice here, I've actually renamed it to be order date. I've flagged it as that relationship. So based on internet sales and reseller sales, I had that selected by order date. So that's my active relationship is the order date in the to sales table. That way, if I drag year out, everybody knows that's the order year when I create just basic DAX measures. That doesn't mean you can't use what's called user relationship and use a different relationship to create a new calculations. Just be aware of that. Now, what I really need to do though is I need to come up to this mode, get my order date, and when I select that order date, either here or in one of the other areas, in the top, I get a new menu called Table Tools. And over here in the middle is Mark as Date Table. So I have to have this marked as the date table in order to use time intelligence. And when it comes up with the prompt, it's going to ask me what date or what column in that table is the unique date column. And it should have already come up by now, but we'll see what's causing the delay. Yeah, it's just taking its sweet time. So here is my dialog once I say mark as date table, and it's going to ask me what column it is. It does have some intelligence to go look through the columns at the data type and make sure that it is a date data type. And even gives you a warning above it that the date column can't have gaps in the date. So not only does it have to be unique, but it also has to be no gaps. And in this case, it looks like there are gaps inside of it. So, oh, yes. All right, let's see if I can fix this real quick. Y'all gonna get me to do some debugging here. So I'm gonna go into that table. So it's seeing a gap in it. And let's see if we can't fix that gap. I'm gonna go to the date. I'm actually gonna write some T-SQL. So yeah, hopefully I'll impress a person or two. I remember this happened on the other machine. I was demoing this, and so let me try this real quick. I think I did select dem date group by year. Let's see, D dot year num. D dot month number. I'm gonna grab the same ones in my group by, and I'm gonna do a count, and we'll find that gap. I'm also gonna put an order by. Before it or after? It looks like it's after. So let's see what we got there. Yeah, so I think towards the end of this, there is a gap. Yeah, the 2010 is not supposed to be in here. So like a good DBA, how do you delete things? You say begin tran, right? Delete from dbo.dim date where year number equals, and is that right? 2010? Yes, so 2010. That's a good example of debugging a system. And then once it deletes that, we'll do another select just to make sure it's still there. And I didn't delete anything I shouldn't have deleted. Hopefully this has not got a lock on that date, which I think it's gonna have. Oh man. Okay, we'll see what happens. I've probably got I can't even look at that, can I? There's probably a lock on it. I'm gonna have to stop this, and we'll just continue on. So selecting that date key, you got to have the uniqueness inside of there. I'm gonna let that continue running just in case we got to come back to it. Let's see if I can. Oh wait, I don't want to do two. Roll back. I'm gonna have to roll back twice. Oh, let's try begin tran. And that year number. Let's see. Probably what it's doing right now is probably checking the foreign keys to make sure I'm not removing anything that has a relationship to data in the fact table. So we'll let that run, and we'll look at our model. So the other thing, other than the date table, is we need some measures. So in internet sales, I've created a measure called internet sales. And basically it's a DAX measure that's going to, it's going to pop up in just a second so we can see it. It's a sum of the sales amount column. So you'll notice I'm creating a measure, giving it a name, the equal sign, a function sum, which is an aggregate, and then a column from one of the tables. And I don't have to be in that table if I'm referencing the table from somewhere else, but we have internet sales there, and then we should also have reseller sales as well. And so reseller sales is going to have the same summation, except it's called reseller sales. The measure names themselves have to be unique, and that's okay. So we'll go back to our slides. We'll check our, yeah, there's our guys finished now. So let's do a commit. Well, first, let me do a query just real quick. 2001 to 2008. Always want to do a begin trend and then a commit. All right, so that's our commit. Let's see if that works this time. We'll go back to order date. Go to date, mark date as table. Maybe that's what it was doing when it was taking so long for the dialog box. It was checking to see what columns are unique. And we should this time get it without that gaps, but it looks like, one more thing I'm gonna have to do is go to, since it's imported, it's not querying directly on the table, I'm gonna need to refresh the data in that particular table. So when you're in import mode, it's actually imported. Believe it or not, if you look at your task manager, you'll see a Microsoft Analysis Services engine being cranked up when you use Power BI. And so it's actually doing the work in memory with this data. So it's not going to go query the table. It's going to query its memory to see what was inside of there. So since I made a change to the table, I need to refresh the data inside of this model in order for it to know that there's no more gaps within that software or within that table itself. So it's querying this. There goes the rows. It shouldn't be many. And then we should be able to mark this as our date table now. Working on it. Nice message. Thank you. And now if you notice there's some dots going on. So each one of these visuals that we have on the screen is now refreshing because we actually refreshed one of the data items that might be associated with it. So I have order dated selected. I'm going to go to my table tools, mark as date table. And this time, yay, checking column. Hey, validated successfully. So click OK. So that's the important part, is flagging that date table as a date table, believe it or not. So it's doing that for me. That's the configuration of the date table. Now it's to create the functions themselves. So what the ones we're going to look at is the year to date, because those are really the easiest ones to view and it's the easiest ones to really see something measurable in a kind of an introductory to time intelligence. But those two date functions, there's actually two of them. One's called total YTD, or you can use the dates YTD function, but you have to encapsulate it in a calculate. Explaining calculates beyond this particular session, but what you need to know is it's kind of a user preference. I don't know if there's something that says that one performs better than the other, but that's the simple part. Here we have a year-to-date new measure. We're using that function with that measure we created before, and then we're just providing that date column from the date table. There's some other ones like year over year, same period last year. If you go to the website, you can see all the different types, dates and pay in period, closing balance in a month, the end of month. There's even some counts where you can count the number of days in that month. The neat one is the parallel period. So you can say, what is the year over year increase for my sales? And we'll go straight to a demo again. So we'll go back to that import model, and I'm going to go to the internet sales. I'm in my far right of the screen. I'm going to right click on internet sales, and I'm going to create a new measure. there's some time intelligence to help you with this. So it kind of gives you an idea of what you're supposed to be selecting. Now, you do need to know what you're creating before you get to that point, but the time intelligence is very helpful to create those things for you. I wonder if I should shut down a couple more things on my machine, but I'm afraid it's going to kill something. And it's going to take a while. Okay, here's my new measure. It's created it. And then I'm up here at this little prompt. There's actually a way to make this a little bit larger. There's some additional tools too you can use to create these and embed them as an external tool. But what I'm going to basically say here is internet sales year to date equals, and I'm going to get that total function. It's going to tell me what's the expression. If I hit a bracket, it's going to show me all the measures already created, comma, and then it's going to say, what is that date? So it's going to be the order date table, and it's that date column. That's all there is to it right there. We've created the internet sales year to date inside of this measure. And again, it wouldn't be possible unless we had that order date or some other indication of a date, which I'll show in the other options in a second. And now that creates that inside of that particular Power BI. I'm going to go to the other one that we had earlier. Well, I've already closed that one to try to save some memory. And this is not on the internet too, so this is kind of confusing that it's taken so long, but we'll deal with it. Oh, maybe I need to just put that up. Oh, yeah, it's already done. So I'm going to delete one of these visuals out, or I could just easily create a new one in the bottom left, and then I could place this information out there. So I'm going to create a new tab in the bottom left sooner or later. I want to blame Chrome for all this, right? Since it's not a Microsoft product. So I'm going to go grab a matrix. And I'm going to grab from that internet sales, the sales amount. Let me zip up the filters, try to widen this just so I can see the column names. Internet sales and internet sales year to date. And then what I additionally need on there is the actual year to see the growth over each year. So there's my two totals. And now I'm going to go to that order date. And I'm going to grab the year. And what I should see is each year's and then the year to date, which are both the same. So the better part, instead of grabbing the year, I'm going to grab this hierarchy. So I have a hierarchy created with year, quarter, and month. And then what I can do is drill into 2006, and I could see quarter by quarter what the sum was until it got to the total in the fourth, and I could drill it in to the quarter itself so I could see what's happening in a month. So I could see, for the total for quarter two was 2 million, but the 1.7 plus the 2 is the 3.8, and then I can see it gradually increasing each month. So just think, we can also create a quarter to date and a month to date here as well. The other one, and what I'm going to do is show you the quick measures to do this, and this is really supposed to be for a later demo, but I'm going to go ahead and do it now, is if you right click on one of those measures, there's actually an option for new quick measure. And the reason I'm going to do this is because if you're new to DAX, this is probably the easiest way to learn some of the DAX calculations. Now it's going to create some variables in this, which it's okay. We're going to learn, you're eventually going to have to learn how to create the variables, but in quick measures, we can go to the calculation, and there's actually those year to date, quarter date, and month to date. What I want is this year over year change. It's going to base it on internet sales, which I already selected. And that's going to want that date column. So I'm going to go grab that dates place it in there. And then the number of periods is how far back do I want to go? So I could say 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and so forth. When I click OK, it's actually going to create a DAX measure for me. Once it places it out there, then I could see the actual code that I guess Microsoft would say you should use for a year-over-year calculation. Though it doesn't have to be the one you see here, it is going to give you a way to kind of look at how these things are done. So it might take a little second to build it up, but once it gets created, then we can actually see that particular calculation. So we got it there. It's going to display it for us in a second. Once it comes up, I'm going to expand this down, and there we go. So here you see it created a measure called internet sales year over year, and it created a variable. The variable name was previous year. It used that calculate based on internet sales, and the date function it used, rather than same period last year, it used the date add. It used the date column -1 by year. So now it's going to return the divide of internet sales minus previous year over internet sales. And the divide function in here will handle the zeros in your denominator for you. So I'm going to drag that guy over and drop them into that table. Let's see if it got it here. Trying to pick that one. It's just taking its sweet time. Oh, I didn't want to do that. So now you see 2005 has nothing because there's no data for 2004. And 2006 has the 99.93% growth. And then your 2007 is -21%. So easily, based on that time intelligence, we're actually able to create a year-over-year percent sales, and it actually built the DAX for you, so you don't have to do that yourself. So let's return to the slides. And the display helps in visuals to, we talked about the active, but this hierarchy is really nice. So in that date dimension, you can create what's called a hierarchy and add columns within that table. So we created one called YQM that did the levels year, quarter, month. You can do the same thing for something like product, like category, subcategory, and then product. So those hierarchies are really neat. Again, you have to use the active relationship, but if you want to use, say, ship date key to be part of a DAX calculation, you can do that. There's a function called user relationship, and you could change the relationship within a DAX measure. You'll create new measures for these. Now, we just did some of the drill through the demo with the hierarchy, so I'm going to skip that and continue on to the end of this presentation. One that you should take a look at is called calculation group. Now, I'm not sure if you can create the calculation group within Power BI today, but you can with something called a DAX editor or the tabular editor, and you can actually create a group, which just was available with multidimensionals, where you can put the calculation in there, and there's a function called selected measure. So rather than hard coding internet sales in the DAX calculation, you can actually use a function that says whatever the selected measure is. And so you can create a calculation group that has month to date, year to date, previous year, month to date, and so forth, and then just drag, you'll see it here on the right, drag it as a column, and it actually produces all those results. Why would you do that? Well, rather than creating an internet sales year to date, and then a reseller sales year to date, and then a total sales year to date, you create one calculation group, and dependent on the measure in your visual, then it'll calculate these for you. Really time-saving thing once you see you're creating many and many types of DAX calculations with your time intelligence. Here's a quick one that I would have done instead of what you saw on the screen from the quick measure. Here I have the internet sales last year, LY, calculated from internet sales using same period last year and the date. Then I have the internet year over year as sales right now minus last year divided by the current year. So, I mean, you could do that inside of a different type of calculation rather than what you see inside of the quick measures. Now, the variable will help with performance because here I'm creating two measures, and so it could be generating it twice. Whereas if you put a variable in a measure until the measure is actually put on the screen, that one won't be calculated. I like doing it this way just so I can kind of debug myself on what actually the calculation is. There's other ways you could debug it, but that's one of the ways. Now, here's some of this other options you might see. There is an auto date feature, okay? So it's a global feature as well as an individual Power BI PBIX feature. You can turn it on globally so all new PBIX files have it, or you can just specify it in one. And I'll go show you these options in a second. And what we just saw on the demo was the quick measure. I wanted to go ahead and show that before we got to here because I think it's important to know there's a bunch of quick measures that can help you speed along through time intelligence. But the important thing is that date table being the date table type with that date column. So I'm glad that ended up working after I did some changes to the database. It's the same data sets. There's not many date columns, but it's not conformed. Okay, and what that means is if you have a date column on a table and it auto generates a date, that generated date table is only related to that column and it can't be related to another column, another table. That's why I went through that conform dimension step to show you that my dim date has a relationship by key to reseller and internet sales. So once I build time intelligence, I can use it on both fact tables. The same data sets, not many date columns, means that those additional columns like week number, day of week, and so forth are not built into the auto date. Only like the year, quarter, month, and day are done that way. So just be aware of that. So let's go look at those other options. And I've already got another Power BI with it. And what you can see here is if I drill into internet sales, this particular join or this particular table was not the fact internet sales we saw earlier. It's a view where I join those tables together. So I'm going to switch to Management Studio. And the reason I'm doing this is because it's very likely that you're going to use, some people use Power BI and they just are given one flat file. So in this case, what I've done was I've grabbed the sales, the internet sales table and the dimensions, try to put them all in one particular view. And you'll see what I did as soon as it comes up. Is we actually, join the fact table to the dim date and then produce the order date, the ship date, and the due date as dates in this view. Okay, so when we look at it inside of Power BI, you'll see that here's the due date, here's the order date, and here's the ship date. And you'll see a little date kind of tab here. And when you drill down, you'll see that date hierarchy, and then you'll see those generated columns. Problem is this is a date table. This is a date table. And the ship date is a date table. So it's generated 3 date tables for one table. And that's only in the sales fact for internet. If you did the same thing with reseller, you get 3 more. So that is based on under File and Options. I'll go to Options again. In the top is the global settings. So what I'll see in the beginning of the options are global settings. And then what I see on the bottom part of the options is going to be the specific to Power BI one. Let me see if that's got, here it is. All right, so here's my data load, global data load, and you'll see time intelligence. So globally, if I were to create a new Power BI PBIX file, it's going to be turned on. But my current one down here, I could turn it off. So if I turn this off and click OK, Might take a little while, but we won't stay for the whole demonstration of that. It's going to remove those date columns. All right, so that's one option. And if you create that, if you use that, you see how now due date, order date, and ship date no longer had that. You can actually, and you can see my visuals broke because now the calculation I generated from that did. So let's go back to the slides. That's a demo of the options. And again, thank you. My name's Thomas LeBlanc. You can reach me on Twitter at SmileandDBA. My blog is thomas-leblanc.com. And you can email me at thesmileanddba@gmail.com. And that's the end.
Just when you think I was on mute, I wasn't on mute. I was just checking if you can read my lips, but you failed. All right, all right, Thomas, that's a great session. I definitely believe everyone who has joined would have loved it, and people who will watch the archived session. Thank you so much for that great session. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to next session? Any final?
No, just contact me if you got any questions. And I'm not sure if y'all recording this or not to place it online, but someone might be able to rewatch it and kind of fast forward through those gaps in the performance. Sorry about that.
Now we'll make sure that everything is recorded. We'll make sure we drop you the link after this conference ends with all the statistics and all the details, so that you can always go ahead and share in your connection. Also, we'll just put one session each instead of like people have to go and watch the entire conference.
Yeah.
So Thomas, once again, thank you so much. And
thank you, Sam.
Yeah.
And push me and prod me to write some articles for y'all's website. I got it in my to-do list, but I haven't jumped on it yet. So, keep prodding me and I'll do something.
All right, sure. Definitely. We'd love to have that. All right. Smiling DBA. Bye-bye. All right. With that, we move to our final session of the day 4. We're kind of running late on the time, but I'll just quickly talk about it. Stacy and Richard, they're going to talk about 2010 workflows through Microsoft 365 Power Platform. And a quick introduction about them. Richard is a senior architect and developer whose experience spans numerous industries, technologies, and platform disciplines, whereas Stacy is a Microsoft MVP and the owner of Focal Point Solutions, Ohio-based company that provides SharePoint solutions for the enterprise in the mid to large markets. So let's go ahead and invite our final speakers of the day, Richard and Stacy. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hi.
Richard, you are mute.
I am. So.
All right. So glad you guys made it. I was like, no, the final session, I'm going to be ghosted. But thank you so much for accepting the invitation. We really appreciate Stacy. I see you're an MVP, and also Richard. Thank you so much for all that you do for the community. We're really looking forward for this session. I know we're running 10 minutes already late. I think that's my fault, but never mind. Okay, Richard, you're mute again. I hope you know. All right, anyone who wants to go ahead and just share your screen, feel free to do that, and then you can go ahead and get started with your session.
Richard, you're on mute again. I don't know if it accidentally is doing that.
Yeah, no, it's intentional. But I am split screen today, so there's another account that's in there for my demo PC, and I'm gonna share the screen from that one. So here comes the share, and we'll pick the screen. Share. Hopefully, you all can see
I see
that. All right. Switching. You can do it. Come on, computer.
I just
okay.
Yeah. All right. I hope there won't be any echo. Because for some reason I hear it. All right. Next. It's all yours.
All right. Hello. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for the intro. Stacy and I are here to talk to you today about 2010 workflow rebuilding. And with the shutdown of 2010, there's a pretty big gap that's out there in the market today. Y'all are probably feeling it with SharePoint Online, and then any upcoming migrations you may have in scope from your on-premise environment where 2010 was prevalent, and the migration of that to online now. There's a lot of remediation stuff that has to happen. Stacy, do you want to kind of help usher us in too?
Yeah. Ooh, I'm getting some major.
That's probably me.
Oh, one of the things about 2010 workflows is not only are you forced to come off of 2010 workflows, but how to do it in an efficient way, and also keep your users' attention so they don't another change type of thing. So a lot of planning and stuff goes to it as well, on top of the actual development piece that needs to be done. So we're going to kind of go through that. I'm actually going to cut some of my pieces short, but of course it is in the slides, but I'm just going to kind of hit things high level so that you guys can really get the ins and outs of the development side of it, and how, the process that we followed and stuff like that there. So with that, Richard, I'm going to swap the slide. I know that we had a great introduction, so we'll just quickly hit it. Our social media information is all on our slides, so you'd be feel free to reach out and connect with us if you guys have any questions or issues afterwards. So our agenda, we're going to talk about best practices and governance, makers and champions, some strategies, lessons we learned, so hopefully we can help you not have to go through those, pitfalls, obstacles, and risks, functionality of the Power Platform. We're going to have Tolan's going to go through a bunch of demos for you, and then we'll wrap it up for you. All right, so again, I'm Stacy Deer. I am a Microsoft Office and Apps MVP, owner of Focal Point Solutions, owner plus I get my hands dirty as a senior architect. Mr. Toland?
Yeah, hopefully this is better with the echo. Switch my mics there. So Richard Toland, I work with Catapult Systems, and I'm a principal architect or principal consultant there. Primarily my focus is throughout the 365 service fabric and the substrate that crosses into Azure. So anything in that realm, that's where my architectural fingers are in the pie all the time. So.
And I have a tendency to call him Toland because I work with another Richard, so that's how I keep them separated. So, so best practices and governance. One, make sure that before you get started, always secure your tenant. A lot of times with workflows and forms and all stuff, you're working with data that you don't want other people to have. So make sure you're securing your tenant. The biggest best practice I can tell you is make sure you're setting up a service account for your Power Platform. Now, you can do it depending on the size of your development team. You can do one account called like Power Platform or something like that, or create one for each item inside of it, meaning Power Apps, Power BI, and Power Automate. Like I said, it's really going to depend on the size of your team and how you want to structure that. Establish a strategy team for the Power Platform. That strategy team should be identifying the governance that you're going to follow, the life cycle, what you're going to use, what you're not going to use. Kind of strategize. A lot of times, a lot of strategy comes on how you're going to develop to make sure you don't need the extra license, because that's when things get very expensive. So you definitely want to make sure that you're strategizing how you're utilizing the Power Platform. Set up data loss protection policies. Leverage out-of-the-box activity logs and analytics. Microsoft has put a lot of time and effort into that, and the information that you're getting back these days just straight out of the box is amazing. I would definitely go and use that. Build a center of excellence. It's either a center of excellence or a governance site, whatever your company would rather call it, to make sure that you're putting all your information in one place and sharing it. There is also a starter kit out there that helps you templatize a lot of the best practices already, so you don't really have to recreate the wheel. And also make sure you establish an automated audit process. Auditing is very important. If you can't tell, I'm a huge governance person. And of course, identify makers and champions within your organization. Of course, champions are people who dive in, provide feedback, are very vocal about what you're doing to make things better through the organization. Makers are those people that you allow them to create a flow or a Power App, and they get all excited with the shiny new object, and they want to go out and they want to build things to make things easier. Those people are going to be your makers. So what you're going to allow makers to do, setting the policies for them of what they can and can't do, and of course, then utilize those champions to get the information out there.
Yeah, great segue. The makers are your innovators. They're the ones with the ideas. Give them the tools, give them the power. So Power Apps, right? So best practices throughout Power comes into play where it's a data access question, it's a user access question, and then it's the repeatable process question. So once you're implementing your app, new software development lifecycle process or classic software development lifecycle process has changed through the Power Platform in order for your makers to now build in one environment and promote to the next environment. So access between those environments on your tenant is key. And you want to ensure that your users are able to, one, access the info, two, that they have licensure for the information, and that you're able to proceed between your implementations of one environment to the next environment, all within the same tenant. We talk about bottlenecks and data sources, which is a common thing, especially when you're talking to on-prem data services. So with the premium SKU in the E1, from E5 or Power App and Power User plans, Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power BI per app or per user plans. Alternatively, an E5, G5 license structure will allow Premium SKU to talk to an on-prem data source too through the Azure Data Gateway or Power BI Data Gateway, whichever flavor you've chosen. Those can oftentimes cause bottlenecks for large data services, and what we typically recommend is use the classic application development methodologies, right? So it's lean heavy on model your view and then view your model so that you're pre-filtering down the list or data queries that you're asking data for and not overwhelming the systems that are accessing it. That can also happen for online services too. So Azure's Cloud SQL databases or SharePoint lists, you can run across bottlenecks for data contingency and data throughput through to your app, which will end up causing performance issues, or your users would maybe perceive a performance problem at the user end. When we talk about usage patterns, there's a lot of ways to access Power Apps. You can access it through the apps in the App Store. So there's a Power App in the Google Play Store or the Android iOS Apple Store. And within those, once you've authenticated, certain Power Apps inside of your tenant can be published to your users. That's one way to leverage a Power App. Now with the exposure through Teams apps integrations is huge. So Power Platform promotion through the Teams application is also viable through the SharePoint application in the App Store, or plain old browser. When you're accessing a Power App through your browser, you want to be aware that Power Apps, while built to be browser agnostic or platform agnostic, there are still some dependencies or some nuances in browser types. So the different rendering engines handle functions or features different ways. We also talk about geographical location. That's really pertinent for multi-geo tenants, where you may have some users in one country trying to access data in another country, and you want to be sensitive there from a best practice perspective about how you're fetching data, what cloud service or what on-prem service you're talking to, and what's the fastest route path to get there through the data gateway, and or through your route path to that cloud entry point. Throttling is a huge issue, right? So when you hit a big data set, let's say I have a company of 5,000 users and I tell everybody, hey, go pull up the open enrollment list and let's make sure that you get all your stuff done. Well, if it was a SharePoint list and I'm pulling back 1,000 items for 5,000 users, that could crush your throttling. So you want to be aware of what impacts you'll have on the service substrate in Office 365 as well. One Power App can go crazy and really take a big chunk out of that throttling for you. So be cognizant of that and be aware of what data you're pulling and how much of it, how big and how fast, how wide you're spreading out your app usage.
Right, so with your makers and champions.
Sorry about that.
People you want to look for, people with leadership qualities that are willing to share information and lead people. It's almost kind of like that, leading people to water, but you can't make them drink. Well, you can lead them there, right? Lead them there and then see what they do. You also want people that carry an influence. You want to, the leaders that, you don't want to be a follower all the time, right? You want to be a leader, something you're excited about. They get people engaged. people who, I know this really sounds bad because some people like there's too much water cooler talk, but in this instance, you want those people that, you know, contain that water cooler talk. They're the ones that start it. A lot of times people learn from those discussions. So you want to key in on those types of people. People who are also diligent in their work efforts. Doesn't mean they have to be OCD, but, you know, people who like to follow a process. They step 1, step 2, step 3. They don't like to find those shortcuts around things or try to figure out ways to break things. You want people who are very specific about their job and making sure it's done accurately and in a timely fashion. Understand your organization's vision for governance. Some companies, they don't put enough emphasis on governance. In a situation like that, you have to make them aware of why you need it in certain situations to get them to jump on the bandwagon, essentially. But organizations that have a very structured governance, you also have to find out how to take this information from the Power Platform and how it fits in there. It may not fit with how it's currently structured because it's new technology and there's things you can and can't do based off of the old designer and the way you used to develop. So you have to work through those types of things together to update your policies or energize the fact that you need governance and you have to have those policies to be successful with this. The last thing you want is people doing all different things and then trying to clean it up at a later point in time, like not using a service account right out of the gate. If you don't, whoever is assigned their name, because they created it, it's under their name, they leave the company. Can you provide another owner and get it and still continue to use it? Absolutely. Is it easy? No. It's not an easy process, not something you want to have to go through, and especially if that person has built hundreds of these things within your organization and that they're used every single day. And, find people who have an interest in building things. Power Platform is somewhere where you're building something and at the end that you're very proud of it. People who love to be crafty and build things are going to be perfect people for a Power Platform.
Yeah. So here we're going to talk about some strategies, and those Power Platform people, we used to call them power users, right? I call them the power passionate now because they are, they're users who really want to get going and they need the tools, they need the methods. So let's talk about some strategies that we can employ for those folks to find their best success rate. So we initially, when you're looking at SharePoint Online, right, in 2010 workflow, it's kind of our topic here. We're talking about the retirement of 2010 workflow, which is officially shut off on SharePoint Online. And if you haven't already asked for it, you've probably felt that pain, right? 2010 workflows just stopped working. So what you want to tackle is for most tenants, you can still leverage the SPMS, the SharePoint modernization scanner. And what it'll provide you is it'll read through your tenant access to find any instances where those workflow associations existed. And then you can tackle those. Aside from just the workflow associations, there's a lot of really good information in there from application landscape as well, unsupported list templates, unsupported page views. Typically, when we're talking about 2010 workflows that found their way into SharePoint Online, they were not usually created, I would say within the last 3 to 5 years, the majority of those workflows that found their way to online came from a migration. Migrations pump in classic UI in most cases, and that's becoming less and less prevalent for sure. But of those tenants with lots of classic UI, the SPMS tool, the SharePoint Modernization Scanner, is a fantastic tool to use for discovery of those application landscape components, of your list views, of your workflows, 2013, 2010 workflow, and then present the opportunities for the Power Platform to come in and help out. When we're looking at Power Platform, really in that SPMS landscape, it's targeted towards primarily Power Apps for application interface. That would be, we migrated this thing in with JS Link and it doesn't work anymore, or we migrated a classic list view, or we migrated some workflow, 2010 workflow. So Power Apps and Power Automate are the two components that SPMS really focuses on for application replacement. When we want to talk through demos, right? So 365 features and functionality are vast. There's a lot in that service substrate, and it's a challenge to keep up with all this technology because it's constantly changing. What really helps is standing up a demo environment and making sure that your user community, those power users, the power passionate folks, and anybody interested in application customization can see, they can look and feel, they can tangibly dive into a 365 demo experience and really feel what those controls, the user controls, and the features and functionality can provide for them. So don't be shy. Spin up a dev tenant. They're free. You have up to 25 dev users that you can get an E5 license and discover the entire suite. The whole platform's available to you. So spin up a dev tenant and get crazy with your power passionate people. Those power users are your deepest link to what your feature functionality landscape is going to look like. How many features you want to use, where you're going to use those features, what you want to do. We talk about using sessions, and a breakdown session for kind of a yesterday and a tomorrow in that demo environment is great to show and tell either future functionality that you'd like to implement, and then maybe some of the where. It's also a very good communication tool for your developers or those power users to say, this is where I'm coming up against challenges. You all in IT have implemented some control spaces for me that I'm trying to navigate those waters, and I'm expressing challenges here. All right, I'm experiencing challenges. So it's a great place to show and tell bidirectionally in that conversation. Let's talk about new features. Let's talk about things where you've locked me out or I need your help. SMEs are an excellent resource too. So you have subject matter experts for the processes, the business process management, the doers in your organization, right? The folks that are living through those business processes. And those subject matter experts are key in making decisions on how your workflow could find process optimization as you're stepping out of what used to be there in 2010 actions and moving now towards the Power Automate flows. There's a whole new landscape of options available to you, and talking to those SMEs, really getting a deep understanding of what their process looks like will maybe find process improvement along the way with the new tool sets. So definitely work with those SMEs, work with your business users. Your business users are key, right? So at the keyboard where they're inputting data or they're reading data out and understanding what their role is throughout that process is also another key factor where you'll find process improvement through a deeper understanding of what was yesterday's process and how do I lean on the Power Platform for tomorrow. These sessions are great in that, it don't take a lot of time. You could sit down for an hour a week, a half an hour a week, and just rock through, knock down processes and document the process flow as they stand today or as they stood yesterday, and how you want to improve those processes with the new tools. Baby steps. Asking lots of questions and providing lots of time for testing. So ask lots of questions, yes, as you're building through or walking through these processes, but definitely provide them lots of time for new tooling and new process testing. So I want to build a new workflow, a new Power Automate flow to replace a 2010 thing from yesterday. It's new. It looks 100% new, right? It behaves differently. And some of that may be invisible in the background. It was just sending an email. I still get my email. Great. Maybe it's I need to input some more data, or maybe I need to have a totally different approval process where I can click and approve right in my email. If you're changing their look or feel or their functionality, allow them lots of time. Change management is key. It's a really big issue. So train your users and give them lots of time for testing of new features or new functionality as you're changing their processes.
All right, so some lessons learned. Use one of the biggest things is anytime that you have to rebuild something, use this time to make improvements to that. If you have to rebuild something just because, the version no longer exists and you just rebuild the same exact thing, you're missing a great opportunity to make it up to the users that they have to go through a change, right? Users hate change, but the thing that they dislike even more than that is for someone to rebuild something and then give them the same problems that they already had. So this is your opportunity to make improvements to this as well. I'm sure there's support tickets, or you've heard people complain about various things in the process. Take this time to fix those. Make it better, streamline it, make sure there's additional automation that they say, hey, it cuts off here and it could go a little further. Also, there could have been organizational changes from the time this was built till, this time that you're getting ready to rebuild it. Look at those factors, get some feedback on it. Yes, will it mean that, you're having to make changes and it could be bigger? Chances are, when you go through for improvements in a process, typically your process becomes smaller because you found ways to streamline it a little better or automate certain pieces to make them easier. So some, yes, they may be a bigger process, but overall, typically it's more streamlining the same one you have, and it becomes easier to manage the overhead of it once you've rebuilt it. So keep those things in mind. The other thing that it really does is it helps keep the users engaged when they're getting something new. I know most of them say they hate change, but if it's something that's going to help them day to day to make their jobs easier, then do it, because that's what keeps them excited, keeps your user engagement. You don't want user adoption to tank just because you change, you change a process. Especially if you change a process and leave it identically the same, just, look and feel is different. So give them something to get excited about. Hit those things that they've been complaining about most in that process. The other thing, and I kind of put this in capital letters, is do not rush. We know there was a deadline for the whole 2010 workflow thing, but you could get extensions. People could get extensions so that you could take time, because, some people have a lot of 2010 workflows out there. I can't remember the one list that Tolan and I looked at one day. I was like, wow, they spent a lot of time on it, because in 2010, there's only so much you could do to make things efficient and small, right? So they're rather large. You have time. You can extend it and stuff like that, but just don't rush. If you rush, you're just recreating new issues and not correcting the things that you need to be. And then you're going to, not only have the users frustrated, you're going to be frustrated yourself, and then management. And you can avoid that by slowing down, plan it accordingly, talk to the right people, document it. If you're documenting your design, guess what? You're creating your governance that goes along with it. So document it, get sign off on it, make sure everybody's, 100% on board. The other things, if you do all that and everybody is on board, it leaves a lot less things that come up in your UAT that have to be changed. So make sure you're inviting the right people to the meetings, explaining it, document, show them, have them say, yes, that's great, sign off on that bad boy. And then when you go through UAT, you may have some minor tweaks or whatnot that need to be done. But the thing you want to try to avoid is, halfway through the process, they want to do a rewrite, right? Because they didn't have the right people in there. We've all been there and done that. But you just want to make sure in a situation like this, where even though you have more time because of the extension, you still have a time frame, right? So if you plan it accordingly, you can help eliminate some of those things.
Yeah. All good points. Last couple.
I have some more. Yeah. So document. And we're going to show you some examples of some of them that we did. But in that, when you're designing, don't always just document what your new process is, especially if no one really knows what the old one was. A lot of times we find that out and they're like, I don't really know. I just hand it to this person or whatever, right? Literally document what the current process is, and then your new, so that you have a comparison. You have your improvement plan visually in front of you. They can see it. They can see where the process took 50 steps here, but in the revision, you see like 15, right? Let them see that impact of what you're doing by the planning and the meetings that you're having. I'm a huge proponent. I never walk into a client and they're like, well, I don't know how to see my data in here, what they use. Dev tenants are great. You can spin them up for any type of industry. That's all great. But clients like to see, how does my data fit into that? I see how that company's data fits, but what about mine? Never hesitate to provide mock-ups of potential look and feels of, the information that they've provided. Do a quick little demo of, have them give you like an example, small form or fields or something like that, and build a little small demo so they can see it. If they can't see or envision their content or their process in there, it's going to be harder for them to accept it, agree to it, and think that it's actually going to work for them. So let them see it, right? So show them demos, especially if you're working internal to your company. You probably got all kinds of quick little demos you create or mock-ups. For consultants, you work with some industries over and over and over again. But one thing that we've all learned is no two companies are ever alike. No two companies have the same exact processes, call the things the same exact names. So doing a demo, mocking it up, however is most visual for them, make sure you do that. It actually goes a long way.
It certainly does. So talking about process documentation, right? So what we did was for this demo, we went ahead and Stacy and I worked together, and we went through that kind of process, that life cycle of take a 2010 workflow of what it used to be today, right? So on the left-hand side here, I've got something that says existing class registration process flow. In our use case example, what we did was we worked through this use case where participants of a class, online learning or in-person training, what the supposed client here wants to do is build like a class catalog, a course catalog, and then provide an interface for students to come and register, participants to come and register for the class, so that their instructors are maintaining the registration process, the class information process and what's in the curriculum for each of the courses in one place, and then the class registration is maintained in another place where the participants can go and see which classes they've registered for. They can track those, show some LMS history for their organization. And so the current process, as it was documented, you can see it's a very linear flow. We've got some dotted lines here where maybe somebody was injecting, either a conversation or an email that was sent out. And then on our new process, to speak to Stacey's point, we really took the time to dig deeper in this process eval and understand maybe there's some areas where we can do some process improvement, maybe put an approval loop in place where we are sending in or gathering information at a different stage. So what happens is our class is defined, and then down here during the registration process, there's some additional information on hotel registration. Do you need a hotel? There's some additional information that's captured on the number of seats that are available in the class, and those two forms connect together. So whenever a participant registers for a class, it deducts that number of registrations from the master list of how many seats were available for that instructor at that location. So definitely finding process improvement rather than bouncing a bunch of emails back and forth on the source process. We now built a lot of that stuff into the Power Automate stream and in Power Apps interface. So without further ado, let's take a look at some of the pieces for the forms here. So our source form in this use case started with an HTML form and then evolved eventually into SharePoint list form or info path, right? So that's our classic use case, and everybody goes through that. As we're stepping into Power Apps, we breeze right on into the easy button where I make a SharePoint list and I click customize this form, and I choose my vertical Power App, right? That's neat. It sits in a blade on the SharePoint list. That's fine. It sits right on your SharePoint overlay blade. What tends to be a problem there is I can't access it on my mobile. I can't present that I can't publish that to my user community. I can't migrate that between environments, and my software development lifecycle there is null and void because it's forever bound to that list at that location. I can't, if I make iterative changes, they are forever linear and serial changes. They cannot promote in between environments, and I can't have code development happening for true lifecycle. So, enter the custom apps where you're leaning into Power Apps for Canvas apps or model-driven apps and leveraging the environments inside your tenant so your makers can actually start in one place, make tweaks, make changes, co-develop, and then promote through a formal promotion process and step up into published apps that you're able to share out through your enterprise. You can publish them out so that users can leverage them in the Power Apps app or a formal browser interface or through Teams apps. Now you can promote those off to Teams apps and really use the power of the Teams Dataverse or Dataverse for Teams and or your actual Teams landscape. So it's threaded directly in the Teams app interface. So what we've done is through this use case for our demo example, we did exactly that, right? So we built ourselves a Canvas app here that would take on the brunt of that form interface and replace the raw HTML and or info path from the source. Behind this Power App, we went through and threaded the workflow right behind it. So the workflow piece is Power Automate Form. Again, we started with SharePoint Designer Workflow, right? That's everybody's classic 2010 or 2013 SharePoint Designer Workflow. We took a look at the actions, and again, this is a conversation that you need to have with your organization. Yesterday, we had actions, and they were of a certain flavor. In tomorrow world, we have totally new actions of a totally different flavor. And some of them are way more powerful in the things that we can do. It's no longer just send an email. Maybe it's send a notification to my cell phone. Maybe it's, or to my user's cell phone. Maybe it's, prompt for an approval or an authorization, or a reach out to another cloud system and toggle another bit. So there's a whole lot more power than you've ever had before. And those can really help you find process optimization, really streamlining that, right? So when we take a look at that vertical, the top down, the vertical workflow, business process flow, as we documented the original, and then we look at what we can do with process automation, or we can look at approvals, or we can look at, looping logic or branching logic throughout Power Automate Flow, you really find that process optimization in the Power Automate process. So rather than having a whole bunch of scattered actions and steps in your SharePoint Designer, you now have that linear Power Automate structure that you can drill through, where if we used SharePoint as our data source here, obviously, and talking to within the license structure, SharePoint's all included in your SKU. So we use that as our data source. When an item was created or modified, we go and we gather up some variables. Maybe that was making logical choices, or maybe it was gathering data from totally other places. In our example, we read it right in, gather those variables, and then we make some decisions, conditional decisions, and we make some logical choices based on those. And that was all per the documented, optimized process that we documented and fanned out to move more horizontally for parallel threads rather than a single serial vertical on the process.
Right, some risk and obstacles that we ran into. It was overlooking and eliminating conversations with business users. In a process, there are certain processes that you can have a lot of feedback. And you may miss that one little thing that someone said that has a huge impact, and you're not aware of it. So some of the things that we've done is to make sure that we're getting all the information is we also supplied things like a form or survey type thing of key things that they want to make sure are resolved or corrected, or resolved or added to the new features of the process. So we let them write it in a form. So one, if it's important to them, why it's important, what the priority is, have them give us some feedback more than just in a discussion manner, because sometimes when you go into a meeting and someone asks a question, it may not instantly click. So we kind of follow up to make sure that we're getting that information from the business users. And also making sure if you have a question on something, like you don't exactly understand what they're asking or what they're stating, please make sure you follow up. We've had an instance where someone said something, it's just because they didn't understand the terminology. It didn't seem relevant or like it even connected into the actual meeting that we were having on the process. And it wasn't followed up on, and here it had a rather large impact to the process. So, find ways where you can make sure that you're getting all the information. And if you don't understand, ask questions. Resistance from the users, the more you don't listen to the things that they say or the feedback they provide, the more resistance you're going to get. So one of the things is we always make sure we let them know that we're reading their information. We are taking in their feedback in one way or another. It doesn't matter if you actually use what they suggested. It's all about acknowledging the fact that they did supply the information and that you really took it into consideration. The more you do that, not only will it help the process that you're working on, but it will help all future things as well. Risks, everybody gets a little excited as they start working on something new, but just remember, just because you think you know, you may not. So rushing the process, you're like, oh, I can knock out this next phase because it just works this way. Remember, hold up, don't rush that. Make sure you're having the proper conversations and it's documented and signed off before you hit that next level of the development. Otherwise, you've got a lot of rework you're going to have to do, and that's back on you, right? But it's back on you, but it causes issues with the project and with keeping that relationship with your users. Lack of requirements gathering. I'm a huge requirements type person, but there are times where you get busy or you've just done it so much and you try to shortcut it, right? When you're working on a process of, to improve something, to replace it, especially replacing a current process, that's just an area you can't cut back on. The more you cut back, the more rework you have to do, the more angry your users and management gets. So make sure you have your requirements, make sure they're documented somewhere. And because if you don't, when something new is asked as well, you don't have something to go back and say, well, this is scope creep to this process. Maybe let's put that on the backlog for another phase, right? Because especially depending on the time frame that would take to meet that requirement in /rework because of it, be able to identify what you need to do now to cause the least amount of rework for anything future, but also don't always, once you have your requirements, don't let things continually being added. That's what backlog is for. That's what the next phase, version 2.0, right? So you have to make sure you have a nice balance there. Collaboration, you have to, I think I've been stressing this from my very first, my slide till now, is working with each other, talking, communicating. When you're working through a process like this, I'm sure Richard can, he will second this, set up a Teams for it. Have that communication, have that discussion, share the information in there. Because the great thing is when you're using Teams to have that collaboration, and if any meetings you have, you're recording them, they can find them in there. You can upload your documentation, the task lists that are associated, but you're having discussions in there and it's all held in one place. So if you need to go back and find something what did that one person say, or exactly how did they say it, what those options, it's in one place. It's going to be easy for you to find. So use something like that to keep the collaboration going. Collaboration doesn't mean you have to have a meeting or a phone call. It could just literally be a chat and posting stuff in there, right? And I think the most important one is make sure there are feasible and attainable timelines. Many times we have projects and a client goes, I want to go live on this date. And we're like, okay, as long as we're getting all our information and the feedback that we need, that date should be fine. But then as things go through the project, you start realizing the other things that you needed by certain dates are not coming in on those dates, which means that your go live is no longer feasible. Richard's laughing at me because we're dealing with this right now, but we just had that conversation. Is you have to make sure you're staying on top of that. Always communicate either to your client or to the department. Say, hey, I'm not going to be able to meet the deadline unless I have this by this date. Make sure you're documenting it too. Documentation is your friend, right? And put it back on them. If you give me this information by this date, I can still meet your go live. If you can't, then the go live is going to have to be pushed back. There has to be give and take. Client can't wait or a user can't wait until the day before, hand you over everything and still expect you to go live the next day. Right? So you have to be able to manage that accordingly. But as long as you're communicating throughout the process, it shouldn't be a big issue. The problem comes when you're not communicating and not reminding them, and then at the last minute say we can't go live. That's when the problem's going to be. So communication is key.
Yeah. I think I would say, echo the Power Apps is Power Process, right? So if I'm doing data intake, I'm doing data automation, I'm doing data analysis, largely, especially internally, when you're without a formal process or a project where you're doing formal stuff, it's invisible, right? It's intangible. You didn't have to open or document or do anything for your power user community, and it gets runaway and runs to a level of complexity, I think, that is often invisible to that process. So make sure that you're documenting along the way, and yeah, working with your business for those tangible timelines. They're really important and for your safety as a developer in the Power Platform, as well as for the business's safety or the customer safety, right? And ensuring that they do meet their deadlines on time. So we're going to switch over and do a little bit of demo here for that application. I wanted to show you the app that we did build and some of the workflow pieces. So again, we're taking in some data into a SharePoint list, and in the background, we do some automation here for that class registration process. When a class is created and a class is registered for, we've done some automation behind the scenes with Power Automate Flow. In the class information list where we gather the curriculum or the class details about location, instructor, etc. We take in one field where in the process flow, you saw a loop that kind of looped around for us to say, hey, when an instructor makes an edit to the class, right? They start with the source curriculum. This is what we want to teach, and then they come back and say, "Oh, I had a spelling error. I need to send out a new course information," or maybe I ran out of time. My curriculum ran too long. I need to shave 15 minutes off of it, and they make an update to that. Well, in the class information, the process loop where on that very serial one, you saw the wings that were coming out from a dotted line. Those were a lot of email chatter back and forth in business to say, oh my gosh, hey everybody, I just updated the curriculum. Hey, thanks students. I want you to know, don't forget, I need to shave off 15 minutes from the course, and we're going to lose this bullet point. To loop that into the process, what we've done is we've used Power Automate then to take on the brunt of that chatter back and forth. So it does some logical look inside of the application for a checkbox that says, do you want to update the users, the attendees on class information update? And if these variables if the variable is flagged here to gather yes or no on a Boolean, did they check the box in that form to say, yes, please update my users? It goes through its switch logic to read from the variable and say yes or no, right? Do a case for yes and otherwise no. That's a Boolean check. And if I did say yes, it gathers up from the item. It gathers up any comments that they've injected into the form. So they've added some comments. They want those comments to go out to the user community or to their registered users. So then it checks for the conditions to say, did they say yes? What are their comments? Did they add the comments? And if so, then I'm going to go ahead and send that off to each of the registered users. So we take an email in here and say, hey, guess what? We gathered up some information from the instructor who added an update to the class information. They want you to be aware of it. If they didn't add any comments to their updates, they said, yes, I want to let everybody know, but I didn't add any further information. It just sends them a logical email saying, hey, guess what? Your trainer, I'm sorry, I was talking about the left and right boxes backwards. Over here on the right-hand side, I've got, yes, they've added some comments, and here's the updates that they've added for you from the form. Over on the left-hand side, it's no, they didn't add any comments, but they wanted you to know. They did check the box to let you know. So my participant email, and for each of the participants that are registered for the course, it goes through and looks them up based on their registration, if they're still registered for the course or not, and then emails those users. So that was one of the loops that you saw in that process automation where we talked through with the business and said, hey, you used to do this with 25,000 emails all the time. Are you sure you really want to do that in emails anymore? Can we kind of help loop that in for you to make the lookup for who are the registered users and send out the emails and let them know the comments? Do you want to automate that? And so we did. We pulled that into the loop. Definitely looking for process automation there. To show that, so this is our class information form. And if I take this on down here into the new form, so what we've done here is created a Power App with multiple pages. This will come in and on the initial setup of the classroom information, it gathers up things like class title, gathers up the information for the trainer name, and then the class description, and they can attach any items that they want to for courseware. And then over here on the next page, as I move into my edit screen, so suppose that an instructor wants to come back, and in the next page they want to make a change. So this is where they would enter in their notification text in this notification field, pop on some notification text, and then text and say, yes, I'd like to notify my users of the changes. This yes will trigger off that workflow process to then send out the email notification to everybody that's registered. Well, that begs the question, right, of, well, where's the registration actually happening? If in this list, we're looking at the courseware catalog, we also set up a button that says in here, the display screen, we have a button in here that says register for the class. This register for class button, when users go to the list or the course catalog list where they can actually see these Power Apps rendered with the course information, the display screen is going to show them, hey, there's a maximum number of seats, there's some remaining seats, here's the link to all the curriculum information, here's the details about this course. And then we present for them a button that says register for this class. This registration kicks the user with a deep linking out to the class registration application and includes with it the class title, so that class registration form will pick up on what class are they wanting to register for and default all those fields for them as they step in. So deep linking is really handy here, where I can take source information of instructor, or we took source information for what class item or what class information we wanted to carry forward into the registration. And so the users come through, they click this. This form is the class registration. Now, our class registration process tracks to a different SharePoint list, also to keep within the SKU. So it's reading and writing from SharePoint lists for all the data structure. And on start, this one reads in certain parameters as it's going through and setting up a bunch of variables for us to use as global variables on the app on start action. So we read in from the query string parameters. I'm going to read in what's the ID of the current item. If I'm new, I come through as a 0. If I'm editing an existing registration, I would come through and gather that up from the URL. And then I gather my class info into another variable that I key off of when I'm setting, oops, sorry, shrink this up, when I actually set the class name. So this is a lookup back to that other SharePoint list with the class information in it for the courseware catalog. And it sets the ID of that from the URL query string. It sets that class up for me. So I've already got that defaulted when I click the enter for registration button. They can change it if they'd like to, but it's a nice thing for them in that process automation where optimization, where we're talking about, gosh, what are the niceties that you could do with this new tool, rather than, hey, HTML form for registering for a class needs to go and type it in every time. Or InfoPath even, go and figure it out and filter it. They wanted the option to default it for which class they came into. So it's a nice conversation to have for process automation. We set that default value based on the query string value that was passed in. Another option that we do here that was nice for them was, hey, I'd love this form to default to the user that's actually filling it out, but then provide them the ability they could change it. So if on my app on start, what we do here, I'm going to go back to that. On the app on start, we read in the current user. We do that through the Graph API hookups here, where we're talking to the connector for SharePoint list expansion, and we gather up the current user. And then we also, I'm sorry, not SharePoint list expander, it's the person Office 365. There we go. So we're gathering this up from user attribution. And then likewise with the user's email, we can determine, so this is a people picker, and people picker works similar to lookup-ish, right? It's a special field that requires the data construct for the record in that field to be set for people pickers. It's what's your claim, what's your name, what's your how does it display, etc. So when I'm looking at that, this form gathers by default, calls up to Graph and says, hey, who am I, right? Go look at my information in Graph. Go get that through the connector, Azure connectors, and then I pull back that information and set that as a record into my participant field for the default user. Now again, they can change it if they'd like to. That was the business requirement. If maybe it should default to them registering themselves, but maybe they want to register for somebody else, so they can change that field if they needed to. And then a supervisor is another field that's similar, where for the supervisor, once the participant is set and the value is determined for the people picker of who's participating, who's the students, this business requirement said, hey, can you also go and fetch my supervisor? We changed that up a little bit, right? So this is actually using the Office 365 connector through Graph. And then on the Office 365 connector, if you read this a little bit backwards, right? So I say, what's my current user's email? We set that with a variable when we looked them up as the current person. or the person in the participant field. We set that value to be what into another field. And then we read from that one to gather the text of that. So this manager says, hey, listen, I want you to look up the manager of the user that was selected as the participant, look up the manager, and then gather their attributions so I can gather their mail directly. So this Office 365 user's manager of user is really the object that I'm looking for, and the attribute about that object is their mail and or their display name and or their mail again. So we build another record here for people picker, and we inject that directly into this supervisor field. Come on, shrink up for me, click the buttons. So then that goes in here into the supervisor people picker also. So real handy, just some nuanced tricks. But again, having the conversation with them for process optimization was key, because we didn't have to, again, go back and forth with email. We didn't have to have a telephone conversation anymore. A lot of this is built directly into the application. Now, you did hear me say earlier, okay, so we create a class information that's set up in a course catalog list where my course information lives. The users can go off and create a registration. When they create this, when they click the submit button here, it registers them for the class, and you can see they have the option, it defaults to enroll because they came into the form from enrollment. But once it's created, they could come back and edit later to say, hey, I need to withdraw from this class. All right, so this record's going to write into another SharePoint list where we're tracking all the course registrations for all of our students. We track which are enrolled and which are withdrawn. When they enroll, I need that to reach back to my course information and update how many seats are remaining on this class. How many seats are still available? So we do that with Flow as well, Power Automate flows as well. So when a class registration is created, we do a couple of different checks here. So on a creation, the assumption is that I'm creating a brand new one. I usually would not create, and during process discussions with the organization, we said, no, it wouldn't ever come in and say, I'm going to create a brand new one and start with a withdrawal. That wouldn't make any sense. They want to come and create a brand new registration. It's going to come in to enroll. So it's an assumed, right, that through our documented process with the business, the assumption is there, it's valid in that the class course registration creation would by default assume it's new and I'm going to enroll a student. So with that assumption, we go in and we take a look at the property for we take a look at the property for the enrollment. We look up the course, the class information. We pull up the class information for that specific class that they're registering for. And then we do a little bit of math here to increment or decrement. So on course registration, we are incrementing the number of registered users. And then when I'm pulling this into my remaining seats, this is a calculated column on the SharePoint list to let SharePoint do some of the hard math for us, right? Let it do all the hard work. SharePoint calculated columns are fantastic for take the details, take the hard work, do the hard stuff for me. And then I can render that stuff in the records when I'm showing my Power App in the display mode. So as we edit this one here, I'm incrementing a column. I simply pull up the current number of registered users and then I increment that by 1, and then I save that right back to that record. So I update my class information with the number of currently registered users. The calculated column does the hard math for me to say, hey, how many seats are left? Which isn't really all that hard, but it's calculated column, let it do the work. So then the seats remaining gets decremented by 1. So the calculation takes the number of seats total minus the number of seats registered and shows me the remaining. Conversely, yeah, go ahead.
Quick, just because the other one ran a little long, I have to drop for a meeting. I know that I think I have more slide. You probably got that. But thank you guys for inviting me. And Richard, great job as always. I'll talk to you guys soon. Thanks.
See you.
See ya.
So conversely, we have this similar process where we actually decrement that variable. So when they come in and they are edited a workflow now, so our action on this one is edit, not create. So when an item is created or modified, when an item or file is modified, I come in, I assume that this is being modified now, and I can make some logical decisions on the modification. This is expansive on our dev environment here, we kept it pretty simple, but now you're in the modification mode and you can pick out any of the data that's in that field or in any of the fields on that record and get crazy on making logical decisions. We're simply leaving this down to, I need to decrement the value for the registered users. So go look it up again. What's my class ID? Go grab the class ID. Then I'm going to edit. I want to reach in and touch the field that says the number of decremented seat count for registered users. And I'm going to decrement that value by 1 again, and then write that back into the column for that class. So I do an update back to that one. All right, so that was the forms and flows behind this one on our class registration. Are there any questions? I think I don't see anything in the chats here, but I think we're. If you do have questions, feel free to toss them through or reach out to Stacy and I. I'm going to pop back, I think, in the interest of time, and let's switch back over to our slides. So for Q&A with questions, if you do have anything, feel free to speak up here, or if from a moderated standpoint, if they're chatted, or if not, then feel free to reach out to Stacy or I afterwards.
Yeah, Richard, great session. We have one question from Erwin. He would like to ask, I still have legacy SharePoint 2010 application with heavy custom logic and custom workflow. Due to end of support from MS, what is the easiest way to update it to SharePoint 2013 or to Power Platform?
Yeah, so I would say, well, there's a couple of different ways to answer that, right? So going to SharePoint 2013, I would say don't. Its end of life is coming right up, right behind us, right? So the 2013 platform is looking for end of life on 2026, and it's really only going to buy you, another couple of years before you're chasing your tail trying to get out of the 2013 platform. InfoPath and SharePoint Designer Workflow are on the same clock, so they're both leaning towards 2026. So get out if you can. And to that point, so if you're going to do 2010 to 2013 workflow, let me back up. There is no upgrade path, none. You can't really, there's no easy button to click them out. However, there's the definition behind a SharePoint 2010 workflow and behind a 2013 workflow is the XAML or XAML. You can tear those apart and really you can see the actions that are in there. If they're supported actions, some of those it's a lot of work to go through that XML structure, but really it boils down to an XML structure, and you could do some hard definition understanding of what was in your source to then rebuild in your destination. Again, I wouldn't recommend ever going into 2013 from 10. Lean on the on the new modern UI, either 2019 modern UI if you're still on-prem, or go SharePoint Online if you can. I know compliance is a key for a lot of customers. I know that cloud expense is cloud expense. If you're still on-prem, your workflow engine again is going to deprecate for 2013 workflow, but your data gateway can reach on-prem and still talk to your SharePoint on-prem. It does require SKU, so look into that, right? If you're going to use the data gateway to talk to or let Power Automate do the automation pieces for SharePoint Designer Workflow replacement. I think in the long run, I recommend that to every customer, right? In the long run, you're moving towards modern tooling, and whether that's the power of the cloud doing the automation with on-prem data for compliance reasons, great. You pay the extra pennies and you still fit in your compliance model. Otherwise, you're just chasing your tail and paying the pennies later when you need to get out of deprecated technology. So that's a super powerful methodology that we recommend to everybody. Sure.
All right. I think, Richard, that's the only question I could see. Any final thing you want to plug in before everyone can see your slides and your connection, email ID, and Twitter? Any final thing you want to plug in before we close the day?
I would say, so Stacy did set up this QR code. Feel free, grab the QR code and go register up. I think there's any feedback there. She was doing a $25 gift card. I think it's an Amazon gift card or something. So, but yeah, definitely, feel free. We appreciate your feedback and feel free to reach out. What's what the community is all about.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much, Richard. Thank you so much for your time and amazing session. We would love to have you back whenever you're available, right? There's
Excellent.
always more to the community. And yeah, have a great day and have a nice weekend. Thank you so much once again. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you. You too.
All right.
Great conference. Good stuff. Thanks all.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
All right, with that, we come to the end of day 4 of Power Platform Virtual Conference. Day 4 was the longest, as I think we have done around 10 sessions. But it's not still over. It's only end of day 4. We again come back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern time US for the final day of Power Platform Virtual Conference. We're going to have 9 different sessions, and where you can find, we're talking about Power BI, then we're talking about real-time floor monitoring. Then we also have some building intelligent apps, Power App Galleries, app components, Power BI pointers, Microsoft Dataverse, and a lot more. So thank you everyone who has joined us till now and everyone who has donated. As you know, every conference that we do is we raise funds and we support to some of the NGO. And for this conference, we are raising funds for the First Responder Children Foundation that is based out of United States, who help with food security, shelter, to the families and kids who are affected by COVID-19. So thank you so much to all the speakers and audiences who have joined us today. We will come back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern. Until then, take good care of yourself. And my name is Stephen Simon, and I'll see you tomorrow.